무조건이에요. 무조건이에요 지금.
보죠. 뛰어들고 비트 터뜨리게 되나요?
자 드리블을 하고 있는 시간입니다. 근데 자원이 하나둘 많을 거고요.
리격에 빠졌습니다. 그리고 부착
제트 벌써 들어갔고.
준비 끝났어요.
자 초록의 비트까지 갈 수 있나요?
네, 원숭이 없어요.
초록의 비트 전에 비트 전에. 발 떨어지면 끝나요. 발 떨어지면.
좋아?
발 떨어지면 끝나요.
아니 잠깐만 쉬어.
잠깐만요.
아니 김진서.
근데 말라요.
아니 이게 뭐예요?
오 마이 갓, unbelievable!
아니 이거 무조건 해줬더니 이기는 그림 아니었어요?
아니 딜러잖아요. 저거는
왜 이게 이렇게 되냐고요?
무슨 딜러가 게임을 터트려. 잠깐만요.
One can stop me now. one can stop me now. No one can stop me now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another day of OWCS Korea. I'm Achilles here alongside Hex, and we'll be going through some very exciting matches as the playoffs are almost among us.
It's kind of crazy because it's just for seeding, right? Just for seeding. But I mean, two teams are going to get bye weeks for the first round of the playoffs. But also, like, it's the four best teams in the world get to play each other for 3 days straight. So regardless of what the stakes may happen to be for those four best teams, we at least are treated to watching the best Overwatch possible. And then, you know, today we've got people qualifying for playoffs, 5-6. That's going to be our matchup, our third match. Tomorrow, people are going to get eliminated. So, yeah, I mean, but here's the thing, Seth. This is the first time Crazy Raccoon's going to pick a map this entire stage.
It's very true. They're coming in, obviously, as the number one seed. Haven't really dropped anything at all. And given that control has been selected by the admins this entire way throughout, it means that Crazy Raccoon will have their first pick. So we get a taste. We get to know what they like to play on control, which something tells me it's anything at all. It's one of the three maps. I think that they are not going to be too bothered. I think they're going to be right at home, but maybe I don't know, Nepal, run some Jinbin ball, that kind of thing. We'll have to just wait and see.
Yeah, I'm thinking Lijiang or Nepal. I mean, there's a couple stages for both of them that are not great for ball, but like that's kind of what you think for Crazy Raccoon is like, what's the best ball map they can possibly play? But also, Juno is unlocked. So Crazy Raccoon is a team that has been kind of like messing around with new patch heroes. They played a little Sojourn. They've played some different stuff, kind of messing around. I think they'd be the team that would run the Juno if any team would. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff, and it's week 2 after the patch. Maybe some new stuff will happen. Although I was watching some North American and Europe, and it seems like everyone's pretty settled on what these metas are going to be. The patch didn't change a ton. But I mean, Crazy Raccoon, the story continues. Do they just not drop a map? They just not drop a map this whole stage.
Very well could be the case. I mean, Poker Face have, they've had their ups and downs throughout the year for sure, but it's Crazy Raccoon at the end of the day. So it's really difficult to bet against them. So we're coming into this basically anticipating that Crazy Raccoon is going to look strong, that they're going to look dominant, and anything else is going to shock us to hell and back. So we'll have to just wait and see what that map's going to be, whether or not anybody does play Juno. I just have to pull up the wiki because I don't have the ability names memorized quite just yet, even though I have gotten a couple reps in playing her myself. But yeah, I mean, I'd be excited to see what it looks like in the hands of a pro if somebody does decide to pick Juno.
And the thing is, like, when we saw Crazy Raccoon take down ZETA Division, it was like, oh, they're just that much better? They're that much better than second place? Like, because we thought, like, oh, wow, that's a really good team. They've been on the rise. ZETA Division's playing really well. Crazy Fuck playing really well. And then Crazy Raccoon comes in, and it's just a slaughter. It's crazy, the gulf between them and second place. So I think Poker Face is a dangerous team. I don't think anyone's dangerous to Crazy Raccoon right now. So I do think you might see some Soldier. You might see some Sombra. I mean, you've seen some mess around heroes from this squad before. So I think Juno would be really interesting to see. I think they busted out for a stage, especially on control. And if they lose, they're like, well, we don't want to give up our map record. So let's go back to the Kiri Lucio that we're crushing on. So I also think what's really interesting, and I don't know, it might be a hill that I'm going to be dying on. I think if you don't have a flyer in this meta right now, you're in trouble. If you don't have a Pharah, if you don't have an Echo that can crush, I think that's really been the difference between the best teams and the medium teams. And Heesan can run that like whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, the depth and flexibility has never really been a concern for the squad since it was, put together when it was known as WAC. So, this has never really been anything that people are worried about. You look at it top to bottom, you're like, okay, they can just they can play anything. It doesn't matter what you throw at them. Even something new in the meta, it'll take them maybe a little bit of time to work out a composition that they're really comfortable in playing, but ultimately they will be comfortable playing it. So it's pretty indomitable, it feels like.
Yeah.
So I mean, but we have had, of course, them fall in the past when they were known as WAC. There was a couple of defeats that were suffered. One was at the hands of the Falcons, and we had the major upset where I believe it was Yeti that managed to take them down the one time. But since then, I'm pretty sure they just haven't lost a series at all globally in the
They've
season.
they've dropped about 5 maps in the last 6 months. Like, it's something like that. It's something ridiculous like that. And most of those were to Falcons, and then they did the Celtic run back in Dallas. I think they dropped a map, maybe to Ultra. I don't know. But there's pretty much they've only lost maps to Falcons.
Right.
And it's been and since then Falcons has been on this downward trajectory. Crazy Raccoon has just gotten better and better. The meta really suits them to be like super aggressive, like this aggressive team, and the ball style that they play is just, it looks unbeatable. Like, what do? It forces the team to play a Sombra. It forces the team to play a Cast. You don't want to play either of those heroes. And then Junbin is just going to wreck you if you don't. So it's been kind of crazy. That plus 21 is looking kind of ill.
It's just a little bit ridiculous. When you look at ZETA and you're like, okay, yeah, 6-1. There's a deficit of 11 maps. Like, it's insane the gulf between Crazy Raccoon and the rest of the world, and even within this region where these teams can scrim against each other, where they play against each other on the regular, we still just see a different level of dominance that is just hard to comprehend. So the bar is set. We've talked about it for forever. We talked about it in some of the off-season events. This is the best team in the world, and it doesn't feel like anyone's really close to dethroning them.
There's not an argument. There's not a conversation. If you don't think that Crazy Raccoon's the best team in the world, you're just wrong. I mean, I'd agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong, kind of thing. So, yeah, it is just that kind of ridiculousness. Now, so the question is, I mean, I thought ZETA had overtaken Falcons as the second best team. Falcons has looked pretty decent. They're both, I mean, everyone's trying to get this first round bye. The less games you play, the better, obviously. You don't want any sort of parity to come in and, like, accidentally lose a match. So, yeah, definitely, I mean, the seeding deciders can be super interesting, but, like, you look at this LCQ, and a couple of these teams are going to be going home. Fnatic or HaeJeokDan can qualify for the playoffs tonight.
No, they absolutely can. I mean, the stage is set for that path right there. Just have to get through, have to be able to find that victory. I mean, Fnatic, I talked about ups and downs with PokerFace. This is a team with some wild ups and downs overall. Compared to where things had begun in Stage 1, looking like a very promising squad in Yeti, get picked up by Fnatic. Woo! First time we have the org back since the Apex era.
Right.
But then not finding that much success quite just yet. So we'll see, though. It's been a little bit more on the up and up as of late, alongside, as you said, that kind of downward spiral that we're currently seeing from the likes of Falcons.
Both of those teams are kind of terrifying prospects to play into the playoffs, though. Like, they
Sure.
don't feel like easy outs.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing about this region is you don't really get too many easy outs. I mean, I guess, if you're playing Old Ocean, then that's going to be, like, obviously your easiest possible out. But for the most part, it just doesn't really, the wins don't really come easily too much unless you're Crazy Raccoon. But we're here to see if that narrative is going to be rewritten and if PokerFace have something prepared to catch us as well as Crazy Raccoon off guard.
Definitely a team with talent that can pull it off. And also the depth of PokerFace is, I think, a little bit overlooked, that they could just run a weird meta on you because they have 8 players on that squad. They could just be bringing in 3 new players every time you go to a different map. That ZETA Division Falcons, I think that, that was always a match I was looking forward to in the round robin of where is this team? Falcons are supposed to be this #1 team, but, can ZETA Division overtake that kind of... Everyone's fighting for second right now, and ZETA Division's second right now.
They are. Well, Crazy Raccoon will go ahead and make their way out onto the stage, guided by the 8'9" gaming warlord himself with Lip.
Just gets taller every time.
I mean, what can you say? With every final blow, with every map win, millimeters are added to this man's height, and his reign grows ever more supreme.
There's nothing more to say about Crazy Raccoon. They're the best team in the world. They've got the tank flexibility if they want, and then pretty much everyone else just never comes out because there's no need, and it's just this crazy talented team. Let's see if we can fit every member of PokerFace on screen.
There are a fair few. They'll have to make their way out to the stage. I'm assuming that they're going to go with the entire roster, and it looks like they are as they just go ahead and continuously stream. But I mean, you take a look at this, and the way that it makes me feel is like this is 300. And Crazy Raccoon, they are the Spartans, not necessarily making a final stand, but just staving off the hordes and hordes that continue to crash upon their shields and their spears, and they're able to just beat them back. But maybe, just maybe, the squad here will be able to get it done.
It's just like even when they're messing around, like they were messing around on Runasapi the other day and just playing some weird stuff, and they got themselves in a hole. Then all of a sudden, Shu just kills 3 people, like in the craziest moment, like because you just have that ability. I've said it before, I don't know if it really holds up, but you try to find a weakness for a team. It's not the DPS line, it's not the tank line. Maybe it's trying to run a double flex support, but Chorong has proved me wrong on that several times. So yeah, there just is no weakness.
Alrighty, well, it is going to be Jinbin there, and that's starting a lineup, so perhaps some of that wrecking ball to come through. We'll have to just wait and see as we will get closer and closer to unveiling that opening map. Like you mentioned, their first time ever picking this one. That's not a poker face, though. We're going to have Belos Ria sticking in for the start, alongside Jwoo, Proud, Simple, and Fixa.
The Jwoo Proud lineup's a little bit interesting because you'd think that if you're going to run a flyer, it would be Choi Se-won, but they've done some kind of weird stuff too, where it's not always Choi Se-won who's on that super flex. Sometimes Jwoo will get off of the tracer and play something different. Proud is almost essentially always hit scan. So this is kind of an interesting lineup for Poker Face. We'll see what they end up wanting to run. But Belos Ria has been playing pretty much nonstop for Poker Face.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe Jinbin Ball versus Belos Ria could just be the showdown of the century in that regard. We'll have to just wait and see. But of course, first, we're going to have to hear from our team reps. So let's go ahead and pass things over to Quest.
Thank you very much, Achilles. We are here with the first day of seeding deciders and LCQ. But first, we have the first seeding decider match between Crazy Raccoon and Poker Face. The 2 team reps on stage. We're going to hear from them. But before we hear from them, on Crazy Raccoon's side, we have Heesung.
네, 희상 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면
And on Poker
포커페이스
Face's
팀도
side,
만나보도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 포커페이스에서 딜러를 맡고
we
있는
have Choi Se-won
입니다.
representing his team.
네, 최세현 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 이제 순위 결정된 첫 번째 경기가
Of course, this is the first
펼쳐지게
seeding decider match.
플레이오프로 가기
It's an
전에
important step
굉장히
before the
중요한
playoffs,
단계예요.
so nerves
그런
must
만큼
be
오늘 경기
at an
승리가 아주
all-time
간절할 것
high.
같은데
And
이런
of
만큼
course,
긴장도 되실
they're
것
desperate
같아요.
for the win.
각 팀만의 긴장
So,
푸는
do you have a
방법이나
routine to shed those
뭐
nerves
어떻게
and also
궁금한데요?
to kind of raise the team morale?
저희는 그냥 항상 하던 대로
For us,
방심하지 않고
we just play the way we always do.
하자고 하는 것 같습니다.
And
오늘 특별히 이렇게
we don't
많은
think too much
대화나
about
이런 것들이
being nervous and
있었나요?
whatnot.
그냥 일상 토크?
And to kind
자,
of
오늘 경기
we just talk
일상처럼
about
이렇게
our daily lives and
스무스하게
you know,
흘러가듯이
just small
준비했다라고
talk here and
볼 수
there.
있겠는데요. 그렇다면
Nothing too crazy
포커페이스 팀도
about
팀만의 그런 게 있나요?
저는
about the
사실
routine.
귀여운 걸 보면
On
긴장이
Poker Face's
풀리는데
side,
희상님 봐가지고 지금 긴장이 풀렸어요.
I
오늘
shed my nerves by
긴장
looking at
풀리까지
cute things, and when I saw Heesung, my nerves had been shed.
마냥 귀엽지만은 않아요. 자, 사전 인터뷰 때 최세현 선수에게 나이도 먹었으니
The next question goes to Heesung. In an earlier interview, you told Choi Se-won to hurry up and go to the army because you're old. So does the statement still hold?
이제 그때는 앞에서 인터뷰를 해야 되니까
At the time, of course, I was in front of a camera, so
자, 그렇지
you know, I said what I said
않다는데요. 자, 이 발언에 대한 최세현
for the,
선수의
for the
생각도
interview.
궁금합니다.
And Choi Se-won, the ball's in your court. Your response.
따이면은 같이 동반 입대 하자고 하셔가지고
Heesung said
같이
that
이제
okay,
가게
if
될것
they lose a
같습니다.
map, then we will go to the army
아,
together.
네,
So
데려가겠다는
I will bring him with me.
무시무시한 발언도 함께 해주셨는데요. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 첫 번째 경기 많은 응원해주시는
Of course, there's a lot of
팬분들께도
fans
한마디
cheering you
부탁드립니다.
on in the venue and at home. So please say a few words to them.
무실세트 전승해서
Of
우승까지
course,
노려보도록 하겠습니다.
we haven't
오늘
dropped the map so far,
경기
and
무실세트로
we will continue to do so, or
우승에서
try to do so
안겨드리겠다라고
until
말씀도 들어봤고요.
we will become
그렇다면
champions.
포커페이스 팀은요?
And on Poker Face's
열심히
side,
응원해 주시면 저희가 무실 세트 깨고
and please cheer
희상님이랑
us,
같이 저는 이제
cheer hard for us,
가보도록
and
하겠습니다.
자,
we will make sure
무실세트
to
깨고 군대도
put a stain in
데려가버리겠다라는
that undefeated map
발언을
streak.
해주셨습니다. 자, 그렇다면 지금까지
And that was the
크레이지
first team
라쿤의
rep interview of the day. And before we head into the match, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and
첫 번째
Hex.
경기 많은 기대 부탁드리면서 첫 번째 경기가 펼쳐질 맵
Alrighty,
확인해
well,
보시죠.
thank you very much, Quest, for the translation. Looking to put a stain on that map win record. Bold statements coming out there. We'll see if they're going to be able to do so. As it's going to be Lijiang Tower for the first Crazy Raccoon map pick.
This makes a ton of sense to me. I kind of thought this is what we're going to see. Gardens is really good for ball. Night Market's fine for ball. And then on Control Center, they just run this double flex and just start shooting everybody in the face. So I think with Crazy Raccoon, like it's kind of nuts that like they haven't dropped a map, but that also makes them not want to drop a map. I think if they just randomly lost a map to the ZETA somewhere in the middle of the season, you wouldn't get their best shot necessarily always coming out against lower ranked teams. But now that they're kind of have this pristine record, you're getting the best version of Crazy Raccoon every time.
No, you are. And I think a lot of players would say like, oh no, we don't think about that, we don't care about that. But you know, deep down, it's there. It's in the subconscious. They are thinking about having that perfect record. We saw it with, you know, the golden stage for the Shock all the way back in Season 2 and whatnot. Deep down, these players, they want that achievement.
They want to roll through Sweden with like a plus 45 map differential. And they could do it. They absolutely could. It hasn't really been close unless Crazy Raccoon has made it close by playing off meta, by playing a little bit too aggressive and trying to win 3v5s and things like that. But when they play standard and when they really pick it up, there's no one who can touch them. But this Poker Face team, I've been singing their praises all stage. They've improved so much to revamp the roster, to bring in 5 new players. Like, for them to be top 4 is enormous, you know, and it pushes down a team like HaeJeokDan, it pushes down a team like Fnatic, and this Poker Face team has done nothing but impress. And it's just a matter of like if they can be cerebral enough to make the right map choices, to make the right roster choices, because there's a lot of decisions that have to be made when you have an 8-man roster.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for anybody who hasn't been paying attention to Korean contenders too much in the past, like Poker Face might be a newer face for you here in 2024. But this is an org that has been around the block for a very long time. Was kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride within contenders, because O2 Blast was so very dominant. So for them to continue to stick around and then now be playing against, you know, the best that Overwatch League had to offer and still be able to compete and find themselves in this high-ranking position, it's a good spot to be in overall, but they want to go higher.
A lot of investment went into this organization, a lot of history between a lot of these players on screen. I mean, there's a lot of veterans now been added to this Poker Face roster, a lot of history that goes behind with them. That's a little hard eyes, Crazy Raccoon, very nice.
Yeah, plenty of fans out here showing their support, as always, as I'm sure there'll be more filtering in, as you know, it's just about 5:20 p.m. here on Friday afternoon, so a lot of people still going to be working their way, getting their way out of work, out of college, etc., etc. So I'm sure that the audience by the end of it all is going to be absolutely packed, because it's a stacked day. I mean, no matter what, any Overwatch fan wants to be in this arena right here. As fan, hoping to see some Winston play from Bellisria.
Yeah, it's been fine. I mean, we always consider Bellisria probably the ball is the specialty, but you have to pick up the Winston. You have to pick up the Diva to be competitive in all sorts of aspects. Also, the Orisa has come out a little bit from Bellisria too, also one of their best heroes. But yeah, I mean, I think right now there's a couple different styles of play when it comes to the meta of it. It's like, are you going to run an aggressive backline, or are you going to run a defensive backline? So it's either been like Brig Ana or Lucio Kiri, and it kind of dictates the style in which you play.
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing the Orisa last year going into, you know, the Overwatch League playoffs and everything like that. Bellisria was looking like maybe the best in the world on that Orisa pick, so wouldn't mind seeing it from him whatsoever. Of course, he's young fans here, but we're just waiting for the players to go ahead and give their final thumbs up so that we can go ahead and get the action underway, which should just take a brief little moment, and then we'll be jumping on a Lijiang Tower, and here we go. Button is about to be pushed as we get into the graphic. We'll see how these squads are going to square off against one another. I think pressure certainly on here for the side of Poker Face, but not setting the bar too high. I mean, in his own words, saying we want to put a stain on their map win record. I think that that's something that is very realistic to accomplish here for Poker Face, if not finding the win. But there we go. The dubstep has come through, which means that we are now ready to jump on a Lijiang Tower. Let's see which sub-map we get. This looks like it's going to be Gardens to start things off.
Yeah, this is a good one for ball. You'd have to imagine the ball comes out. I'm kind of curious what their DPS line goes at. I mean, I don't want to call it too early for this Juno stuff, but we'll see. We'll see when the spawn actually leaves.
Yeah, we still got 12 seconds for them to make
Here's
up their
two things I
minds.
guarantee you. HaeJeokDan's running Pharah and Junmin's running ball. Like, those I'm locked in on.
Yeah, not going to shock us at all. As we'll wait and see. Oh, he's already popped the boosters in the CDs, so yep, swap over. Oh, yep, okay. A little bait and switch. Just messing with us, giving some fan service. I mean, Who Are You was doing the same thing in Pacific yesterday, not actually playing the Genji, but now we do have the actual compositions locked in, and that's going to be a lot of pressure here on Proud now to try to displace HaeJeokDan, take him out of the skies.
It's almost just not enough anymore. I mean, I see these people try to run cast to deal with Pharah, and like the Pharahs are just too good nowadays. I was a little curious what PokerFace was going to run on their damage lineup because of these two heroes in, or because of these two players in. And yeah, it seems like this is their counter idea. I would prefer to see a Choicy 1 Echo as a counter, but we'll see if they can get it done.
Alright, well, initial cap's going to be on the way of Crazy Raccoon here. We do have some casualties as DPS lineup from the side of PokerFace is going to be broken down now. Simple dead means that Velasria's got nowhere else to go, so we'll just dive down into the drink. HaeJeokDan just jumps in on top of Fixa to go ahead and find the extended team kill.
He's like already at 70%, just peppering in the damage over the top. I really do think we're in a strong Pharah meta, and no one realizes it yet.
I mean, it's been super prevalent. Seen it all over the place here. Alfie, of course, another one that's been doing a lot of work on that Pharah. As speaking of which, Barrage is already online. I mean, HaeJeokDan beating Shu to having the Nano available. Very quick build up for him. Simple at the same time, though. Does have that consider rush, but it's going to be dove upon here. And as the ult gets invested, HaeJeokDan strikes, nanoed up from Shu, who will be a casualty, but is now the last one standing, and we'll just go for a quick little reset. The barrage shuts everything down off the back of that consider rush.
Yeah, Rush not getting enough value there. Rush is much better defensively if you can just drop it on the points and have your whole team play into it. I mean, PokerFace needs to get a pick. They need this Tracer to come through and deal something with the backline. But yeah, right now it's just one-sided.
Oh, well, that's a great flashbang.
Okay.
And that leads to Junbin getting sent down into the koi pond below. So solid opening kill. Minefield now not in play, and the flip getting ready to come in. PokerFace in this point, but Test is in for now, but Lip is going to be dealt with, which means that PokerFace can gain control. So really nice reaction there from Proud, and now things spiral a little bit more as HaeJeokDan will also go down. So full reset going to be necessary here for CR.
Yeah, Proud on the cast makes sense knowing that Crazy Raccoon, like I said, even before they came out of spawn, I'm like, well, they're going to run Pharah and they're going to run Ball. So cast is good against both of those in a vacuum, and it's just a matter of keeping your cast alive is going to be one of the problems. So if they can do that and let Proud do work.
It's continuing to do just that. Doesn't get knocked up. Minefield going to be in place. The hinder comes across, but HaeJeokDan does go ahead and have the alley-oop. Simple going to be taken down by the Bionade lobbed in. Velasria, no choice. Just go ahead and die. So will be decently fast flip here for Crazy Raccoon as they just look to clear out the point. We're just trying to get whatever little dregs of percentage that he possibly can, but ultimately it's going to be 39% for PokerFace as Crazy Raccoon regain control at 80.
They got a lot to work with here, and it's just a matter of, like, can you get any sort of Deadeye value? That's going to be huge. They might have to even just open with Beat here, like Beat, Annihilation, and play point presence, but someone's got to check HaeJeokDan in the air.
I mean, Lip is just harassing Jaewoo here in this back line. Recall for recall. We'll go their separate ways, leaving him about half HP. For now, we get into overtime. 6 ultimates utilized on the side of PokerFace. The first one comes through. It's going to be a beat response from Chorong. Sprout goes charging forward, seeking a target. Spamming out with that 6-shooter as fast as he possibly can. So waiting, dropping the beat, but already Proud's going to be eliminated. Zemka's get taken down on the opposite side, and so too does Lip. So yes, now our Crazy Raccoon is Junbin down to about a third. Has to make his exits. So it seems like this map not yet over as PokerFace will regain control.
Yeah, every support ultimate comes out there, but PokerFace in better position on the point with the Kitsune Rush. You can't really fight into that. So now we're going to run the neutral game. You do have to fight into Belisria's Annihilation, although Annihilation is not as frightening. Proud is just getting focused by Ball.
No, he really is. So trying to come to the rescue. Chorong is able to collect the kill. It's not dead yet, though. Down to 40 HP. And he manages to stay alive. So swift to this follow-up here from the side of Crazy Raccoon. His Minefield now just going to be dumped. Belisria somewhere will be able to find Shu. Finds that initial pick, but now can't make his way over to the point. As They'll just get sent off the side of the map as soon as the Annihilation comes in. 167%, Crazy Raccoon will take Gardens.
And the thing with running the cast there is, once you take out the cast, there's absolutely nothing to be done with Heesong. So they're just, okay, let's take out the cast, let's just dive it. And you saw Junmin dive cast like 3 times in a row, constantly, and this is what a Nano Pharah can bring in.
Yep, just basically fully protected, no real threats, and no one really expecting him to strike in that moment either, so just gorgeous play. A gorgeous setup from the likes of Jinbin. Just go ahead and enable that to come through. As we'll move over here to control center. Still a decent one. Simple, once again, flashing the Juno, but we're not going to be seeing it.
Less good far map. This is like the outlier map, or the outlier stage on this map, where you can run some weird stuff, like the EMEA, obviously. That's what you're going to see from PokerFace and try to get control of this point.
Classic brawl here, just keep being across the side, looking to try to get on top of Shu, but as they do, Crowd just gets shut down. Belfria similarly going to fall, and now, I mean, this is where the Pharah can start to come alive, is when you have control of the point. You're not trying to poke the Fraud, not trying to push your way into it. That sets things up to be pretty devastating here for Crazy Raccoon. PokerFace immediately start making some swaps.
Yeah. I mean, we've already sung the praises of Heesong and Junbin. Obviously, that's working really well together as a dive. But Lip is on this cleanup. He's always getting like 3 kills in the kill feed. It's actually insane, Tracer. And the thing about Lip is, like, he just doesn't die. He's just so smart. Being alive as Tracer is your most important asset, and Lip is great at it.
It really is. Interesting comp though for PokerFace. Winston here in play, don't have that Ana that really go alongside it, so sustainability in the front line could be a bit concerning. For now, Yamanas, Shu, nearly up to that Nano boost, now has it online, but Lip going to be taken down. Some nice headshots coming across from Proud up into the sky, so Nano has to be invested now over to Jinbin to try to keep this ball in play. Maintain control of the point where possible. Proud finds another one, the beam able to take Heesong out of the sky, so it's going to be DPS-less for the moment here for Crazy Raccoon. The team still pulling their weight. Crazy Raccoon answer back a couple kills. Jaewoo will find one, but Fix is going to be pile-driven. No supports now available to the side of PokerFace, so lack of healing is going to really cost them. Belfria still really commit to Primal. Set up for the kills. Chorong will be taken down. Point still not capped here, still not in their control, and Chorong will be able to rejoin very quickly. Jinbin gets a big shield coming through. Heesong now shielded up as well. Will be sustained. The barrage about to come online. The minefield from Jinbin takes out Jaewoo. Just cannot find an opportunity realistically to try to utilize this pulse bomb. The pile driver comes in, and that's just going to be simple. Taken out, isolated over onto the side. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at this one here for PokerFace, and it's just for a few scant percentage.
And their best option was going to be simple with Kitsune Rush, and then maybe even toss in the beat from Fixa. You had to commit a ton. Crazy Raccoon committed everything that they had. There's no way. Okay. It does die. So here's the thing, is like Jaewoo and Proud, they're both very good players, but I don't think that, I don't know, maybe make me eat my words, but I think you'd rather have Choice one on your Echo. Proud is actually playing a pretty solid Echo though, so maybe that's why they're rotating in this DPS line.
And it looks like it is very well practiced. This Belfria just going to be swapping it up again now over onto the Diva, try to control some of this damage throughput from the likes of Heesong. Well, let's just keep everybody protected from Jinbin when he goes into these pile drivers. Speaking of which, that's Fixet dead. And now there's no sound barrier here in this fight. Crazy Raccoon, if they get the flip, they're basically going to be winning the map in a 2-0 fashion. Lips just continuing to harass, keeping them looking every which way here. Belfria tries to take some space, offering up that D-Matrix to the Proud. Up into the sky, nearly misses the opportunity to get the dupe off. Let's go for a copy here onto the Pharah, so still playing aerial. Just trying to find any kind of target. There's so much mobility on the opposite side that he's unable to build up towards his barrage very rapidly whatsoever. Meanwhile, Jinbin just knocking Fixa back, stopping him from hiding a high-value sound barrier. Will drop that one through, but only shields up onto 3. Today Rush at the same time. PokerFace for now, maintaining control. Still a long way to go if they want to take us over to Night Market. Slip, Pulse in the back pocket. Looking for an opportunity. Sees that Belfria is going to be over onto that left side. Tries to go for it, but Stick is not going to be found. At the same time, getting ready to come through the contest back in. Chorong trying to stay alive. Beat now at the ready. When does he decide to drop it? The answer is going to be right now. Shielding across onto all 5 members, and Fixa immediately evaporates. Slip able to find that kill now in on top of Proud here into the back lines. Cleans it up. And that should be Crazy Raccoon being able to get the flip here into their favor. Minor contest still coming through as Shu will be able to survive.
Yeah, Belisari is going to try to remech here and just try to get anything done, but that was felt like an inevitability once the minefield dropped, and then mostly just Chorong just having the beats to push it over the edge. No Juno so far, but Crazy Raccoon just look leagues ahead. What can't Lip play? Like, every time I see him on a hero, I'm like, oh, that's not his best hero. Oh, clearly it is. Clearly it is his best hero.
Yeah, I mean, he's just so consistent. It's really difficult, but
Yeah.
you know, a decent amount of fight in Poker Face across the 2 sub maps. We'll see how things fare for them though, because they are going to be having their map pick. But for now, Crazy Raccoon keeping the map's win streak alive. Now at what, plus 22? So pretty good spot, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're looking at Poker Face 2, you have to wonder, like, oh, who are the subs going to be? They have so much depth on their roster that you never know who's going to come in. Part of that is like kind of signals what you want to do. I thought Proud's Echo was decent, it was serviceable. Like you had to run it. Like obviously your cast is not going to get any work done there, and Proud was getting some kills. Choice of One does offer like stronger versatility than Proud does, though. I don't think that's telling any secrets out of school. Proud is a great Ashe, great cast, great Widow, but really if you want to run Genji, Echo, anything like that, you would bring Choice One in. Jay was mostly their Tracer ace, so they kind of do tell you what they're going to be playing based on the roster. And yeah, they just looked a little bit outclassed there. I mean, Lip got the better of the Tracer duel. There was no one to mess with Heesong. And then I think just no one ever knows where Junbin is. He gets so many free pile drivers because people just don't know that he's up there somehow because his tech is better than every other ball.
No, it really is. And the cast wasn't finding too much value there. I mean, the one flashbang to set up for the, you know, the little environmental kill was nice, but overall Jinbin was not hindered whatsoever by those flashbangs.
No.
But that's map 1 done and dusted. I believe we're going to go to a quick little break, and then when we come back, we'll be getting into the first map pick for the side of Poker Face. Alrighty, we are back and about to go into map number 2. Poker Face falling shy of the mark over on Lijiang Tower. It was 2-0 for the side of Crazy Raccoon, but this is a rare sight, at least here in Asia. Junkertown is the map selection from Poker Face.
I'm pretty certain, and people can fact check me as always, that this is the first time we've seen Junkertown in the Korean region. This is kind of a Poker Face pick, like, because they always play circuit, so because they want to get proud and just let the Widow kind of dictate how well they're going to play. So this is a Widow map, of course. It's had a few changes recently, but I've not seen this much in competitive. Crazy Raccoon's response is going to bring Max in, which makes me think that they're very likely going to run a Sigma. It's a good hero on this map. But yeah, this will very likely be Widow duels. Also, Jaewoo Choisewan in. So Flyer and Widow, likely? We'll see.
Could be Genji Widow here perhaps as well. We'll have to just wait and see, but as you already mentioned, Max going to be stepping through. So I'm right there with you. This feels like it's going to be Sigma, trying to block off any potential Widow sightlines, keep the team protected. But very curious to see if Poker Face does have anything a little bit more surprising for us, or if it is going to be kind of the expected compositions coming into this map. Because while, I mean, you say it's probably the first time that we've seen it in Korea, it's one of the few times that we're seeing it at all in Asia. I think maybe played in Japan once or twice. I can't think of any play for it in Pacific from last week, but I don't have everything off the top of my head, so it is difficult to say. But either way, it is not a common map pick whatsoever.
Not at all.
I mean, Junkertown and New Junk City, kind of the two rarer maps that we actually have in the pool right now. But
yeah, no one likes the Mad Max lore apparently.
I suppose not.
Yeah, I mean, it's just curious why you would choose this map over Circuit Royale. Maybe it's a little bit of a curveball. Maybe Crazy Raccoon's not as practiced on it. It just feels like when you want to force the Widow Sigma matchup, it has been Circuit like 100% of the time. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how this one plays out. Maybe there's a little bit of a wrinkle that Poker Face has going. I always think, like, if you think you're outmatched roster-wise, that you're just going to get outgunned, start throwing some curveballs. Like, this team's not ready for Junkertown. And also, if you really do think you're outmatched, then maybe just let your Widow get on a heater, and that can win you a map.
It absolutely can. So very curious decision making here from the side of Poker Face, and I'm very excited to see how this one pans out. Not just because, I want to see if they do have anything crazy up their sleeve, but also I'm just happy with the kind of breath of fresh air and having a different map coming through, because we have a fairly open pool, and this has kind of been the rejected map that no one has really wanted to go for.
True. This and
so it's good to see it get some love.
Yeah. I'm always down to see maps, and maybe there's a specific strategy. I mean, this map was always known for very specific strategies. If you remember Pirate Ship. Yeah, the abomination that was that composition. But it was, there's maps that really do offer very specific things. So I'm curious if it's any of that. Also, I mean, if it's just straight up meta, fine. I just want to see who wins this Widow battle. I would be really surprised if we don't see Widow and Ashe coming out here, especially with Proud staying in the lineup.
Yeah, you'd think that the Ashe at the very least is going to be a guarantee, but the Widowmaker would be a pretty awesome clash if it does come through. So just hopefully have the players ready to go here given the substitutions. And as we get to the graphic, looks like they are indeed ready. So we'll be jumping into this one in a moment and have all our greatest desires and questions answered, Hex.
Yeah, I mean, Max can play things that are not the Sigma. I think last time Crazy Raccoon played, they kind of had everything pretty much locked up, so they were just giving Max some playtime and showed off some different tanks. Of course, Max, very well regarded as one of the best Sigmas in the world.
Oh, for sure. I think right now you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody else that could challenge him for that title, but looks like everything is ready to go, so let's go ahead and jump into Junkertown and see exactly what is going to be put together. Proud. Like he's going to be coming out with that Widow for the defense. Choisewan just moving over onto the Tracer.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I really just do respect Tracer1's flexibility. He's a fine Tracer, top 10-ish, you know, but he could also just end up switching to Genji. Yeah, I think Genji's his best hero, like Genji Echo or a Flyer suit. Like, I think he's the most versatile DPS on Poker Face by far.
It comes with the veterancy. As gates getting ready to open up, looks like Max potentially bringing out the Orisa. As Proud posted up, bit of an off angle here. You can catch anybody off guard as the gates do open. Lip, in the meantime, will be on Sombra duty to go for a bit of a scout.
Yeah, it was
Proud just staying quiet, and Max is coming out with a Mauga.
Yeah, I think it was a bubble pedal shot for the Widow to open things up.
Uh-oh. Well, he's already eaten a little bit of damage. His Lip not quite close enough to really get on top of him. Now he's going to be at risk, though, as Fixa nearly picks him off. A little bit of a challenge now coming through his Choice A1 as well, playing off on that flank angle. Keeps him honest.
Yeah, what an interesting comp. This is usually run with kind of a Venture in Lip slot, but I think if you get a hack, you can get a dash and a stomp in and just delete somebody.
All right, well, there's the virus around the corner, and Proud's going to disappear. Quick clear. Seasunk playing up, will get pinched. Choice A1 in from behind, is able to find him as Max quickly has to overrun his way back out away from the cart, and Strong will get taken down by Fixa. A very solid start to the defense here for the side of Poker Faces. That'll be the cleanup overall, and now some more forced swaps.
Yeah, interesting that Lip is choosing to fight this Widow with a Sombra rather than just a Widow duel. So we see Proud switch to the Ashe, a little more defensive. At least you have the Coach Gun.
Proud
Lip is the best Sombra in the world, so...
That's very true. All of us still remember Season 2. Season 3, either way. Let's see how this defense holds down with the swaps coming through from Crazy Raccoon. Max is over onto the Diva now. For now, simple. Matrix at the ready. Love to have the setup here for Proud. Goes ahead, slaps it down. Big, wide line of sight, but Immortality Field immediately is going to have to be invested, and Simple just gets picked off. Max just diving forward and completely disrespecting the Amp Matrix, playing around it beautifully. In the meantime, Belstria cleaning up too. We'll find both DPS. Choron going to be taken down now, so it's just Max and Shu left alive, and not for very long as the break on the mech comes in, and Shu will fall. So it's going to take at least another volley, but that's half the time bank now taken away from Crazy Raccoon, as Max will have to reset off the side of the map.
Crazy Raccoon generally likes to nano their DPS if at all possible. Usually it's a Pharah or something along those lines, but now they don't really have great nano targets, so Mag's got it, and got a little bit done, but it's not ideal for Shu. Shu, as soon as he got it, just fired and forgot it. Like, that came out immediately. So yeah, Crazy Raccoon, this map burns down pretty quick, man. There's only 90 seconds left.
And it's been slow going. Recall timing there from Choice. They want to keep himself alive. Does eat a bit of damage on the opposite side of it. L3 in the meantime going to be hacked out. Pulse bomb stuck right to him, but down barrier shields come through from Fixa. Keeps that tank safe. Recall going to be forced out. Proud able to find Lip, denying that EMP a little bit longer. Draining even more time off this bank. Max will be able to find Simple once again. Choron goes for the beat drop. Will not have the Ajax. Just managed to get the shielding across onto everybody, and Max will find Fix at the same time. So now starting to break their way through as self-destruct is going to be invested. Annihilation on the chase, trying to take down this baby diva, but ultimately Belstria has to respect the ultimate. Now is immediately going to be dead as Lip re-arrives and just sends that EMP straight up into his face.
Choron hitting the beat there to keep Max alive was absolutely so crucial. It's really your only ground force is your tank. You know, your Tracer's out in the middle of nowhere. Your Sombra is invisible out in the middle of nowhere. So you have to keep Max alive. Really clutch there. And Max even like lived through like a remake, I think, during that too. So now they're going to have Nano. I guess you Nano Max. Nano Brig is actually looking a little better too.
Nano Brig would be good for the healing throughput. Nano Max, I mean, we've been seeing, you know, FaZe over in Pacific be doing some incredible stuff on the Diva, so I don't mind it as much either. As Lip now on this Widowmaker, going to be contending against Proud on the Ashe. Have that bomb at the ready. Likely to be used as this cart gets ready to start wrapping around the curve here.
You know, Ashe with the Sigma Shield is naturally going to have the advantage here.
Listen, this is not the sniper that I want to be watching. Either Proud or Lip would be great. As a little high ground contested from Max, just looking to keep them shoved back, try to contain this team as much as humanly possible. But there's the Nano, there's the jump into the back line. Once again, the Immortality Field not going to be lasting long. Max Catching a glimpse of Simple will self-Fixa as Heesung was jumping forward, finds the melee hit. DMEC will come through though, and this time Baby Diva not going to be able to survive. Simple does get cleaned up by Shu, so now it's a portless hero Poker Face. That Matrix was invested, and the cart continues to glide forward pretty much unhindered on this B stretch.
And they've been happy to just take their free push. That's a huge dynamite though, that might open things up.
Oh yeah. I mean, Proud will get hounded down, but so much at the same time. It's taken away from them, so Lip and Chorong both getting eliminated. Shu just now respawning, so a reset going to be necessary.
Yeah, equidistant spawns here too, so it's totally fine for the defense to be trading.
For now, just that singular pulse bomb available here for Poker Face. As
Yeah,
Diva
ult
not going to
doesn't
mean too
count.
much.
You never look at Diva's ult like it counts.
Well,
That's just an extra life.
You say that. I mentioned FaZe earlier. He managed to get 5 self-destruct kills just yesterday.
Yeah, we don't see that much in Korea though.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different level of play there. But self-destruct is online. Round now over onto the Widowmaker as well. As Choice A1 quick peek, spotting out multiple players. Has to go ahead and relocate. Just had the pulse bomb. Just looking for the right setup for it. Slip tries to keep their flanks covered here. As Pulse goes in, Shu goes down. Choice A1 able to find a stick off camera. Big pick to be found here. Just further delaying that next nano, that healing. Just keeping this cart locked in position, so Max having to backpedal. Rally is online, so they at least have the advantage there as far as the support ultimates are concerned, but there's now just 20 seconds remaining.
It's just weird to try to like hit the rally here because everyone's going to be split high ground and low ground. There's not really great brawl potential. Yeah.
Huge kill, and Lip has just not been getting any sightline access whatsoever. Proud very aware of where he's at, touching the cart, needing to come through the push forward. Max has it. So feels good to be coming down. Proud, able to find Lip. Just cycling out these DPS players. Max out, maybe at risk, dives into the back, is able to find Proud. Fix it, going to be eliminated as well as Max is doing a hell of a lot of work. Mortality field gets cleared out, and he gets back into the back. Rally now going to be expiring here as the Annihilation comes through for Bellisria, but he's going to be put down for a nap. Shot keeps him at arm's length. Now he's going to be occupying the cart, and they need to try to displace him. But HP bar and Bellisria falling lower and lower, and Chorong eventually collects the kill, and it seems like it's going to be another narrow finish here. It's Crazy Raccoon get ready to push the cart into B.
I mean, that rally ended up getting a ton when they're brawling on the ground. I mean, I guess a good rally target is going to be Bellisria, a good break target. You would just sit there and brawl with Bellisria on the Ramatra, so he's going to switch off it, going to the dive Winston now. Both tanks going to Winston. Lip wins that one. It's pretty even on the Widow battle.
Feels like overall a little bit more impact being felt here from Proud. As we will be getting ready to go infrasight for infrasight and just have the great little standoff. No one peeking. Forcing Max over onto the Winston. That's going to be feeling pretty decent here for Poker Face.
You have to have something to do with this high ground.
For now, it's just the jump forward. Pushing him back, and there you go. Infrasight is going to be exchanged here on either side, but oh, Vixen still peeks out, doesn't have the shield up, and Lip is able to go ahead and collect his head. Solid kill coming through, and now Simple just contained here into the side room, trying to get out, but they just focus fire the Immortality field. Heesung comes to the rescue. They make sure that they find the punish. And now it's going to start getting a little bit more disjointed here for the side of Poker Face. 15 seconds remaining, though. Crazy Raccoon, if they're going to be able to complete the map, it's likely going to have to be in OT unless there's just basically zero contest from here on out.
They've been diving Simple so hard this entire game. Every time Simple looks up, there's a nano tank in front of him, whether that's Diva or whether that's Winston, and they've just been absolutely crushing. There's been no value had from the Amplification Matrix, from Immortality Fields. It's all just been Simple trying to stay alive.
Okay, Lip now very much trying to do the same. The heal starts streaming through. Pulse Bomb not going to be committed quite just yet. The rally is in. Chorong popping that one. Fixa has it on the opposite side as the primals get exchanged as well. Max and Bellisria both looking to just try to isolate and conquer where humanly possible, and that's going to be the first one fall, and his Lip will be taken down, but Fixa, yeah, a slightly higher value target found here as the cart, they don't keep playing it, it pushes into the finish, and that's going to be Crazy Raccoon getting to the end of the map in overtime.
Some cheeky smiles there from Crazy Raccoon. It's kind of endemic of what was going on throughout most of the match, where Crazy Raccoon, like, yeah, there were fights going on, but they were just pushing. They were just taking free push. Like, the entire second point was Crazy Raccoon just taking free push on the bottom until they had to win a single fight to get second point. And they were able to do so. Objective-based game, Seth. Objective-based game.
Well, it is indeed. The objectives, they did not come easily, but all three of them were obtained here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. So now, no win condition set up for the side of Poker Face. They have to make it to the end. They have to take this to extra innings. And they need to do it with a pretty decent time bank. But we were talking about it coming into this one. Didn't see it because they started on the attack. But Max now bringing the Sigma out. That's going to be on that Widow from the outset as well.
And this is an interesting move for Chorong. When they do run double flex, it is this composition. Chorong goes to the Illari, Shu plays the Ana, and it's just so much damage. Yeah, that was the only question I had about this Crazy Raccoon team is can Chorong play the double flex? And every time he's pulled it out, it's been pretty solid. We'll see if that trend continues.
Alrighty, well, for now, just only really getting a couple shots in here on to Velasria. Prime targets, of course, going to be staying tucked away. Anticipating this push forward here up close. Lip just tucking back at the bottom of the stairs. Proud gets a decent one there onto HeSung, but ultimately just going to be neutral fighting here for quite some time, it would seem like. Until the cart gets through this choke and out into the open, and that's when the Widows can really start to take hold. Simple in the meantime, he's on a deep flank. Looking around in from behind. Oh, gets the mid grapple headshot, taking out Lip. This is working an absolute treat here. Just keeping Choi Se-won completely sustained. Now they jump in, look for Chorong. HeSung gonna be taken down, and now Chorong will fall, shoot, likely to fall suit here. It's just he and Max realistically still left in here, and Fnatic Grasp not gonna be doing too much as you get attacked from behind, so cleanup comes in, and maybe one last contest available here. As Chorong, I think he's actually, nope, it's just movement tech. Oh, or is it real? It's not real.
What a flank, though, to not only take out Chorong's healing pylon, but they also isolated Shu with their tech. So there's essentially no healing on the ground, and Pokerface just cleans up everybody.
Contest is there. 3.8 meters left to go. Is Proud just whittling away at him, and Lip is going to be taken down. Choi Se-won able to get on top of him. It's defensive Widow. Just not finding much value here whatsoever. Max very low on ult charge, obviously, given the swap, so that's just going to be the cleanup of the cap here on A coming through. With a nasty time bank to work with and nearly 5 ultimates online.
They're just winning 1v1s right now. Proud is just getting the better of this Widow, and we thought that might be the reason why they picked this map. They also might have just picked this map because Simple knows flank routes and just wants to play this way too, because he's getting so much work done as the Kiri. Like I mentioned, there's a very definitive idea of your offensive backlines and your defensive backlines. And right now, Crazy Raccoon is on the back foot on defense, whereas Pokerface is just running it up the gut with the offensive backline.
Alright, well now Primal going to be popped here as Velasria goes in deep, just looking to bat them away and open up as much space as humanly possible here for this cart. Proud in the meantime, more than happy to just be sat on this hard line, waiting for Lip to peek out. Grapples over the side, the jump coming through, but HeSung not looking to overstay. Sees that Fixes right there alongside him, doesn't want to be slept and picked off. And I was going to be coming through here. Max the recipient of theirs, but it's only going to be good for one so far. HeSung will be able to find Proud, however, but right now it's supportless for the side of Crazy Raccoon as the cart continues to glide forward. There's no real staying power to try to stop this thing in its tracks, so it's going to have to be another reset.
It's too much burst damage came down on Chorong, because you'd imagine that it would have loved to hit that rally to stay alive during that, but the burst damage came in way too strong. However, the silver lining is you can come out and rally right now and hit every ult. Rally and Primal can come out and stall this.
Simple to this time. Hubris perhaps oversteps quite a bit. Ends up getting taken down, Swift stepping forward, and just no way to jump on top of Flippy. Had too much support around him. He's able to go ahead and find that headshot. So Crazy Raccoon going to be getting their first real semblance of control here as they hunt for Choi Se-won, trying to cut him off, but a bit of a bog there on the door frame means that they can't get the catch.
Well, decent economy saved as well for Crazy Raccoon, because I thought they might have to throw in the Primal just to be able to sustain and be able to hang out on the point, but they're able to hold back a couple of ultimates. Pokerface still in the full-on neutral right now, and the big thing for Crazy Raccoon is that they're going to have Nano up before either of the Pokerface support ultimates.
Now swaps over to the Echo is immediately going to be dealt with. Heesung just looking to hound him down. Multiple targets going to be spotted here in the side room. This is trying to make a play. As the Suzu is going to be there to try to deny if the pulse bump stick comes in. Let's play this out quite patiently, but we'll just go ahead and send a Hail Mary lob in, but cannot find it. Proud now swapped back over onto the Sombra. Missed that one, but he didn't miss. He is able to take down Limp, but now Simple fix up. Pulse going to fall. The port's broken down, and time continues to drain. This is going to be a bit of a juggle around here onto Belstria, trying to stop this Winston from getting his exit, and it will be able to do so.
Really well played there. I mean, the Proud Sombra is it's really tough to play an offensive Widow into a defensive Widow. They're just going to have the inherent advantage of sightlines. So we're seeing kind of mystery heroes happen all over the place. Proud is now on the Sojourn, which is not even a meme pick. I think people are legitimately think Sojourn's okay right now.
It's starting to resurge a little bit. Been seeing it more and more over in the Pacific League as well. So making a minor comeback, but yeah, just not really finding anything that sticks and needs to just continue to swap away as Lip, goes over to the cast. You don't want to play the Sombra into that one. See now, though, what the opener looks like. The cart rolled back quite considerably. It's only 1 minute and 13 seconds left remaining. Shoot with another nano, pushes that over on towards Max, who's still quite healthy, not under much threat. Decides back over the cart. Yep. Soon going to be gone. Pulse bomb in. A bit of damage going to go across, but it's just under the Winston, so nothing really too significant going to be found. Sustain coming through is Proud. Does get alive. Belstria popping the Primal, but now going to be slept and shoot. Able to find one. His choice one's going to be taken down. Primal rolling, but antied out here was Belstria. Continues to fall lower and lower on HP. We'll start to stream in, just desperately try to keep him sustained, but Jerome going to get picked off. He's going to be dead, but they're able to collect 2. His fix is similarly falling, and that's just going to be an extended team kill now. 30 seconds remaining. Pretty much everything in the kitchen sink has been thrown at this cart.
Well, the Nano Winston onto Simple just really forced their hand of having to run the Kitsune where they didn't want to defensively. And it just allows Crazy Raccoon to back around the corner, and there's not even an issue there. Really, you want to force that Kitsune onto the cart. That's where you want it as an offense. They were unable to do it.
Last-ditch effort now. Try to get themselves over to B, get that 1.5-minute bump up. Nearly another nano available here for Shu. Building these up rapidly. As the swap over onto that Junker Queen has come in. Overtime going to be forced out, but Fix are going to be taken down. The beat cannot come into play, and that just means that no one else is playing on the cart. Final whip shot to go ahead and push him away, and Crazy Raccoon. I mean, there's a yawn coming out from some of the players there. Just looking rough on the attack, but looking damn clean on the point B defense.
Yeah, you only have to win one side of the map to win the map, apparently. I mean, just the burst damage that come down to Fixa there, like, that was the critical play. Fixa had barrier. You want to save it for a good advantageous position, but at some point you kind of just, you need to get everyone in and then start fighting, but to lose your Lucio there before they even had a chance to get in, a little bit brutal. And let's give Max some flowers, not just a Sigma specialist. Looked pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was going to be a cause for concern when he moved over to the Winston on that attack. They were able to get through. Yep, squeaking by. Minor C9 perhaps at the end of that, but then just ended up playing it again, and he was just juggling people around, finding kills on that back line, picking off the supports. It was very, very well done from him. So, yeah, this is a dire spot to be in if you're Poker Face. You have one more map pick. See if you can start turning around this series. See if you can break that win streak. Otherwise, Crazy Raccoon going to be getting a 3-0. Going to be putting themselves way out in front here in this Seeding Decider tournament, as well as moving up to plus 24 in their map differential.
What a ridiculous, add to the Crazy Raccoon team is oh, you think that we just have this specialist coming in? We also just have one of the most versatile tanks on our bench too. Oh, you think we're just going to play Sigma? No, Max will just play whatever. If Max plays ball, I'm going to lose my mind. I swear I will lose my mind.
Well, we'll see if that is maybe going to come up at some point. But for now, we're going to go to another quick little break. When we come back, we'll see if it's going to be the series conclusion or if Poker Face will be able to fight back. Alrighty, welcome back. This could very well be the beginning of the end as we get ready to jump into map 3, and it looks like we're just about ready to go straight into things as Saravasa is going to be the map pick, the final one here for Poker Face, who now need to pull off a reverse sweep. And if they're able to do so, if they're able to get the win here, they will have delivered the first map loss to Crazy Raccoon all stage long, which in and of itself would be a victory.
Yeah, just playing spoiler a little bit. I don't think there's really a great hope that they're going to win this match. They've kind of just been outclassed. Not really badly, but Crazy Raccoon is just that much better than everybody else. Cerebus has been one of my favorite maps recently to watch. Junbin will come in and play ball, and they play this like ball Lucio Farah style that is just relentless. That you think you're safe and you're not. They always fight in weird spots. They make you take fights outside of the point. They don't let you get set up and set plays. Like, if Crazy Raccoon gets their momentum going on this map, it is ridiculous, and it could be like a 5-minute map.
Very well could be the case, and as you can see, remember we were already talking about him, Jinbin is going to be stepping back through. No substitutions on the side of Poker Face, though, so we'll just be sticking with the same 5 that we just saw there on Junkertown. So I'm curious to see what that ends up looking like. Maybe Choi Se-wan similarly going to be taking to the skies as well.
You'd think an Echo, maybe even Echo Cass, just to double down on the fact that there's very likely going to be a super aggressive Pharah. I mean, just the movement abilities that got changed with her, and I think that people are really unlocking the power of no damage fall off and just being able to rain in terror on people. It's been really fun to watch. I mean, I don't know, is it dive? It's Pharah dive with Lucio. Like, you need that to enable it, even though this map is Lucio. I think people are calling it. The whole map is the hero now, because you get the nice boost out of spawn. But yeah, watching relentless aggression on this map has been great. Now, there's other teams that kind of run different stuff, and usually, like, maybe New Junk City is a little more conducive to it, but like a Genji Venture Junker Queen is totally a viable comp if you want to cycle through. But the problem with that is like there's really nothing that shoots up. So what the Pharah does for a lot of these compositions is it forces the other team to not play what they want. So you have to counter the Pharah, otherwise you're just going to die over time.
Some proud fans here in the audience saying fighting as well as please carry.
Fair.
He was doing his damnedest.
Yeah, Proud's he's really got nice carry potential for sure. If you can get Proud on, like, if you get Proud on Ash on Blizzard World, you're gonna win. You're gonna win that map. Like that is Proud's money zone right there.
Well, here's to see what this all ends up looking like here. Do we just go ahead and get the great ball v ball battle? Choi Se-wan duking it out alongside He's Hung Up in the Skies.
I mean, Saravasa is so good for ball tech. Can we just sit on Junbin's POV this entire time and watch the dumbest stuff you've never thought of ball can pull off?
I mean, look, I will say it does feel like 2024, just given that Junbin is the best tank in the world right now. It feels like this is kind of the year of the Wrecking Ball. We're back to, you know, that Among era 6 years later. It's swung back around. It's like a Chinese zodiac. Now it's the year of the Wrecking Ball again. But because I mean, there's been some wonderful Wrecking Ball play across, I'd say, every single region that we have here in Asia. They just got eliminated, but I do have to give a shout out to Team Cat from Pacific with Magician, who is just an absolute lunatic on the Wrecking Ball in his own right. But here we go. Third map of the series, potentially the closer here for Crazy Raccoon. We will get into Saravasa and see if they're going to be able to keep that map streak alive for at least a little bit longer.
I was even watching some NA today, and there was plenty of good Wrecking Ball out there. Like, it is definitely the year of the ball. I think Retract has made a lot of interesting tech. You see so many Wrecking Balls just hanging above the spawn points, like the Sword of Damocles, just waiting for teams to come out so they can rock them.
Reference.
It's a good one. But yeah, Crazy Raccoon not gonna run it. They have run this this Maga comp before though. Like, they're pretty happy with it.
Alrighty, well, Maga in play, so Wait a little bit longer maybe for that ball. Maybe if this first fight doesn't go the way of Crazy Raccoon, we'll see the swap coming through. Either way, shots flying, but HaeJeokDan able to dodge out. Looking over to the opposite side here of the point now, wrapping around, looking to take a closer angle, get in on top of this doorway, and push in alongside the Malga. Takes a lot of damage though, is going to be burning down, and eventually Belstria with a punch will be able to pick him off. Lip now similarly going to fall, Chorong dead. That is going to be a very solid start here for PokerFace once again.
Well, mid-fight's always going to favor PokerFace in the compositions that they want to run. They want to run long range, they want to run poke, right? That's why they picked this map, is because the mid-fight is a poke mid-fight for sure, and that's where Proud can really shine. HaeJeokDan off of the Pharah, decides to go to a Genji just to deal with probably Proud in the backline.
Get on top of him, get on top of the supports a little bit more easily, so see how the swaps do look here for the squad, is already looking to force them away and clear out the point a bit. Belstria puts the fists up, keeps himself protected here for now, but Choice One going to be taken down as HaeJeokDan able to find the enemy Tracer. Junbin on the overrun, pushes his way forward, has that immortality field out from Shu to keep him protected. Slow field to kill that off, but just spam it on the right click. HaeJeokDan into a straight headshot. He's able to pick off Vix, and now the Consumer Rush is here in play. Junbin looking to get punched down, but Lip there alongside Junbin is able to answer back, finds the kills, the cleanup comes through, and Crazy Raccoon have already been in control.
The amount of space that HaeJeokDan and Junbin can open up for Lip is amazing. So, like, even when the Genji's not doing anything, just being alive back there and deflecting has 3 people turned around, and Lip is just cracking shots. There's no answer for it, there's no space, and PokerFace doesn't really have anything to deal with Lip just kind of unhinged. So Crazy Raccoon is like halfway dive and then let Lip shoot everything. It's not a bad strat.
No, certainly not. Proud now, Dynamite going to be a little bit shorted, but already does have that bomb online. Beat now, though, available for Chorong on the opposite side. It's Matrix as well from Shoot, could just shove them all back, and that is going to be the play. Matrix comes in. Bob not lasting very long in the back of that one. Is now the Dynamite connecting, the flip coming through, but Beat is in play. As Crazy Raccoon just looking to counter push back these players. Play now going to be drawn out, up into the air. Second swipe will find Proud, but Junbin and Shoot have been felled. The Annihilation doing some work, but HaeJeokDan comes up with another one now, breaking down the DPS line. It's Choice One will also fall. Chorong can get out alongside Fixa here. Trying to find the elimination here onto the enemy Lucio, but time is dwindling. They're ticking up. The contest is in, looking for the back cap in quotations. Is Chorong now backpedaling. For time forced. Reinforcements getting ready to come through. They retouch the point. Considering rush in play once again here for the side of Symbol, but Belstria is still going to be taken down. Shoot, able to find that kill. Overtime needs to be tapped. They're able to find it as HaeJeokDan will fall, but Lip clicking heads. You hear that final dink, and Junbin will have the alley-oop to take down Proud. It looks like this flashpoint might just be stolen away.
Lip on that crazy back flank too, and Simple had to drop that Kitsune Rush, hoping to do it defensively, but it is going to be Crazy Raccoon stealing that away. It felt like PokerFace was in much better position most of the time, but Crazy Raccoon, just enough damage goes through onto the supports, and now, yeah, we're kind of in the neutral game again. I mean, Choice One's got Pulse Bomb, but that's it.
More swaps here. HaeJeokDan over onto the Tracer. Proud on that Sojourn once more. Going to be a little bit of a side room fight here, but a disruptor shot will slow him up at the door, and Chorong cannot escape, so a headshot comes in. He gets taken down. It's going to be another good start here for the side of PokerFace as they're able to expound upon that one, finding HaeJeokDan and Shu. Plans for one back, but that's likely going to be the only value that he's able to find, given that everybody else is full HP, and he will fall. So first cap going to be going through for PokerFace once again.
Oddly enough, I think Sojourn is played largely for that disruptor. When you have these chokes like that, it just the value that you can pull out of it, because it's obviously not been the ult, it's not been rail charge or railgun shots, because those are just been nerfed. So the consistent damage is nice, but the AOE effect that Sojourn can bring has been really impactful in this map and in Runasabi.
Now look at the just clear out the point, get this flip here into their favor. Deadeye delays. Pulls him back for now, and Crazy Raccoon will be able to go ahead and snatch this away from them. Rail built up, seeking target, but I think HaeJeokDan will push over to the flank a little bit more, but just stay stagnant, so the rail goes wide. Picks up Beat, nearly online. Chorong just a hair before him on the build time, so it could just be shield for shield. Shoot, opening things up. There's a Kitsune Rush, the Beat coming out in response. Chorong now matching in that regard. Pulse Bomb online here for both sides as the Annihilation gets popped from Belstria, shoving back Lip as he's just desperately seeking a target, but he's firing almost too quickly. He's starting to get a little bit too scrambled. Chorong going to be dead. Proud able to find one. pushed off the point here for the time being. Minor delay coming through as HeSung continues to play forward, keeps this thing contested, but the final rail shot, no, not going to be fired off. It's just going to be Belzria who's able to find the kill. Lip will dive forward, giving his life over for some additional percentages, trying to gain as much of a lead as they possibly can before this flip comes in.
Yeah, they're just pinballing onto the point right now, trying to get as much percentage as humanly possible. The later Kitsune rush from Simple ended up being the turning point for that fight. Able to pull that one out. I mean, just dueling supports. Both barriers, both Kitsune rushes, but just a little bit later for Simple gives them the throughput that they need to pull that one off. We'll see if the cage fight should win a fight, right? Cage match.
Certainly can, but Shu's going to be taken down, so you're much less likely to use it now, but it looks like Jinbin's still going to be committing to this one. As Overclock is popped and Proud able to find target. Lip's going to be taken down, Belzria on the trade out. Point contested, overtime going to be forced as Crazy Raccoon once again looking to pull off the Great Bamboozle and steal this one away, but this time it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them as HeSung gets taken down, but Jinbin runs in, gets a stun, Proud's going to be taken down. They can keep this Malgus sustained, and maybe they have a fighting chance, but Choice1 puts an end to his life with that pulse. Now Shoot, dead. Choice1 just hovering around, trying to hound down Strong, will be able to do so, and that's going to be the overtime bleed and tying us up now. It's Poker Face scoop up this second flashpoint.
Jinbin's going to go to the Winston here. So a dive transition, and Bellosaria is going to answer by going with the JQ.
Solid swaps.
It's an effective counter.
And Jinbin, okay, yeah, this is going to be a little bit more time burnt here, so we'll be able to get there for the first contest. Team a little bit disjointed as he swaps over onto the Doom. Continuing with this. Multiple shares. Trying to find the advantage. Beat going to be dropped aggressively. Poker Face desperately want this cap. They want to start things off once again strongly. And Lip has already fell. Chorong sending the beat, but he's going to Ajax it. Fixa able to push him up into the sky and find the elimination. The beat's going to be gone. HeSung able to trade one back as the pulse bomb comes across, but Bellosaria now wreaking havoc. Finds Jinbin, finds Shu, and that is catastrophic for Crazy Raccoon.
Well, that's a characteristic I've been waiting to see for Poker Face pretty much all stage, is the killer instinct, the aggression to go in. You cannot let Crazy Raccoon sit back and just wait for Lip to hit shots on hit scan heroes. You have to go in, you have to force it, and when you force those things, it feels like, oh, well, I'm giving up beats. You're forcing out beat from the other side. You need to be an aggressive team.
A little squeaky bum time there from HeSung, but he makes it back up to solid ground. Yeah, crucial tool burnt there from Chorong. Very costly and already over 50% built up here on the point for Poker Face as they look to take the lead. But Jinbin with a punch charged up, finds Proud, picks it, going to be traded out in the neutral fight. Very much looks to go the way of Crazy Raccoons. But we'll find a stray headshot there to pick off Lip. As Belzria goes diving into the back line, trying to deal with the enemy Kiriko, but just will not be able to do so. So Flip's going to be coming through, but it's one fight for that point for Poker Face, and they're going to have some ultimates cycling up now.
Yeah, I mean, just to re-harp on the point of the aggression, you're forcing the other team to perhaps make mistakes. You can't just let a team as good as Crazy Raccoon sit on their laurels and just play the game that they want. You have to force out mistakes, which is what they did last time. I think that stupid, crazy aggression is always a good way to do that. I'm really interested to see if Bellosaria can just line up a good rampage. On the offense, especially on flashpoints, you should be able to line up 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, unless you get everybody closer together, get that cleanse going through. Rampage can find an immense amount of value. There is no sound barrier available. And Fix is going to be able to find HeSung, taking him down. Punch again coming through, though. Simple and Proud both going to be annihilated by Jinbin. Rampage gets committed to, but it's a complete and colossal whiff. Nothing found off the back of that one. Now Bellosaria is going to be taken down once again. It feels like these flashpoints are just escaping the grasp of Poker Face. Both the ones that Crazy Raccoon have been able to gain. It felt like Poker Face was widely in the driver's seat. They had all of the tools. They ended up losing out at the very last moments.
We'll see who gets more value out of Kitsune here. Bellosaria switches over to Ball just to be able to touch, but it's not going to matter. Point is locked in. What a spin cleanse.
Cannot find it. Shu, though, going to be taken down. Bellosaria, the first one, to go over here towards that Wrecking Ball, as you mentioned. As HeSung having a rough time in the sky so far. He'll end up getting picked off, but Jinbin is having a whale of a time on the Doom Fist. He's making this thing look like it's the centerpiece of the meta once again. 2 more kills for him, but decent trade backs going to be found here as the chase comes in. Troy will fall, so once again, Poker Face set themselves up for the first cap.
Yeah, first cap incoming. Crazy Raccoon is going to be able to match on the support ultimates, though. We'll see if Proud can get absolutely anything done. This ult for Sojourn has been so pathetic lately. I'm rooting for it, but you kind of almost need like a damage boost or something to go with it. So maybe you sit in the Kitsune Rush.
I mean, Heesung just dead again. Be expended there from the side of Chorong. Shu still holding on to the Kitsune Rush. Might not find the opportunity to use it. No, he will not. Proud will go ahead and pick him down with a rail shot. And that is going to be the fight victory, going the way of Poker Face, maintaining their control. They look to take us to a 5th and final.
Yeah, Proud's been hitting all of these shots, and maybe this is a soft Pharah counter. We've been looking for kind of a Pharah counter that's not Echo, and maybe it's just the tighter spread that Sojourn got buffed recently, and then you hit a rail on it. Like, maybe that is one of the answers. Maybe Sojourn could be the answer.
Oh, dude, Proud is just getting juggled around. Does manage to stay alive this time, but Belfry is going to be taken out. Chorong's able to find that kill. Barrage now going to be dropped in as Heesung arrives to the party. The 2 kills picked up for him as Fixup going to push back. And with the punch, takes out Simple, finds the other support. Team kill comes through. And just before overtime would have rolled in, Crazy Raccoon will gain control of this point, but this has been very slow going for them. There's about to be a minefield, the overclock, the pulse bomb, all available here for the side of Poker Face.
Maybe, but they're in a really good position to be able to use their ults effectively. Like, I mean, the ult, I guess. Defensively, Kitsune Rush is always so much better, and especially at this point where the offensive team kind of has to come around a corner, and without any people in the air, ball, it can be hard to get in position.
Drops in, minefield occupying the point here for now. As Kitsune Rush does go through from Shu. Proud seeking a target, the flip now in.
They flipped
Clutch
it.
comes through. So overtime going to be forced out as Junbin comes in for the dive once again. Proud just holding onto this rail, desperately needing a weaker target. Somebody can try to pick up, and Heesung is able to find Fix-Up. Sniping him out. Putting himself at a little bit of risk. Takes to the skies once again. Is Proud now going to be eliminated. Poker Face is starting to bleed out members. Crazy Raccoon looking for the flip back into their favor. They will be able to find it, but there's still a ways to go.
I just don't know how Junbin does what Junbin does. It's insanity. There's going to be one more fight.
He's almost got a minefield, by the way.
Yeah, of course he does. It's the least surprising thing I've ever heard. It also, Poker Face is so behind as far as the barrier. Now, they will have Kitsune Rush. It's just not the best engagement tool on this point, on this architecture. I feel like Crazy Raccoon can just kite it.
They need to get the touch. Okay, there it is. Flips into the pulse bomb. Not going to be able to find a kill there, but he finds Choice One on the back end, and no one else can make it to the point in time. Why does every map end this way?
I think it's your fault, probably. Yeah, Crazy Raccoon just somehow pull it out in the end. Junbin's tech is just ridiculous. It's not only the ball, it's the Doomfist as well. And there's just no weaknesses on this team. I mean, I don't have enough adjectives for this team. I really
Unbelievable display here from the side of Crazy Raccoon. Just never really getting shaken up. Every single time it felt like Poker Face had it in their grasp, whether it was Junkertown, whether it was Suravasa, even a couple moments on Lijiang Tower. They just managed to clutch it out. They cause and stir up so much chaos that Poker Face just kind of gets lost in the sauce, and Crazy Raccoon are able to capitalize because they're unwavering. Our player of the match, though, we'll go ahead and jump straight into this one. It was a bid. Seeing that Junbin was getting subbed back in on Suravasa after that Junkertown,
Yeah.
I said, you know what? I think Junbin's going to come in. I think he's going to play ball, and I think he's going to go absolutely ape on them. That happened at the very end, but for the most part, it was that Doomfist that he swapped over to that was just causing so much trouble for Poker Face. So in the end, the prediction on the player of the match vote is just, it's 5-head.
All credit in the world to you, Seth, who preemptively said, if Junbin's coming back in, I'm voting for Junbin. Because we vote after 2 maps, right? So we have, like, there was one Junbin map, there was one Max map, and it's like, well, who do I pick? I was, like, kind of like, maybe Chorong, maybe Shu. Like, it was just kind of muddy, and you're like, well, Junbin's coming back in, and we're going to Suravasa. I'm voting Junbin preemptively. So I followed your advice, and yeah, absolutely. What a monster. And it's, you know, the ball, obviously, we know about that, but that Doomfist came in and was really a game changer.
Yeah, it was a fantastic swap. It just, immediate value, boom, just like that. Just picking off Proud. I mean, Crowder's having a rough time trying to survive, trying to get some value with that Sojourn, but at every twist and turn, Jinbin was just pretty much there on top of him.
This one punch right there. The empowered punch to double kill. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's just...
I just feel like I feel like Junbin's mental warfare. Like, it's got to tilt the other team that you can just never kill him. Whether it's Ball, whether it's Doomfist, it's everything.
He's so elusive, and the support system behind him is just gorgeous to watch. But it's time to go ahead and hear from the man himself, so I'll pass it back over to Quest for some translations.
Thank you, Achilles. We are here with the first POTM interview of the day. Of course, their undefeated map streak continues as Junbin is on stage for the POTM interview. And the introductions coming out from Junbin. Of course, first question. ZETA continues their dominance as their undefeated map streak continues. So how do you feel about the victory today?
오늘 그냥 준비한 대로 하니까 3대 0으로 이긴 것 같아요.
I think that we just stuck to our game plan, and I think that's why we won 3-0.
자신 넘치는 한마디 들어봤습니다. 오늘 전반적으로 상대가 굉장히 많이
Of course, Poker Face looked as if they thoroughly prepared for today's match, especially, and there were some close moments, and especially in Junkertown.
바로 극복하는 모습을 보여줬어요.
And of course, but Crazy Raccoon overcame it. And was there a player that kind of held it together mentally for the team?
완전하고 있었는데 그냥 저희가 이제 쓰레기촌 준비를 생각보다 상대방이 잘해가지고.
The Poker Face prepared for Junkertown much more thoroughly than we anticipated, and of course I was on bench, so I was watching it.
해줬다라는 말을 해주셨는데요. 오늘 전반적으로 게임 흐름이 어땠는지도 궁금해요.
And can you tell us about the momentum?
그냥 쓰레기촌이랑 수라바사 때 조금 조합이 꼬인 거 말고는
there were some
조합이 꼬였지만 그래도
mix-ups in terms of team comps for Junkertown and Suravasa, but everything else I think it went pretty well.
팀의 전략이 있었어요. 이런 것들은 좀 어떻게 파괴했나요?
So how did you respond to the enemy's Ramatra pick?
라마트라 조합을 할 거라고는 생각 못 했는데.
We didn't anticipate it. We didn't anticipate in Ramatra. We didn't anticipate a Ramatra comp, but again, we just stuck to our game plan, and things worked out. And so you continue to push limits on Wrecking Ball. Of course, Coach Moon has even recognized it by saying, "Hey, you can play Wrecking Ball." So, what do you have some tips for playing Wrecking Ball for the everyday users?
그 쿨타임 이제 0초로 해놓고 많이 맵 돌아다니면은
set the cooldowns to 0 and just roll around on every map
연습을 많이 안 해서
and just practice the movements
라는 말도 해주셨습니다.
and practice a lot, he says.
입문한 유저들이 굉장히 많단 말이에요. 유저들에게도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
So what would you like to say to all the users that started playing Wrecking Ball from watching you?
이제 좀 뭐라 욕을 많이 먹긴 하는데 재밌으니까 이제
people might chew you out if you play uncompetitive, but it's fun, so just have fun and keep playing.
아니요.
And of course, he can't be responsible for what he said. But yeah, he says to keep playing Wrecking Ball. So of course, fans are always smiling when they just hear the two words Crazy Raccoon. So please say a few words to your fans.
이제 내일이랑 내일 모레 경기 2개.
Of course, we have 2 matches coming up.
다 무실 세트로 이기고 1시드로 올라가도록 하겠습니다.
We will make sure to not drop a single map and move on to the playoffs as the first seed. And that was the POTM interview with Junbin from Crazy Raccoon. And before we head into the second match of the day, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and Hex.
Thank you very much, Quest, for the translations, rather. As always, good to hear from Junbin. But yeah, follow his advice at your own risk. As very well may get chewed out by some of your cohorts there in ranked if you want to try to use it. But anyway, we're just getting started. We're getting ready to go into our second series, and this one is a surefire banger. We've got ZETA versus Falcons. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
안녕하세요. 제타 디비전에서 탱커 포지션을 맡고 있는 베르나르라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 바이올렛이라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 핀이라고 합니다.
메인 DPS 맡고 있는 플로라라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 희성이라고 합니다.
딜러를 맡고 있는 알파이라고 합니다.
열심히 해서 이런 좋은 팀 오게 돼서 좋고 신입의 패기가 뭔지 보여드리겠습니다.
좋은 팀에 좋은 스폰이 들어와가지고 저희가 좀 연습할 환경이 좀 좋아진 것 같아서 더 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있을 것 같아요.
스폰이 생겨가지고 이제 합숙을 하게 됐는데 이제 그러면서 더 선수들끼리 친해지고 좋은 성적을 거둘 것 같습니다.
솔직히 좀 만족하지 못한 성적이고 꼭 이번 OWCS에서는 우승하고 스웨덴 가서도 우승을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 저희가 코리아랑 아시아 둘 다 3위 했는데 좀 아쉽다고 생각을 하고 좀 더 잘할 수 있는 팀이었다고 생각을 하는데 이제 합숙도 해서 더 좋은 연습 환경 갖췄으니까 우승할 수 있도록 노력하면 될 것 같습니다.
아무래도 같은 탱커라서 저를 항상 이제 좀 이해를 해주고 항상 POTM 투표도 항상 저를 해준다고 하더라고요. 그래서 고맙고요. 탱커가 사실 제가 힘든 포지션이거든요. 항상 못하면 티도 많이 나고 잘해도 티가 안 나고 그런 포지션인데 다들 화이팅 하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
목표는 당연히 1등이고
이번 각오는 절대 3등은 안 하겠습니다.
당연히 우승이라고 생각하고요. 제가 항상 각오로 이제 3등을 안 하고 싶다고 했는데 이번에는 꼭 안 하도록 하겠습니다.
일단 저희가 지금 사우디 대회까지 해가지고 3등을 거의 3번 해가지고 저 홍진호급이 돼서 이제 1위 들어갈 때가 되지 않았나 싶어요.
스웨덴 가고 싶고요. 진짜 3등만 하기 싫습니다. 3등 말고 1, 2등 하겠습니다. 3등만 하기 싫어. 저희 팀 응원해 주시는 분들이 자부심 가질 수 있게 이번에는 꼭 우승해 보도록 하겠습니다.
저희를 이제 항상 응원해 주시고 이제 경기도 보러 와 주시고 하는 팬분들 덕분에 이렇게 저희가 좋은 환경이나 이제 좋은 팀도 구할 수 있고 하게 되는 건데 그에 보답할 수 있도록 저희도 노력도 많이 해서 좋은 경기를 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
日本で応援してくれてる方に感謝します。ありがとうございます。
今 OWCS コリアにクレイジーラクーンとゼタっていう日本のチームが2つあるんですが、ラクーンが今まで優勝もう3回取っちゃったんで、今ゼタが入ってからは優勝はゼタが取ろうと思います。頑張ります。
ゼタ
화이팅!
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 스머프라고 합니다.
This is Sir Majid from Team Falcons. I play flex support.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 필더라고 합니다.
팔콘에서 덱을 맡고 있는 스토커입니다.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 치오입니다.
팀 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 한빈이라고 합니다.
팀 팔콘에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 프로퍼라고 합니다.
아무래도 일단 저희 팀의 주장인 한빈 형이 요즘 폼이 많이 좋은 것 같더라고요. 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
A player that got better in our team, I think it's Stalker from last season.
필더 선수가 요즘 먹는 폼이 장난 아니어가지고 이제 먹는 폼만큼 게임 폼도 좀 오를 거라 생각하기 때문에 저는 필더를 하겠습니다.
당연히 1위 팀은 저희 팀이고 2위 라쿤, 3위 제타, 4위 아래는 뭐 또이또이 할 것 같아요.
1등은 당연히 팔콘이고 2등은 라쿤, 3등까지는 제타, 나머지는 다 몰라가지고
이번에도 라이벌 팀은 라쿤밖에 없을 것 같습니다.
I think just Raccoons and Zeta maybe. What do you think?
Oh, your opinion.
I wanna see your opinion. Because you're a coach.
전적은 라쿤이 더 앞서긴 하는데 기량은 저희가 더 앞서는 것 같다고 생각해요.
지금까지는 라쿤이 더 우세하고 있지만 마지막까지도 똑같이 생각할지는 잘 모르겠어요.
지난번에 2번 준우승했을 때는 솔직히 실력도 실력이지만 운이 안 좋았다 생각했어가지고 이번엔 좀 운만 따라주면은 이길 수 있다 생각합니다.
이번에는 정말로 진짜 이길 수 있을 것 같고 그만큼 자신 있습니다.
앞으로의 남은 경기들은 저희가 이길 테니까 너무 속상해하지 않으셨으면 합니다.
계속 이기셔가지고 많이 잠 안 들어가고 계실 텐데 이번엔 다시 죽여버리도록 하겠습니다.
재현이 형 기대하고 있어. 혼내주러 갈게. 이번에야말로 우승 한번 다시 해보도록 하겠습니다.
I need more playtime. That's my goal. Our goal this season is just qualify for Sweden and win, hopefully.
이번에는 스웨덴까지 우승 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
열심히 해서 스스로 만족할 수 있는 그런 경기들을 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해 주시고 최근에는 좀 많이 응원보다는 위로를 많이 듣게 됐었는데 응원으로 바뀌도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해주셔서 감사하고 이번에는 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
저희 팔콘 팬이신 거에 대한 뿌듯함을 느끼게 하실 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you guys for supporting us and 감사합니다.
팔콘
파이팅!
Alrighty, we are back and about to go into the second series of the day, and this one should be a little bit closer at the very least. We've got ZETA Division going up against Team Falcons, and yeah, this one's going to be a big battle. These two teams have widely been clashing for that second place position ever since the Crazy Raccoon takeover of Stage 1, and I am not too certain as far as who's going to come out on top of this one.
No, I don't think it's going to be a 3-0. It's the only thing I feel pretty comfortable saying. I feel like this one should definitely be closer. I also do want to go out on a limb and say I think we're going to see Juno, because I think Violet is a lunatic. The only player I would say would be more likely to play Juno, like a new hero, like on support, than Violet would be Rascal, who also coaches ZETA Division. So like if there is a team primed to play Juno, it is ZETA Division. Maybe not, but like, you know, we can always dream. These teams are, yeah, go ahead.
I said I could see it. I could see it happening.
Yeah. I mean, these two teams are super close. ZETA Division obviously won earlier this year, but Falcons have been playing better lately. I think just like dealing with their roster has been smarter lately. You know, Stalker's not been permabenched anymore. They realize where Happy is good, where Stalker is good, obviously, and where to bring in, you know, Surmajed as well. So this team has a ton of versatility. It's really interesting because the Falcons team, when they want to play like double flex support, they bring in Surmajed, but you know, the ZETA Division team, when they want to play double flex support, they just play double flex support because they've got Violet on that roster.
Yep, they just say, okay, Violet, go to something that's a little bit more aggressive, something that you can kill people on, and you know, maybe Juno is going to be a part of that puzzle here for them. But for now, we will have the teams starting to make their way out onto stage. So here it is, ZETA Division in their entirety. As we, of course, do have potential tank swap that could be coming through between Bernard as well as Heesung.
It's been nice to see Heesung play as well as they have. A pickup that was supposed to replace Fearless so that they could have a monkey and a ball, and has been playing really solid.
Overall, been strong performances so far. As now, we'll go ahead and bring out the masses of Team Falcons. I mean, we talked about Pokerface having a lot of depth and a lot of versatility in the roster. Falcons are
maxed out.
They're not any different in that regard. Plenty of players they can pull from here. Curious to see what swaps, if any, do come through here as they make their way over to the sides. Get ready to take their seats and do battle. We'll get the graphic up here in a little bit and take a look at what the starting rosters are going to be as well.
I think there's something to be said for morale for this team, too, of just getting players in that were kind of on the bench forever, and everyone gets to kind of play now. I mean, obviously, we're not giving out participation awards, but it's good for that squad to be like, oh, Stalker, no, you still are a vital part of this team. Oh, Surmajed, you're still a vital part of this team, and everyone getting to play, and they've looked better for it. I think they were trying to force Happy early on because they wanted to get Happy acclimated and back into the mix. But yeah, this ZETA Division team, I mean, if Alpha Yi and Flora can play consistently at the level that we know they can play at, they could beat anybody.
All right, well, it is going to be Happy, Hanbin, and Surmajed on the bench to start things off. But, of course, depending on what the map picks end up looking like as we go deeper into this series, we could very easily see that change. As it seems like everyone's been having a good time. Actually, I ran into Surmajed just last weekend, and he was just like, "Oh, hey, yeah, like I'm just chilling. Like everything's good. Team vibes have been, been solid and everything like that." I'm like, "All right, cool. Glad to hear it. Best of luck in the tournament."
Yeah, that was a question about this squad probably 2-3 weeks ago of like, how is the mental going on this team? Is there infighting? What is really going on? But it seems like they have kind of sussed that out and figured out like what is going to be the best way forward for us. We have 8 people on the roster. We got to give people playing time. There's talent on this team, and Stalker coming in and crushing has been a great boon for them.
All right, well, let's get ready to hear from some of the talent themselves as we once again pass it over to Quest.
Thank you very much, Achilles. We are here with the second team rep interview of the day. Of course, we have the 2 team reps on stage for ZETA Division and for Team Falcons. And on ZETA Division side, we have Violet.
네, 바이올렛 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 팀 팔콘.
And on Team Falcons side,
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘 딜러 해피라고.
We have Happy representing his team.
네, 해피 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 두 팀 맞대결 전적이 있는 만큼
Of course,
오늘
their
어떻게
head-to-head
경기가
record,
될지 기대가 되는데요. 지난
ZETA
맞대결에서는
in their last
디비전이
match
3대1로
beat
승리를
Falcons
거뒀었어요.
3-1.
그만큼 오늘도 승리
So,
가져갈 수 있을지
is ZETA
궁금한데요.
division confident that they will triumph again?
충분히 이길 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
I think that, you know, it'll be,
방심만 안 하면
as long as we don't get
이길 수 있다라고
complacent,
말씀을
it will we will
그렇다면 팀
definitely
팔콘,
be
지난
able to
경기
take the
보완해서
victory.
오늘은 경기 가져올 수 있을까요?
And how about Team Falcons?
전에도 말씀드린 것 같은데 그때는
Uh,
적응하는 단계였다고
Just like last time,
생각해요.
we
지금
were
많이
in the middle of adjusting things for our
이길 수 있을 것
team,
같아요.
and
자,
we are
이제는
confident that
완성
we will
단계에
be,
올라왔기
we are close
때문에
to
지난 경기
perfection.
같지만은 않을 거다라고
So
말씀을
we will definitely be able to
해주셨어요.
take the win
지난
today.
작년에 한솥밥을 먹었던 두 선수.
Of course, both players were on the same team last year. Houston Outlaws, for those that don't know.
서로의
But now you guys meet as
경기력에
enemies.
대해서 한번 평가해볼까요?
So how do you rate each other's gameplay
오늘
this season?
해피가 주사위가 6이 뜨면 질 것 같습니다.
I think if Happy's
오,
dice,
자,
so his
그렇다면
performance is
육이
at
안
his
뜨면요?
peak, if his dice is
육이 안
at his 6,
뜨면은
then we might lose. But
자,
if
오늘 주사위
we low roll that
육이
dice,
뜰 것
it
같나요,
will.
해피 선수?
I think we will win.
제가 할지 안 할지 모르겠어서 모르겠는데.
Happy says, "Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna roll high, if I'm gonna get a high roll or a low roll."
민기도 확실히 나이를 먹은 것 같아요.
But Violet, of course, he's good at the game,
잘
but he's also pretty old.
조금 아쉽습니다.
So he says
자,
it's
이렇게
a
또
little
겸손하게
disappointing.
서로의 경기력을 평가를 해주셨는데 말 속에 뼈가 있는 것 같습니다. 자, 오늘 순위 결정전
Of course, this is the
첫
first
경기인
seeding decider
만큼
match
양팀
for
모두
both
좀
teams.
긴장을 했을 수도 있을 것 같아요.
Of course.
팬분들도 긴장했을 수도 있는데
It's an important
팬분들께도
step
한마디
towards the
부탁드립니다.
playoffs, so fans are on the edge of the seats as well.
응원하러
So can you please say a few words to them?
감사하고
Thank you
좋은
so much
경기력을
for
보답하겠습니다.
coming to support us,
네,
and
오늘
please
경기
make sure to
승리로
support us
보답하겠다라고
for our
말씀해
future matches as
주셨는데요.
well.
그렇다면 해피 선수는요?
And as for Happy's,
저희 준비 많이 했으니까
we prepared a
응원
lot,
열심히 해주시면
so
좋은
please
모습으로
cheer for us,
보답드리겠습니다.
and please continue to
네,
support us.
오늘은
Thank
더
you very
좋은
much.
모습 보여드리겠다라고 말씀해 주셨습니다.
And that was a team rep interview between both teams. And before we head into the match, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and Hex.
마무리했던 팀들인 만큼 오늘 얼마나 더 치열할지.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure what Happy is yapping about. He's a year older than Violet is. He's 25. Violet's 24 years old. And also, can we stop quantifying that as being old? I guess in the sphere of gaming, perhaps. But for Hex and I think we need to raise the bar a little bit as far as what qualifies you for that terminology. Anybody in the chat agree? No? All right.
Very unlikely. Yeah.
Semper Fi, guys.
It's a bunch of alphas in the chat. I was just thrilled. Just like those are two of my favorite players of all time. So I was just kind of fanboying out, just watching both those guys on stage, being able to still play against each other, and former teammates. So this is ZETA Division's pick, right? They're second place. Lijiang Tower will be our first map as we head into control. I think I say this about them pretty often, but like as long as the damage can play up to spec, ZETA Division should be able to win. It's just the consistency issue that I still having a hard time getting over. Maybe it's an old reputation for a couple of these guys, but there is that reputation for a reason. And then Falcons, we'll see what kind of moves they want to make. ZETA Division's pretty much set in their rosters and set in their ways.
I mean, they talked about it in the interview. It was a 3-1 last time out for ZETA Division to be able to take the win. That certainly is possible here again if Happy does happen to low roll. But we also can't forget the 80K Ajax. Like that's a thing that happened. It wasn't in this tournament, sure. It was a while ago now at this point, but it was a thing that did happen, and it could very well happen again. And as the stakes get higher and higher, you become more prevalent to make mistakes because the nerves start rising.
But it's the least surprising player ever that it happened to, right? Like, was anyone stunned that it was Violet? Like, we know that that's kind of what Violet has in the bank, It's like the best player in the world, and also for 5 seconds, every tournament, the worst player in the world. That's just what Violet is. I don't mean that in any disrespect. It's just been the MO. It's kind of the entire character of Violet. But yeah, that's what Runasabi will be remembered by forever. That is now the Runasabi thing.
It's kind of a reverse of the old adage. It's that a working clock is wrong twice a day. But every other time, it's super solid. But sometimes...
Every other time, it's a great clock.
Yep, you just sometimes have those little mistakes. For a second, I thought this was Violet drawn as Reinhardt, and I was like, why? But it looks cool. And then I was like, oh no, it's Alari. Which makes way more sense.
Yeah, I mean, Violet's Alari and mostly Violet's Kiri have been really insane, and that's the big boon. Like the support line's flexibility of being able to, like, I mean, Violet was a flex support to begin with, and then played main support, and I thought his Lucio leveled up and leveled up and leveled up all throughout the years, and then when you still get to put Violet on flex support, like his Kiri on King's Row has been a game changer. It's just, he's really able to carry on that role, and so when other teams have to swap in somebody to run double flex, that is not an issue at all for ZETA, and I think they're actually better at double flex than most teams because of that.
Yeah, no, I'd fully agree. I think that instant flexibility to be able to just go from playing, double flex. Okay, they're making a pivot. Whether it's something like Saravasa or a push map where you need to be able to just have a fast swap and completely change your composition to be able to run, instead of the Ana Bap, go straight over to that Lucio Kiriko. The fact that they can just do that and not really have any kind of dip in performance whatsoever.
No fall off.
Yeah, it's such a huge boon here for the side of ZETA Division, but looks like final ready checks have gone through. As Violet just making sure that he's got his little mic cover situated here. It's not going to fall off. Don't need plosives going into his teammates' ears.
Yeah, so very likely going to start off on either Ball or Winston. That's what these tanks are known for. Smurf has kind of had a little bit of a resurgence. The first couple of weeks I was kind of like iffy on Smurf, but he's been playing really well lately. Obviously, the support lines are ridiculously consistent. For me, it's just about like which one of these damage lines is going to go off. I think we're going to see 1v1s in a lot of instances, and which damage line is going to be up to the task today. They've actually, even Proper's been somewhat inconsistent lately, so it's just really interesting what this front line is going to look like.
Alrighty, well, Zilishang Tower once again starting on Gardens. As for now, Violet is teasing. He's got the hover.
Yeah. It's gonna
Something tells me it's just there's no way that you don't play Lucio here on Gardens. There's no way you don't play Lucio here on Gardens. He's doing it. You're right.
I told you it's gonna be Violet.
Oh, I've never been more happy to see you be correct. All right, we've got Juno in play. Violet at least going to be opening up here with us. As for now, just waiting for the opportunity. As Finn going to be dove on. Violet now at risk. Sends out some of that artillery here, and Smurf will be traded out. A little more damage going to be pumped across as they look to try to take out Proper. He's down at single-digit HP. They just haven't quite been able to confirm that kill. After a little bit of back and forth, for now, point is going to be occupied by Falcons as the hack comes across here onto Alpha E, so he will be grounded for the moment, but Chio going to be taken down as Flora alongside Violet, applying that elimination. That opens things up for the ZETA Division to be able to go ahead and scoop this one up for themselves, not allowing for any percentage gain here for the side of Falcons as the cleanup will continue.
It's just going to be so interesting to see how this ends up playing out. I mean, Finn died early there, and that's the question I have with Juno, is how well are you able to work with somebody else in your backline? Obviously, like, you can disengage. That disengage looked like it was just for Violet, not Finn, but worked out well. They end up capping point.
Yeah, I mean, tried to give him a little bit of a bailout, setting up the hyper rings, try to get him some move speed. He was already dead, but you can see he's just using those jets to go ahead and skirt off the side of the map, play a little bit more elusively out of range of the enemy Winston and enemy DPS. Proper now shifting over onto the far himself as Flora backpedaling every which way that he goes. He's met with some opposition, so ultimately we'll have to pull away, but Finn having a rough go of it now. Does get sent off the side of the map, I do believe, as Proper finds a concussive shot. Another kill, and the flip is in. Now Violet going to be taken down as soon as he gets the, what's this called? Orbital Ray online.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to, I've played it, but I don't never know the terms. I'm just glad there is a new ability that's not called gravitic. I feel like we've called a lot of things gravitic for a while. Yeah, I mean, the Ray is weird. It moves really slow.
Speaking of which, well, there it is. Ray's going to be dropped in. Try to ride alongside it here, keep sustained as almost on the side of the map there was Fielder, but he goes right, gets barrel stuffed here by Alfie, who's looking for a little bit more, but Proper will just go ahead and fall. So right back into the control here is the point. ZETA Division only having to commit that orbital ray to win the fight, and now they're going to be stretching this lead significantly.
Yeah, four ultimates coming up for ZETA Division 2 on the defense. They're going to be able to really stall this out. So you'd imagine like they don't lose this next fight. They at least be able to stall it out with Primal. The question is ZETA Division cowards, or are they going to nano the full?
Well, Artillery in, Violet able to find one. A Stalker will be taken down. Juno getting shuffled around, but Violet going to be the recipient of the nano boost.
Why not?
I mean, he's now just looking to try to snipe Proper out of the sky. Puts a little bit of damage down, but he's already 60% towards the next orbital ray.
Right, so perhaps that was a little over the top, but, you know, like, either you're going to play defensively in standard, you nano your Winston, or you get aggro and you nano your Pharah. I'm all about nanoing the Juno. Like, sure, why not?
Yeah, that's great. Well, now, jumping forward here, playing out in front of the spawn room doors. This is going to be HaeJeokDan sending some people off the side of the map as Fielder ends up getting picked. Touches in, Stalker does force out this overtime here. It's basically all on his lonesome. Dashing to the side, now going to be taken down. Geo dropping the beat, but it's basically going to be a solo, but Proper with a knife shot will be able to take out Alpha Yi. Bit of that damage peeled coming through here, but still plenty more work to be done. It's Violet, nearly with that next ult online. Point for now going to be occupied. HaeJeokDan going to be taken out by that barrage, so it seems like maybe a full reset here for the side of the division.
Yeah, just try to get yourself in position to win the next fight, and maybe the Orbital Ray won't come into it. Maybe that's a combo, Orbital Ray and Barrage. I still feel that you die immediately as Pharah, even if that happens, but we'll see. We're learning a lot. Here's the way.
Oh, Violet going to be taken down as soon as he sends out the ultimate. Fielder, however, going to be traded as far as able to get into the back line. HP bars out, still looking a bit rough here for the side of the ZETA Division, as Barrage is going to be committed to, but Alfie is only going to be good for one. Proper at the same time, though, cleans up two. 41% of the way towards his next barrage, and Falcons are now going to crest past 60%.
I wonder if this is a switch from Alpha 8. No, he's just going to send it and stay on Pharah. I thought maybe an Echo switch would be incoming for them. ZETA Division is going to have Nano. They're going to be really far ahead as far as Nano goes. And again, they only need one more fight.
And both teams now. It's Violet seeking a target there with the torpedoes, not artillery. And he's going to get jumped on. Ends up falling down. Alfie dead at the same time. And now it's looking very rough inside of ZETA Division. One last fight here for both squads, as there's still a primal from Smurf to be able to delay the point.
Alfie and the Widow. Is this just a spawn Widow? It's gotta be just be a spawn Widow.
Just trying to, just see if there's gonna be anybody there, but Swamp's back over. Nano now online. Touch having to come through.
Nano.
I mean, Smurf is just keeping them completely occupied over here by the point. Now, Primal's gonna be popped. Proper gets taken down. There's a sleep dart, force and peel. Overtime forced out as they look for the flip. Pulse apps across, pulse bomb sticks. HaeJeokDan obliterated. Geo will get traded, however, as Alfie is able to collect one onto the enemy Lucio. Smurf for now just looking to keep things occupied and keep this point in contention.
Stalker's about to Tracer right now.
Yeah, he's coming out on top. Flora waiting to respawn. HaeJeokDan just now back into the action, but now both supports are going to be taken out. Stalker's able to find it. The overtime nearly bleeds down. Nearly a monstrous C9 there for the side of Falcons, but now they look to hold the doors. The barrage comes in. HaeJeokDan rival in play, but the flip comes through. They're in control. Retouch comes in. Geo just looking to boop them off. Rotates around, keeps some heals here on a Fielder who does nearly have that next Nano ready to go. HaeJeokDan hitting the floor, taking a nap now, going to be killed off as Fielder's able to find that elimination, and Flora needs to go absolutely monstrous here with this pulse bomb, but it just does not have too great of targets as the Nano is out and he's been taken down. This round goes the way of Falcons in a 26 to 99% comeback, I believe. Something to that effect.
Yeah, I think once the curveball of the Juno, dissipated a little bit when they kind of figured out what was going on, they were able to bring it back. How is Stalker on the bench for like 3 weeks? Like, what are we doing here? This is such a good Tracer, and we've been in a pretty strict Tracer meta for the entire stage. There's not a time where Tracer's been a bad hero to pick. So, yeah, it's great to see Stalker back in there. I think Happy's Tracer is fine-ish, right? Like, but it's not the level of Stalker Tracer.
Are we doing this though? Are we just trading hands? Violet's going to be playing the Kiriko, and now Finn is going to be picking up the Juno here for himself.
All right. We'll see if it's a little... Yeah, see if it's a little better on this map where it's close quarters. Maybe you can use the Hyper Ring to engage.
I feel like your escape options are that much more limited, though, because you can't just go drifting off the side of the map with the hover boots.
Right.
So, either way, we'll see how they pilot this. Fielder nearly picked off. Of course, he's just going to be playing here with this Moira.
We have a Moira.
Yeah.
A Moira.
And the Fielder special. Torpedoes getting a decent amount of damage across there from Finn, but Kill's still not going to be found as Floor tucking back around the corner. Just has to go for the reload. He's right back out into the open, trying to utilize that lifesteal, but Finn is able to find the first kill as Fielder will eventually fall. Hold up on the Torpedoes once again, just layering in this damage consistently while trying to keep everybody sustained. Let's see, damage spilling across here onto these players, but eventually it looks like ZETA Division will be able to come out on top. Just the final couple shots here onto Smurf. Trying to stay tucked in behind the shield, but eventually he will fall.
Yeah, eventually the poke comes through. This is such a brawly mirror right now. So Stalker's gonna play this life, and you really need value out of these walls. This is the reason you run Mei, is for the walls. Yeah, icicles are nice, but you're map editing. You have to isolate somebody on this Mei, otherwise you're losing value by not running Tracer.
Okay, well, there's Flora taken down. Smurf is able to find that kill. Little right now going to come into play is HeSung with the slow field is able to take down Stalker. Freeze going to come through here, but so I'm going to get cleansed under that one. Now the Annihilation going to be rolling. Smurf does have one of his own, but not letting it rip quite just yet. Now sends it as the beat comes through, as well as that Coalescence. And I mean, there's just particles all over the damn screen as Popper now unleashes. The Death Blossom goes through. Violet going to be taken down. Flora dead as well. As the fight turnaround looks solid here for the side of Falcons. HeSung will get one, but he's hanging on by a thread. The armor is not going to be enough and eventually will be felled. So 50% built up. Alpha E with a retouch to go ahead and extend it a little bit more. But ultimately, Falcons will come out on top.
I mean, you look at all those single digits on Team Falcons. That was everybody hit Q kind of fight. Like that was just... We'll see what happens after the aftermath of
literally one player
hitting Q. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if Floor can get anything done with the Death Blossom. He's the only one up on this.
In the setup for this, it feels like it's going to prove to be decently difficult. Torpedo out to get some heals across. Flora waiting, biding his time, pulling the trigger now, jumping forward, looking for a target, and Proper does have the Wraith Walk available. So we'll go ahead and backpedal. In the meantime, though, Flora cannot escape. It's going to be straight out on the Reapers. 1 for 1 in that regard as ZETA Division now threaten the flip. Stalker just trying to get the slow up here onto HeSung as Alfie pops the recall. Pulse Bomb still in his pocket. For the opportunity. Maybe it's going to be here onto the tank, but no, the stick does not come through. That one ends up going wide. Another Overwatch Ray going to be invested here from the side of Finn, but it's Coalescence to the opposite side, so just as much healing. Walls damage going to be output here from Fielder, but eventually he gets collapsed upon. The Torpedoes collide. Finn's able to claim the kill. Shio, however, wants to maintain control and stretch the sleeve as much as humanly possible, if not win the fight outright. So drops the beat. Murph now corralled over into the server room. Will eventually be taken down. Annihilation cut short. And that's ZETA Division right back into the driver's seat, ready to regain the lead.
Well, the Brawl composition makes sense to be running a Moira on. I get that, but I think also you want to run a Moira because it feels like the only support hero that can keep pace with Juno. The ultimates are coming up so quick for Juno. You're getting it every single time, but now Team Falcons is going to have a huge lead in the DPS ultimates. The last Blizzard didn't get a whole lot done. We'll see if this one can do any better.
And the consideration on the opposite side. The second attempt for Alpha E on the Pulse Bomb. He's threatening that back line right now. Big turnaround there from Stalker. City Rush going to be coming through as they hit 85%. We're looking to go crazy here with that Reaper, but it's going to be the Torpedoes once again that are able to find value. Pulse Bomb out. Smurf going to be taken down. TP4 to get in behind these players. The cleanup will come through. ZETA Division, with this team fight victory, will be taking us to a third and final round.
Kitsune is such a good ultimate. Just the fire rate to get on a Reaper is obviously huge, and now we can see it with Juno too, and you double that fire rate. That's insanity as well. I'm a little surprised that people aren't running Kiri like 100% of the time, but I guess Brig has her places, but Kitsune just wins you fights right there. Now we're going to a Stage 3 on Night Market. We're going to see completely different comps than we saw in Control.
I mean, we knew that this was going to be a close series and started delivering here from Control. Very solid start, but Finn confirmed superior Juno.
Don't let Violet hear that. Also, but like, Violet's Kiri is so good as far as just hitting shots. Like, the mechanics of Violet's Kiri is so good, but hey, I guess Violet on Juno again. I can't make heads or tails of this ZETA support line.
Well, they want to re-earning the Winston, which means that Finn needs to play the Ana, so Violet goes back over to the Juno. But, I mean, the thing that we're gleaning from this is that they do, in fact, think that Juno is a bit of a mainstay in the current meta, so they're going to be piloting her the entire way throughout. And once again, looking to get almost getting jumped on there, but is able to survive this time around. So now point going to be unlocked. Rockets still flying through. There's Chio. Oh, I think he was trying to play forward. I think he saw a boop angle, but ends up getting absolutely annihilated. Flora melting his HP bar. The cap nearly there for Falcons, but just not quite able to confirm it, so not getting any progression at the moment. As Smurf tucks in the bubble, eventually tries to jump out the window, but should be taken down and will. Alfie will get traded out. Finn going to be dead here for the moment, so no one really any closer to getting the camp onto this point. As Violet's off the side of the map trying to stay alive, but eventually will be found.
Yeah, the escape not happening, but just look at the ult charge that you get on Juno. That's crazy at 80%. If that ult is worth anything, then you're always going to be ahead of the other squad as far as charges go. But Team Falcons comes in, they get the early kills, early control. But ZETA Division support ultimates are going to be online way faster. Oh, that's not great.
No, it is not. Gives Fielder now the opportunity to build up towards that Kitsune.
You have to imagine that's the point of ZETA Division support line, is to get the tempo. Like, the moment that you hit ultimates, then you just kind of slam them and hope that you win those fights.
Oh, Alfie up over the top. For a second, he was going to be able to get the jump there onto Proper, but they identify each other's position at the same time. And now Orbital Ray going to be coming through here from Violet. Fielder going to be taken down before that rush can come online. Rivals rolling from HaeJeokDan. Looking to beat and batter some players off the side of the map if humanly possible, but Lara going to prove to be a rather difficult one here to do. Smurf looks to try to extend things as much as humanly possible on the point itself. 45% accrued thus far. Flip not yet coming in. ZETA Division still not finding any value here. And now there's a chance for a turnaround as Fielder comes back through. Dash forward, melee hit. Violet going to be taken down. HaeJeokDan dead. That's still going to be Falcons maintaining control.
Yeah, Stalker got Finn really early, and they were really banking on getting that nano up. So without the nano, they were just absolutely not going to win that fight. Alpha, you can't live without a nano. Pharah is still very vulnerable in the sky. HaeJeokDan is going to go to the Diva here, of all things. It's very likely to maybe help out in this far Pharah battle.
Maybe, but time is ticking, dwindling here on the side of ZETA Division. His beat's going to be dropped by Chio. Shields up 4. Proper, the only one not receiving it. Does have that barrage at the ready. The flip has come through. A bit of a back cap attempt here from the side of ZETA Division. Just once again, they use a nano here onto Violet, but she's just going to be taken down. It's another melee hit. The Stalker is able to go ahead and get that elimination. Alfie hits the floor, flip right back into their favor. Falcons now in control as Proper just tucking back, casually turns and absolutely destroys Flora. Break on the mech, HaeJeokDan out of it. And now at 93%, it's looking like Falcons are going to dominantly take this final round.
There's almost no possible way that ZETA Division wins this. I mean, they're going to stall out on the points, but it's just a far over here. I think the thing with Juno is there might just not be enough peel. Just based on the support partners going down as much as they are. I think it's got some interesting utility, and I think it can work, especially like if you're in the lead. We need to see a lot more of it, obviously, but it did feel like whenever Violet was on the Juno, that Finn was just getting rocked, and there was no help.
Yeah, I think it's something that's going to require a little bit more development and exploration comp-wise. We'll see if they continue to stick through with this, or if the coaching staff are going to be able to step out onto the stage here during the break and say, okay, we tried it. That's controlled, done and dusted. Now we're going to our map pick. Let's look to pivot away and do something maybe a little bit more stock standard, a little bit more stable.
Yeah, and maybe it's just a control thing as well. I mean, control is such a weird map state to begin with. You know, like you can run some momentum-based stuff. It would surprise me a little bit if ZETA like has a map pick and then they still run Juno on it. Like that means like that's a set strategy that they figured out. Like this is the map and we run it on. I did figure that this would be the team that was going to try it. I don't know if there's enough peel to run it. So like, maybe you just can't run it with an Ana. Maybe it's better with a Kiri or better with a Lucio or something like that, with something a little more survivability. But like Ana was just getting jumped on, and yeah, here's a ring that makes you go faster and you can die faster to the Winston. Like it wasn't really working out well. But yeah, I'm really interested to see if they keep doing it. It was nice to see in play. I think it works really well with Kiri, because then the Kitsune is good too. You get the double fire rates. You can kind of just go super hyperloop aggro, but yeah, there was a problem running it with the Ana so far from what I've seen in the one map. So I'm going to make grand declarations based off that one map.
Yeah, I mean, I widely am in agreement. I think that the Kitty Code just seems like a bit of a more natural pairing. Both ultimates on top of each other just kind of makes sense a little bit more, and the Ana appeal is just not there whatsoever. But that's map 1 out of the way. Falcons out to an early lead as they take Lijiang. We'll see what happens and what the map pick is going to be from ZETA Division when we come back. Alrighty, time to go to map number 2 as Team Falcons able to take Lijiang Tower 2-1 over ZETA Division. It looks like they're going to be taking us over to Runasapi and look for some redemption here on this map, perhaps. As we'll see if this could be where they tie things up 1-1.
It's been a favorite map pick as far as push goes. You haven't seen a whole lot of the other. I think if Falcons were going to pick, they'd probably pick Coliseo. They just love Coliseo so much. But yeah, Runasapi has been the go-to part of that is because it's the newest map and everyone scrims on it and everyone plays it a ton, so people develop strategies. Part of it is it's just a very balanced, well-developed map. You've seen a ton of stuff on this map. It's really even hard to guess what kind of damage healers you're going to see out of this. And mostly this map, it feels like people are swapping constantly of... Once we lose first point, now I'm on Echo and Tracer, and once we lose that, now I'm on Sojourn and Reaper. You know, it's just been so many different heroes played on this map. Bernard will come in for HeSung, so obviously if you watch, you know, Korea at all, you know that that means they're probably not going to favor the ball, probably not going to favor the Winston. It could be Ram, it could be JQ, a small possibility that it's Orisa.
Yeah. I mean, curious to see. I mean, in his own right, you know, Bernard, somebody that could very well just play a stock standard, a rock steady Winston, should he need to do so. Hasn't really been the game plan. So, given, like you said, that HeSung is going to be subbed out, this should be something different.
He's just more flexible than HeSung, so that's why you bring him in. So you know, if you want to run Winston, you can, but also if you need to respond to maybe a Maga pick, then you can run the D.Va as well. So it's just a little bit of more of a flexible tank. And like I mentioned, this is a map that people are changing heroes nonstop. It is kind of crazy the mystery hero cycle that you see on Runesapi. You can see like D.Va Cass, like there's just crazy stuff that gets played on this map. You know, this was the map that we saw Sojourn being tried out on after the patch, but this is also a map where Reaper comes into play, and you got Sombra Reaper metas. It's really all over the place. Yeah, Flora. On that side, you can play Ashe on this map for a couple of points. Then you can play Cass for a couple of points. Yeah. This used to be a team that just would be like, hey, Flora, play Cass, and we're going to pocket you forever, kill everything. Like, that was this team's strategy at Stage 1. It's been a little bit different now because Cass is not as good as Cass once was. But, yeah, Runesapi, the only thing I'm, like, sure of is that I'm not sure of anything.
Yeah, I mean... expect the unexpected. I'm very curious about that support lineup, see what they're going to be running more so than Bernard. I think that with Runesapi, I think you just go back to a little bit more standard here, depending on what the tank play is going to be. But I'm expecting that Lucio Kiriko to really come through, maybe a BAP or something like that. But I don't think that we're going to be seeing the Juno coming into this map.
Yeah, it's weird because Lucio Kiri, I feel, is the better support line, but a lot of teams have been running like on a Brig. Like on a Brig D.Va it means that like you want to play more defensive and you kind of want to sit back. Lucio Kiri has been like, we're gonna come like rush at your face as quickly as humanly possible. So that's been like kind of the differential between some of these teams. Yeah, and it's, you know, for some teams it works to play more defensively. For some teams it works to play more offensively. But that's been like the big difference between these support lines. I actually prefer on a Brig on first point. There's a couple good architectures that you can just hide your support line in, and no one can ever do anything about it.
Very true. Yeah. Just finalize getting these subs set up as we continue to look at the fantastic fan art that we always have here in the audience.
It's nice to see Finn get his flowers.
I mean, he's been playing quite well. Granted, first map here. Right. You know, when he was playing the Ana, it was a little bit of a roll.
Not his fault.
Didn't have that protection.
Not his fault at all.
But yes, exactly. Only so much that you can do. A sleep dart only goes so far. So definitely not his fault, more a fault of the comp. And I'm expecting a much more steady performance here as we get ready to go into Runesapi, as long as they don't just keep doing the same thing over and over again, which... you know, sometimes with these teams, is very possible. So we'll find out, though, as we get ready to go into it. The game is ready, so let's go ahead and hop on a Runesapi as we get pushed out of the way and see if ZETA Division are going to be able to utilize their map pick to tie things up at 1-1.
Llama and Tapestries.
I believe it's an alpaca.
You are correct. That was an alpaca. You're right.
I don't actually know what the difference is.
Either do I, but the moment you said it, I was like, yep, totally. That's it did ring true with an alpaca. Alpacas look kinder. Llamas are kind of mean.
Yeah, they like to spit.
Yeah, there was a llama farm where I grew up in Wisconsin, and I remember them being very mean creatures.
Yeah, my grandfather's neighbor across the street had a llama farm. And as a kid, you always wanted to go up to them and try to pet them, and they would just spit at you across the fence. Either way,
that's the worst.
Looks like it's going to be Bernard here on this Diva. And there's that Kiriko Lucio. So no more Juno shenaniganry, at least not yet.
Versus Brigana, I mean, it's such an interesting dynamic between like what teams want to run these support lines. Kind of pokey right now. Flora on the cast makes a world of sense. It's really good on this first point.
Ooh, really nice shots there, Chio. Down to a one-tap potential, but will be sustained back up. And see what this opening kill looks like. Who's going to be able to land it? Start getting that push going. But already, I mean, been hearing consistent dink sounds coming out here every time Flora pulls the trigger, so tell that Cass is very much practiced up.
Yeah, it's just when you have to come around this corner as the Cass, it's not as great. You would rather have your kills happen right here, where you can really play defensively and there's a lot of angles for you to kind of duck behind. When the Cass has to come around the corner, you're just really exposed.
For now, still no closer to knowing who's really going to get this push going. Over a minute and a half burned off the clock. Still, eliminations not yet being found, but all starting to come online. Kitsune Rush as well as that beat. Not too far off here for ZETA Division, but Fielder does have the nano at the ready. Smurf looking for the angle. Primal will be built up through this ultimate as well.
Might not need to do it. Nano the Echo.
Could come into play. Keep our eyes on it here, though. As now double support ultimates available for the side of ZETA, as Kitsune Rush is going to be sent. Alpha sends the pulse bomb, finds Fielder, taking him down. Beat now dropped here from Violet, and the follow-up of the fight looking damn good here for the side of ZETA Divisions. They hit the go button, and everyone will fall to the wayside. Smurf wisely holding on to his ult, but the push can now begin.
Kitsune Rush is just such a good ultimate defensively. I think people had imagined that Kitsune Rush was going to be this great initiation tool, but if you're facing against a team that can just go around a corner, especially on these push maps where it's just all corners, then there's no point. Like, they're just going to leave. But defensively, you get jumped on by a Winston, drop a Kitsune Rush. What are they going to do? You just melt that hero. So really nice save from Finn. Just to wait and be patient and use that Kitsune Rush defensively.
Not only that, but the pulse bomb from Alfie being able to find Fielder, just limiting that healing output so significantly. Basically guarantees the fight here for them. Deadeye going to be popped. Flora clearing the space around the bot. No one's going to peek into this one, so kill's not going to be founded. We will force the dupe out as Proper goes for a copy here onto the Tracer, trying to build up towards that pulse bomb. 3% up the way there. Everybody corralled together. This is a dangerous position to be in here for ZETA Division. Granted, Finn is on that Kiriko, so does have Suzu to try to cleanse, but ultimately the dupe will be waited out. That now expires. Primal going to be popped. Hinder across the flashbang connect. Smurf just trying to juggle somebody around, but ultimately is struggling to try to get somebody into the corner. It's just going to be a little bit of scattering of the players here as another Kitsune Rush going to be sent in. Finn, however, going to be taken down as he and Violet caught together. That Suzu nowhere in sight. Must have already been burnt because, I mean, he was antied out. The pulse bomb collects too. However, Stalker continuing to excel on the Tracer today.
I mean, good job for Finn to really be able to build up that Kitsune Rush and have it for the next fight, but they needed Violet's beat to be able to go with that, and really it just comes down to Stalker hitting that pulse bomb. Like, that's ridiculous. Stalker is the best Tracer on Team Falcons by a mile, and I know Proper's a good Tracer, he's fine at the Tracer. Stalker is that guy on Tracer.
Well, now 10-meter lead going to be established here. Pulse bomb stick coming through. Proper, though, receives the nano. They're able to keep him alive. Beat going to come through from Violet at the same time, but he's going to be antied out, and Proper is able to collect the kill. Beams him down. Finn now under a little bit of fire. Just managed to trade out Fielder here at the same time. It's going to be supportless for ZETA as they try to just go ahead and keep the bot pushing forward, try to get it into a decent enough position, but ultimately this may have to result in a reset.
Yeah, they're going to take whatever push they can get, but this three-man squad is going to have to bail. You can't lose anybody here. You have to wait for your supports to get back.
It's now starting to return. And at least they do have two very fast-moving supports. back into the fray here as they try to resume this push now. Just 3 meters separating the two squads. Bubble quickly going to be burst here as Flora just fanning the hammer. Gain some kind of line of sight, almost finds a kill on a Stalker who is able to play elusively. As Doom's going to have to be used just to try to dodge out this dead eye, and that's going to be an extra D-Matrix here into the mix as Flora now having to backpedal, but he's able to take Proper out of that Doom's mech, but eventually will fall as Fielder is able to find the kill. Rally now rolling here from Geo. Proper going back in, self-destruct going to be sent out, and that is going to be a triple kill! Unbelievable.
Yeah, this is the only time you're going to see that Diva icon lighting up the create servers here. That's ridiculous. I mean, they nerfed Diva a little bit. You know, they took down her defense matrix by half a second. So what does Falcons do to respawn? Like, oh, let's just run 2 of them. So now we have 6 seconds up. You can't kill anything.
Angie into the window, but Punish cannot be found. Bot now working its way forward once again. So the lead is reestablished, and Violet gets taken down right as the Kitsune Rush comes in from Finn. Himself is also in a bit of a risky position. Leap back from Smurf, not wanting to pursue, but Stalker living up to the name. Now striking, comes in from behind, but quickly wraps back around the Jordan with the rest of the squad. Nano keeps Smurf alive here for the moment. Laura doing his damage, just trying to break down this Winston in the front line. Bernard trying his hand at the self-destruct, and he is going to be able to find one. Proper going to be taken down, getting a taste of his own medicine perhaps, but ultimately not the big, massive explosion that we had just previously seen, but it's one that gets the job done. Team kills found, Bot once again on the move.
Yeah, there's no Nano either to come back in, and Fielder swapping around a little bit. But yeah, wasted Nano for your Team Falcons, and now ZETA Division is in a very decent spot. Not great. They have to win this fight, but this has been as close as you can get for a push map. If I'm ZETA, I might just drop this beat and try to figure it out.
Oh, Violet, he's in the same exact position. The 80k beat. Anyone decides to pull the trigger on this one. So now Flora going to be taken down. Fielder able to find that kill right as the barrier comes through from Violet. Yeah. I don't even know how exactly that one happened, but either way, Geo going to be pressured out as well. Does end up falling, but Violet, Finn, both down low on HP, trying to stay alive. When the damage for Violet eventually will fall. Finn didn't rush available, but I think ZETA Division might just be happy with this one, considering that they have gotten a lead for themselves.
I think ZETA Division always kind of wants to fight around mid anyway. They're less exposed for their composition. Like I said, I think Cass fights best at this bend right there. And yeah, they're fine. They're up 8, which means they're there's 2 fights away and we're only 2 minutes left. Falcons, though, are working on a 5-stack of ults.
This is still such a close game. I mean, probably one of the closest games of push that we've seen. Checkpoint not obtained by either team until that last fight there from ZETA Division. Some shots coming through. The push forward from Alfie. He's seeking a target. Flashbang going to come through. Gets the hinder across onto the enemy Winston. And Flora able to snipe him before you can break line of sight. So kill is found. Solid response. They pick him off. They get rid of one of those ults. Flashbang now in. Looking for Fielder. But Rally's going to be forced out at the same time. Pilot, however, going to be taken down. Even comes through from Proper. He's able to isolate. Now the Duke comes through. Pushes forward alongside Stalker. They apart Florence. Kill is going to be found. Solid trade back here with the bot in a neutral position. Falcons can very quickly get this back into a pushable spot as Bernard once again going to try to send out that self-destruct, but this time we'll get taken down.
Yeah, that's just die on the cart. Energy right there. Flora with a
I thought he used it. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, Flora with a really aggressive flank there too. I mean, I guess that's how you have to play Cass, because if you sit back, you're just going to get dove on anyway. Nice peel, though.
Checkpoint is there, but the bot again pushing. Contest comes through right before they gain the lead. Less than a meter now between these squads as we get ready to hit a minute remaining. Bernard going to be knocked out of the mech. This time, the self-destruct absolutely is going to be used. Will not be able to find any value, but he sat right back in. Fielder taken down. Alfie gets on top, finds one. Geo on the support's now broken down. Proper down to a sliver of HP. Stalker only able to find one thus far as Alfie is just swooping in from behind him, gunning him down. A coup de grace to the back of the skull. And there's a team kill as ZETA Division once again start pushing the bot away. This would be one of the most narrow margin victories that we'll have ever seen.
Yeah, it is so close. Alfie is going to get all the credit, though, but Flora was hitting a lot of opening damage there, so Tracer able to clean it up. They're working really well in concert. ZETA Division is in a great spot. As long as they don't bungle these support ultimates, this is their map.
Yeah, I mean, they have that. They have the Deadeye, the Pulse Bomb nearly online. It would take a damn miracle for Falcons to turn the tides on this one. As the bot continues to be ushered forward. Kitsune Rush pushing them back. Smurf going to be taken down. Violet able to find the kill. Fielder gone to the pulse bomb, and it looks like this one is going to be done and dusted. There's no hope now for Falcons to try to turn this one around. No touch on the bot, as that will be us getting tied up. Zeta Division take us through to Sapi, and they're able to find the win.
I do worry a little bit about Zeta Division based on, like, I think their best maps are Cass maps. I think Floor's best hero is Cass. I'm not sure how sustainable that is, but when it works, it really, really works. Runasabi is a very solid Cass map that you can play around the architecture. There's so many little doorways that all of a sudden a cowboy comes out and hits you in the head, and then Alpha is there for the finish. But I do worry about the flexibility and the versatility for them going to different maps. We'll see, but when it works, it looks really good. When Floor can hit headshots, it looks great. And the cleanup from Alpha E, very solid support plays. It feels like they were lapping them on some of the support ultimates going forward. And then there was that one fight that I'm going to have to go back and look at. Like, was there even a defense from Falcons when they went from like 50 to 55 and somehow Zeta Division just took the lead? Like, they didn't even fight that. It was so strange. But yeah, the prediction was already... It's not going to be 3-0, so I'm right again, as always.
Yep, we are locked in. I mean, we knew this one was going to be a lot scrappier, a lot more tight-knit between these two squads. I mean, it was a 3-1 the last time out. This time, I think it is going to be going to 5, but we'll see. It's going to be Falcons map pick coming up next. We'll see where they opt to take us. We've got a hybrid escort and flashpoint still available, so we'll see which one they land on when we come back from a quick break. Alright, we're back and we are all tied up at 1-1. ZETA Division took us over to Runasapi and get the victory there. And now it's going to be Suravasa as the map pick for Falcons.
I think maybe ZETA Division goes to Runasapi just so that Falcons can't Coliseum them, right? So it's
Sure.
picking the map type and taking away the other map type. Suravasa has been definitely the flavor for OWCS Korea. A couple teams will do some new Junk City on Flashpoint, mostly like Fnatic likes to run like Junker Queen and Venture, but Suravasa has been the Flashpoint map in Korea. And we do have a substitution as well. Will be Bernard out and Heesung in. Everyone knows what that means. Very likely Ball or Winston coming in.
They're both going to be highly viable here on Suravasa, so I don't think it's anything too shocking. Unless they get pushed into a position where they would rather have the Diva, but we'll see if that does come to fruition. But Heesung back in. Continue to play musical chairs a bit here with the tank line of the side of ZETA Division. So far, though, Falcons not making any swaps.
And Heesung really just deserves all the credit in the world, being kind of a rookie coming in, not a whole lot of super experience at the professional level. Looks a little bit shaky in those first couple of weeks, but to really be stepping into the fearless role, I mean, of all people to be replacing a Winston, to step into that fearless role, but he looked solid, right? Not like great, not breakout amazing, but solid, and that's all this team has really needed. So it's nice to fill in that role. It just looks more comfortable every single week that he gets to play. Very likely, though, I mean, I want to see if anyone can start matching the ball tech, because I think that's been an enormous difference between Crazy Raccoon and everyone else, is their ball is just that much better.
Yeah. No, but I mean, I'm right there with you when it comes to Heesung. I mean, this is a player that has fairly limited experience. You know, was on T1 rookie squad only 2 years ago. Is basically when his career had started, and he's only 18 years old at the moment. So it's some big shoes to fill. It's some high pressure games. It's his, he's only been on stage a handful of times. So I think it's very impressive to see this guy be willing and able to step up and perform alongside some of the most veteran players that you're going to be able to find. And then be able to fit in and not, crumble under those added pressures that come alongside that.
Right, that's what I was going to say too. I mean, you're playing with people who've been playing professional Overwatch for 7 years straight, so just to jump in off of, your ladder performance and be able to hang with them is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, imagine being 11 years old, watching a player like Violet, and then one day going on to play with Violet. That is that's highly likely to have happened here for Heesung. So imagine that it's got to feel like a dream come true, but one that you, of course, do not want to squander, and so far he has been far from squandering it. Looks like it's going to be the Winston out the gate, so Finn back over onto the Sana. Violet looking like he's going to be bringing that Alari into the fold.
Okay, so Suravasa midpoint. This is always going to be poke. That's why the double flex works so well. So if ZETA Division can just hang out, the longer this fight goes for ZETA Division, the better, because they're going to have the Alari and the Ashe. But Team Falcons does not want to take a fair fight here.
Certainly not. A little bit of a minor scrap outside of the point itself. Looks like now Falcons going to cut their way in, so inside track for them. ZETA Division going to be on the approach and looking to displace as the point gets unlocked. Alfie dashing forward immediately as a contestant, but Violet immediately just disappears. Finn trying his damnedest, offered up that bio and just to get that boosted healing, but it just was not enough. The 3 players gone, soon to be 4. That should be the first cap going the way of Falcons. No tradebacks realistically being found on the back end as I say that. Never mind, Heesung getting buffed. We'll find proper for some additional peel, but Farah can pretty quickly rejoin, and Falcons will have the first grab all the same.
The Stalker Smurf dive was just immaculate. It was just perfect. Exactly what you needed to see from that dive. Winston hits the landing damage, and then Stalker's right there. Smurf is one to dive.
Yeah, he does. Flora collecting that kill. Dynamite across, catching onto a couple different players, and it's a very fast flip here for ZETA Division. Only 29% surrendered over. And now Finn in a good spot, 82% towards that Nano, but Fielder close behind with the Kitsune Rush.
Fielder playing with fire. We'll see if they can initiate with this Kitsune Rush, but the Nano is also going to be ready for ZETA Division, so the initiation might not even happen. ZETA Division should just be nanoing their Winston.
Really good denial on that jump up. I believe there was a coach gun coming through from Flora, stops Smurf from getting up onto the high ground. That forces him to peel back, and Chio ends up getting caught, so Violet with a solid opening kill. Kitsune Rush still going to be used here as Finn setting out that Nano just in case he dies, and he will, but it's a good effect. For 2 in the back end of the fight here is Smurf. Gonna pop that primal. Violet just jumping away with that shift. You can see how much distance he's able to close out, and he will end up falling. So right back over onto the point here are Falcons, 3 members strong, gonna get the cap, get the flip into their favor, but 78% they need to beat now.
The Violet Nano was a little bit surprising. We'll see if there's any sort of value that... I think the best value you could get from the Illari ultimate is forcing out a sound barrier.
Well, he's gonna pop it now. Looking for a target, Bubble caught him in the way, drops it down. Hit onto one, couldn't quite tell who it was, I believe it's Chio. He was going to get zapped lower and lower, but the pop is not going to be found, and ZETA Division loses follow-up fight. Falcons now poised to take the lead, and maybe even just take this first flashpoint, but Alfie has other ideas. Just managed to find Smurf, feel they're going to be taken out. Violet dead, as Stalker used to be an absolute thorn in the side. Point now needs to be played, 94%, the jump over comes through, Heesung looking for the cap.
I mean, Chio with only a 2-man beat didn't really get much.
He didn't. He does get Heesung on the back end of this one, but now he's going to be traded out. Tank for a support, though. Hard to say which way you'd rather cut it. Bob is at the ready here for Flora.
Well, Bob's a tank, so you can send him at the point. Bob's got to come out. There it is.
Yep, Bob goes into the corner. Just trying to keep things occupied. And Smurf jumping over to the side, ends up getting taken down. Barrage now in play. Proper able to find one. Rush will expire. He's up over the top, and now he's going to be slept. Finn putting him down as Flora cleans things up. Chio and Stalker both taken down, and ZETA Division will get the first flashpoint.
Well, the question for ZETA Division is going forward, is Flora going to stick on this Ashe? Flora is, Ashe is really good at that midpoint. Very good at first point on Saravasa. Loses a little bit of value going forward, but Flora's kit really only is, Ashe and Cass, really, at this point. You can't play Widow on this map.
No, certainly not. There's for now, though. Alfie on the hunt, swinging around the flank. Pulse Bomb now at the ready. Stalker holding his own as Proper comes back in with the Venture. Let's try to disrupt some of these backline dives, perhaps. Pulse Bomb goes out from Stalker, but this time not going to be finding contact, so Kill eluding them for now. Point unlocked. Falcons looking for the cap. A double anti goes in, and Stalker not going to get cleansed. He gets taken down. He's unable to find the kill. Just the pylon eliminated so far here on the side of ZETA Division as they backpedal him away from the Kitsune Rush. The space going to be bought here, but kills need to be confirmed if they want to be able to get the lock onto the point. And there you go. Heesung taken out right before Finn could get that Nano to try to save his life. He answers one back, but Chio can quickly rejoin, and the cleanup is still looking good here for the side of Falcons.
Yeah, just a millisecond away from being able to commit to that fight and being able to ultimate Heesung. Heesung would have had the primal after it. Alfie is going to go to the Tracer here.
Yeah, right back to it. He was considering a swap, but then landed on this pick again. Captive Sun, though, out from Violet. Waiting for his opportunity. Sends it to the wall as the Umburo comes through. He's looking to try to get the hit here on the Proper. Take him out. Just tucks back around the corner. The heal's coming through. And they keep Heesung pushed back. Ortho primaled up. Diving into the back. Sound very shielding here from Chio. Just keeping him further protected, and Violet will be taken down. Now Finn falling as well, as this is going to be a very nice cleanup here from the side of Team Falcons. Heesung doing his damnedest, but in the end, looks like it maybe is just going to be the one kill as a quick little swift step out from field and takes himself over to safety. Heesung will die, and that should basically tie us up at 1-1.
Yeah, and a couple of ultimates burn there in pretty poor fashion from ZETA Division. You really don't want to be nanoing a primal Winston. The damage output just isn't that good. You want to chain those together, perhaps. That the Winston goes in with nano and he gets a lot done, and then you primal to safety. And Heesung primals, and Finn desperation nanoed him, and they got absolutely nothing out of it.
All right, well, we're right back into the action as Finn does fall. Proper traded. Pulled down in towards the point, though, here from Team Falcons, but still 20 seconds until it unlocks. So this neutral fighting for now is going to be all about building up those ultimates rather than actually getting the cap itself. The division with a little bit of ring around the rosy. Make their way over onto the point as the Bob is going to be coming through here from Flora. Dive into the back though. You can see how badly Smurf wants this Ashe, and he will be able to find it, but Fielder and Geo both get caught up in the mix of everything. They're now supportless. The rest of the team is going to fall to the wayside as HaeJeokDan will get traded out, but ultimately this point is going to be ZETA's.
I mean, the switch on a Brig is actually phenomenal, as much as I disdain watching Violet on Brig, just because I feel it's a waste of his talents. But just, you watch the Winston jump in there and he gets Coach Gun, and then he tries to jump back in and he gets Whip Shot. Like, the Winston can absolutely do nothing, and that's a point where you really want your tank to be able to come over the top. If you just look at how this map is built, you need someone over the top to do damage, otherwise you're coming around a corner in this quasi-choke and just, I mean, look at it right now. You'd be eating rockets.
Proper trying to match on the opposite side, so that's why we see Flora here on that cast. Hinder on the Smurf, the anti as well. Now the sleep, he is in a bad spot and very punishable. Rally rolling from Violet. Looking for some further CC and control. Smurf re-arrives here onto the point. They got the flip into their favor, but Alfie gets that direct hit right on the Fielder. Right up on the wall. Because of Plastic trying to boop them forward, and Smurf will get taken down, so counter flip back into their favor here for ZETA Division. Not missing a beat, not losing the lead.
Well, Falcons have a chance to come back in here with a beat engage. Not a whole lot else on the table, and ZETA Division should, I kind of think that maybe you just send HaeJeokDan in and just Primal, just to disrupt any set play that Falcons has.
That might be the strat. Now though, Pulse Bomb, they get that out for free. Hits the floor. Wiley though, everybody's going to be backpedaling. HaeJeokDan looking to use this a little bit more defensively as the beat comes through. All five receiving it. Flora will get taken down. She able to collect that kill. Proper hitting the floor down low. A couple swings of this flail from Violet would finish him off, but he's just unable to find it. Finn will be able to snipe him down, but Finn himself will fall as Stalker collects another one. Both supports going his way. Now Alfie joining them in the grave. As 30%. Flip is in. Team Falcons in control, but need to ride this all the way up to 100.
Yeah, late Primal there too from HaeJeokDan. Maybe you would wish you had that one back. As Falcons now, with the Kitsune Rush on the defense, are in a really, really solid spot. Is ZETA Division, I think if you're going to win this next fight, you have to find kind of a cheeky DPS ult. Like, can you get a flank from your Pharah? Can a Deadeye make somebody move in a weird spot?
Extended one, Finn, Violet may just be able to build up these ultimates, but 80% accrued now for the side of Falcons. It's not going to take long to hit 100%. If you find any kind of opening picks with that Kitsune Rush, you're going to be in a very good spot. The Rush now goes out. It's in play. Rush built up here from Alpha Yi. Smurf with the jump forward. Gets the Primal online. Bionade comes through, and Alpha Yi is going to be taken down. Flora now exploded. The barrage raining hell from above. And with HaeJeokDan being the last man standing, that Nano isn't going to do jack. He will eventually fall. That's going to be the point going away of Falcons. Map point now in their hands.
So Nano Winston, I would have preferred to see like a Nano Pharah. I think it's just the better option. It means that you can win the Pharah 1v1, and once that happens, then your own barrage is going to find pay dirt. But the Nano Winston is the default setting for a lot of these Anas. We'll see if ZETA Division can find anything out of their damage ultimates now, but it's much harder to find any sort of value from your Pharah or your Cass without the help of support ultimates. They're just not very good in survivable ultimates.
And now the Primal is out aggressively here, forcing that rally from Violet. He's unable to find one barrage from Alpha E, coming up shy of the mark. Then on the Smurf, trying to just jump over to the side, trying to get his way out, but just getting beaten and battered every twisted turn. Looks like he finally has escaped the onslaught here from ZETA Division, who will gain first control of this eventually final flashpoint. They look to try to take us over to 5. Alpha E, though, these rockets is not quite connecting.
Yeah, not hitting the directs. But I mean, even you see it there, like Alpha E was able to sustain and do enough damage because they had rally. Like, you do need support ultimates for these DPS to be effective.
Beat again going to be used here as Falcons take the fight over to the side of ZETA Division, and Violet's immediately going to fall. Finn taken down this time, does go ahead and keep that Nano in his back pocket as Flora with the Deadeye is only able to find one. Alpha E will clean up Smurf. HaeJeokDan finds Geo, suddenly a little bit more fightable, considering that the Primal is in play here for HaeJeokDan. So they might just be able to hold this one out. He's going to jump forward. Primal's going to be popped. Gets a couple smacks across. And off the side of the map goes Stalker, just not having any blink opportunity, not having that recall available. Ends up getting picked, and ZETA Division do maintain control off the back of this.
Yeah, you definitely put that 1300 HP on the point and make sure that you get another 20-25%. Now, where does the Nano go here? There's no one from ZETA that you can actually Nano and get to an ultimate. This might end up having to be defensive of who's about to die.
Oh, well, it would have been Finn, but he can't use it on himself, so now you don't have to worry about the Nano because it's out of the fight for the time being. Seems ZETA Division are going to be able to win this one out all the same as Rush gets committed to, but Fielder ends up dying. Flip comes through though. Falcons in control here for the moment. It's proper. Comes around the back. The barrage now coming through. Alpi, however, gets in on top of it. Does manage to take him down with that direct hit, but Violet has fallen. No support's going to be cycled out, and Falcons will be able to hold this.
Yeah, an interesting barrage there from Proper. It felt like Falcons had already won that fight, that it was already over, and ZETA was just going to try to get out with their lives. There was really no need, but, you know, barrage is one of those ultimates that it's almost impossible to secure that you're going to get value out of, so I guess if you can get one, Nano Brig
could be halfway decent, but Island right now not really finding too many targets. Aside from Alfie to heal, but Finn now in a little bit of DLC. Push back up towards full HP. Hopper just sat here taking some pot shots, looking to try to work them lower and lower as they make their way over to the point. Geo at 65. Really needs that beat online if they want to try to bring this map to an end. Rally now rolling here from Violet. The point cleared out, the flip getting ready to come through. ZETA Division now in control. Overtime starting to bleed down. Geo tagged up, avoids the second rocket. Direct hit though. Back to back is Alfie. Shuts down Proper. Still in a bit of a rough position, but the heals streaming through. They keep him protected for now. Geo beats online. He's going to send it. He's going to be able to get the shields off. Also finds Finn on the back end. Supportless now on the side of ZETA Division. Barrage used. Alfie dead. Geo out for blood. He comes up with a second. However, they don't have a tank. They don't have Fielder. Smurf just now respawning. Juggle around, just looking for this kill, and Soccer eventually will fall. Both on Flora finding Geo. And this could be the conclusion, and it is. ZETA Division tie things up at 2-2. This point is over. Now we go on to the fifth and final.
HaeJeokDan has been absolutely clutch, just being able to get primals and kind of turn the tides of these fights. Him and Violet have, you know, it's been workmanlike, where they're not flashy, but they're actually getting the most stuff done for that squad. Falcons are going to lap again, and they're going to have Fielders Kitsune rush. You need to be in a good position to be able to set it down.
Just wrapping around the outskirts here, just making sure that everybody's alive and ready for this upcoming fight. Raj from Proper, nearly online. Just the Nano at the moment here for the side of ZETA Division. A world away from a multitude of other ultimates. Some rockets flying in. HaeJeokDan into the corner, needing to get a little bit of extra healing. Starts working his way back there, but there's the dive forward. Smurf with the back of the Kitsune rush, leaves the charge. Finn sends out the Nano, but I feel like the fight may have already been lost. Violet will be the recipient of that one as HaeJeokDan is able to collect two. Fielder, Proper, both going to be taken down, but they need a hell of a lot more to get value out of that Nano. The point's already been capped, so Team Falcons in the meantime, they've been ticking up. HaeJeokDan's now dead.
I think it's the right targets. I think Violet's been the best Nano target for this team when they sit on the brawl, but it's just too late. A couple of these Nanos from Finn have felt like desperation of just not like the ideal situation where you're not looking far enough ahead.
Oh, that's rally canceled. Soccer with a pulse. Violet now dead. Falcons pretty much have every single advantage. Chio's about to have the sound barrier online. Violet now swapping over onto the Lucio. 78%. They know that if they get back into this point, they have to do it quickly. Smurf has other ideas. He's diving into the back. He's looking for Finn. The primal at the ready. Direct hits here. Alpha Yi nearly taken down. Finn going to be cleaved out as there is a back cap attempt coming through to the point. Being taken for the moment, but rotate goes over. I think it's, yeah, the Winston here joining in to go ahead and keep this one protected. Violet now gone. Finn swaps over to the Kiriko, just trying to get back a little bit faster with that swift step. Double down from HaeJeokDan though, but it's not going to protect him. Fielder will collect those kills, and Alpha Yi can do nothing more. The barrage will get interrupted, and that is going to be 3-2 as Falcons close out Surabasa and take the lead.
As good as the support ultimate economy was for ZETA Division on Runesapi, it was the exact opposite here on Surabasa. Their supports were just never... It just never felt like it was the right idea.
Sure.
It felt like it was always just like they were forced into using Rally. They were forced into using Nano. It wasn't a thought process that they went through of like, oh, we're going to set up this play and here comes the Nano. It felt like Falcons were pressuring constantly, on Saravasa, they were forcing mistakes, and those mistakes were pretty prevalent. As good as that support line is for ZETA Division, they were just kind of tossing it in there. Like it felt desperate, felt sad.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot of panic, just not really identifying the game state, whether or not they were going to be able to clutch things out. I mean, I think that last nano kind of from Finn was a decent encapsulation of the panic that we were seeing, because they're already down their Tracer. You know, he's out of the fight. Flora is not there alongside you. Still commit for the nano, and then it all just falls apart so quickly after that. So not really identifying precisely where they were in the maps, and this has costed them. So now match point is in the hands of Falcons. It's going to be one last map pick here for ZETA Division to try to bring us to 5 maps. I mean, we got 5 sub maps or 5 flashpoints, I should say, on Saravasa. We got one of the closest games that we've ever had on push. I think that this still goes to 5, but maybe Falcons this time will be able to get the reversal. Maybe they'll be able to pull off a 3-1 of their own.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if there's any substitutions or whatnot, but you know, that last map was pretty tragic. Heesung looked okay, but even like the stages that they won, it felt like, oh, just by the skin of their teeth. Maybe they got a primal in and maybe they got a beat in. Like that was it. But yeah, these two teams are super close, and map choices have decided almost everything.
Yep. Well, neck and neck. We're going to go to another little break, and when we come back, we'll see if we're going to that map 5 or not. Alrighty, Falcons reestablish a lead up 2-1 in the series after a very scrappy, very back and forth Suravasa that went all the way to 5. But now we have Circuit Royale to determine whether or not Zeta Division are going to be able to take us to a Game 5.
I feel like you could just screenshot this map list and be like, yeah, OWCS Korea. Like, these are the most popular maps by a mile. Yeah, I can usually tell what map we're going to by who is coming in and who is coming out. So Circuit Royale, one of those maps where you're going to make wholesale changes if you're a team with a deep roster, that your hit scan ace is going to come in, your Sigma player is going to come in, and your double flex is going to come in. So what do you think that means for Team Falcons, chat? I know you know, so.
I think that they'd be able to figure it all out. I don't think it's going to be too difficult of a task, but to make it even easier for them, there's 3 changes on the side of Falcons. So that's what you need to know for Zeta Division, though. Just the one. It's going to be Bernard stepping back through. We fully anticipate to see him playing the Sigma.
Yeah, it's generally, I mean, it's been Sigma like 100% of the time, except when people were injured. I believe Crazy Raccoon Max had a wrist injury 1 week, so we ended up doing double Winston dive, which is fine, I guess. But it's pretty much if your players are all happy and healthy, then yeah, everyone. Well, you know, you're playing Sigma Widow. This map is pretty telegraphed in that way. You know, Vec plays a Venture on this map to be really annoying, but even that's been kind of figured out. So of course Happy will come in for Stalker because Happy will play the Widow. I always think it's got to be so hard to come in cold and be asked to play Widow.
I'm sure he's been warmed up playing those 1v1 custom game modes in the back, just being ready. In case this map did crop up, but of course we also do have Hanbin stepping in for Smurf. Similarly, be able to pilot that Sigma to full effect should he need to. And, you know, even if it does somehow boil down into a Winston dive mirror, we know that Smurf, or that Hanbin has plenty of experience playing it, given his time on the fuel. But Majed will be stepping in as well. In all likelihood, you just go ahead, set up some pylons, and play the Alari.
Generally, we're playing Alari. We've seen a little bit of Zed on this map. It made me kind of laugh that, you know, Happy's warming up. Can you imagine, like, being in queue for a server and you're just, like, on a custom game and all of a sudden, like, you're in a Widow lobby against Happy warming up?
That would suck.
It's a tough ask, yeah. Yeah, this is no surprise from the people coming in, and this is the most telegraphed map possible. Except when we get to like a 3-3 score and teams have to like hard hold first and you end up getting like Sim, May, and weird stuff that's like just spawn camp. But for the most part, it's everyone's holding one corner, then another corner. How does your Widow do? Can you get Flux up? Can you stop the Flux value? Like it's a pretty standard map. But it's just so interesting because it plays so differently than every other map.
No, it really does. Unless, I mean, well, I was going to say unless you're Telomere, which is our high school squad over in Japan, but even then, it wasn't like they were playing anything standard. They were playing some wild stuff. We got to see Bastion, Junkrat, etc. when they played Circuit last week, I believe it was.
Yeah.
So, some crazy stuff coming through from those guys.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of that. It feels like that's largely like just to get out a spawn, like first point, and then if it works, you're just like, okay, I guess we're just gonna keep running this crazy damage comp all the way down.
That was to be able to get out of the spawn after capping A. Because they had finally done it, which was their first point cap of any type in the Japanese league, and then they were having a rough time getting spawn camp, so we started seeing some pretty crazy stuff coming through from them. But once again, just making sure that everybody is set and ready to go with the swaps coming through, as it looks like we have a fan who's ready to get their keyboard signed at the end of the day.
Nice. Yeah, it's such a weird map that we've seen the Pharah come into play really hard on it. I think it's actually from Team Falcons, where they were running a Pharah and a Life Weaver on this map in Dallas. And then I think people started realizing of like, oh, we don't need the Lifeweaver, that's fine, but like Pharah is still really good. And it shouldn't be. It's a Widow map, right? Like you should not be able to run a Pharah with impunity. But the way these Pharah players are running and just getting all of the splash around these corners and playing it so smart with their mobility, that having a Widow map and you're just like, yeah, but Pharah is still the best hero that we run here. It's been kind of insane to see, but I think Falcons were the ones who kind of pioneered that. They were running the Lifeweaver with it because, like, the Pharah would always, you know, hey, if you're ever in trouble, we're fine. But now teams are just like, oh no, Pharah's never in trouble. We're going to be totally fine with this. And also, like with the pylon placement with Alari, Pharah just hangs out by the pylon and is just never in danger.
Yeah, nice and cozy, being able to just poke and prod, eat minor damage, tuck back at the heels, feed some nice little ult charge over to your Alari. Just realized what one of the earlier signs said. I believe it said, like, it was a conversation between, I'm assuming, the person who was holding the sign and their partner, where it said, "Bernard, I love you," and then it said, "Honey, please stop. Like, you need to stop. Like, we're together. Please stop talking about Bernard." That kind of thing. Which is great. But it seems like things are ready to go. Let's go ahead and get into Circuit Royale.
I didn't have Bernard being a hall pass on my list for this evening, but
nor did I. But here we go. What we did have was a banger series between these squads, and it feels like just about destined to go to 5. But ZETA Division will be starting things off here on this attack. We'll see if they can make that happen.
yeah, for me, it's always what is the second damage going to run? And also, how good is your piano? Finn is the best piano player.
Violet doing his best to throw him off. Okay, I was gonna say, piano song, doing great. Performance is excellent, but there's about to open it. They're going for the Juno again? At least a poke and prod? Okay,
I don't hate it. Like it's kind of taking the place of Lucio, where if you want to be aggressive around a corner, like it's like amp it up, just the hyper ring around the corner and to get yourself in position.
Sure, but I mean, even then, ZETA Division doing a very different comp with Bernard coming out here on that D.Va, not playing the Sigma. I mean, Haunted, granted, is matching in that regard. But no Widowmaker. It's Flora on this Sojourn, Alfie on the Mei, and he is going to be able to find the opening kill, and so too will Flora. So there you go, Caster Blessing for the two aforementioned DPS. They find a kill apiece, and that is a ton of space. The very pacey push coming through as the wall comes in, and everybody gets locked off. We also get our first Juno v Juno, potentially, if the Shed sticks with this.
Yeah, so everything we said about, Sigma,
Screw
Widow,
it.
yeah, out the window right now.
Yeah, Happy's off the Widow already. He's onto the Ashe. All right,
it's not too big of a difference. Like, like you can run the Ashe on second point and just get more consistent work done.
Sure.
So that's not the crazy part. The crazy part is this Sojourn Mei offense.
I mean, so far, working a tree. Alfie fast track towards that Blizzard. He's eating fielder space at the moment. And towards the Nano, which is damn impressive. Violet, however, still way out in front, building up towards that orbital, right? Just about ready to have it. Speed boost going to be sent out. Looking for the wall cut up there on the Han, but he just manages to sling around the sides of it. But I mean, this card has been unhindered the entire time. Look at where we're at, and look how much time is remaining. It's 4 minutes, 40 seconds. Ray coming through, Machete going to be mashing, Proper nearly going to be taken down, and yes, he will fall. The Torpedo is able to go ahead and confirm the kill, so man advantage now there. Anti on the 2, Fielder, Hanbin, both going to be dealt with off the back of that one, and Machete nanoed up, will die on the back. So Finn, the one casualty going to be found, but 5:52 for this final stretch. This is one of the most absurd, this is the most absurd attack that I've seen.
Is that fast? Is that a fast time? I'm actually just flabbergasted. I am without words right now because there's absolutely been nothing that Falcons have done, and now they have no support ultimates. ZETA Division can probably just send in this Nano. I don't even know who you Nano at this point. Like Nano Sojourn, why not?
Yeah, I was gonna say you probably just do a Nano Clock, just a classic combination. But that being said, they'll probably just give it over to Violet again.
Yeah, I think you should Nano Sojourn if you want, like, to be able to capitalize on breakpoints.
Good window denial there, Hanbin. Of course, he used the self-destruct. Lane now going to be pulled out. Violet in a bad spot, way too far forward. Does it end up getting cut down? But ultimately, Proper not going to be able to find too much else. But this is going to be the first semblance of control that we've seen here from Falcons. The first real defense they put up at all.
But is it though? Like, Violet should be back. The spawns are not very far away, and they still have 5 ultimates to go.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, it's still not great. It's still, there's a world's worth of work to be done at the moment. Because right now, Falcons are looking like Atlas trying to hold up the world. Or rather, Sisyphus might be a better example. Into the ice block goes Proper, just trying to stay alive. Nano's across here on a Bernard. The Blizzard now in play, and Hanbin going to be demaxed. Just a breakdown here on the Bob, or taking a little bit of damage. Will break line of sight for a brief little moment here. But ultimately, the Bob will get cleared out. Proper so win to respawn. Happy nearly taken down. Does manage to escape back over to the spawn room fast enough, but now Orbital Ray at the ready. Going to be sent. The cart now gliding into the finish line. Sturmage going to be taken down for it. Able to find the headshot. And there's still a self-destruct to clear out this cart in this center point. Should they even need it? Looks like they don't. 356 to get to the end of Circuit Royale. That is one of the most one-sided attacks that I have ever witnessed.
I don't even know what just happened. I mean, I literally don't. I mean, so sometimes that's the case with me in general, but I think this one is acceptable. Maybe it's just the tempo-based play of a Juno. I mean, with the cooldowns as they are on the ring, and being able to just rush hard, it enables the Mei a lot to be able to get main position. Mei's like biggest downside is that she's slow and clunky, but if you can just hyper ring a Mei into the opposing team's diva, they can't do anything about it. And it just felt like the tempo was never slowed down, and there was no good answer from Team Falcons. Like, Proper was on the Genji, which doesn't seem that good against the comp that ZETA Division was running, and it never really got anything going. Happy was a non-factor, and it felt like ZETA just every time just rushed around corners, and then they won the fight, and they rushed around a corner, then they won the fight.
I mean, it looks like ZETA Division like fly hacked their way to the end of the map.
Yeah,
with the cart to get the cap. Like 356.
That is bonkers.
4 minutes under what the starting time bank is. It means it only took them 4 minutes and 4 seconds.
And now they can do this. Right. And now they don't even really have to play the map. They can just try to stall out and spawn camp. Alright, they won't spawn camp. Alright.
A quick peek out, but let's see what this attack looks like here from the side of Falcons, because even if this goes to extra innings, it feels unlikely that they're going to be able to match the time bank. So Happy, a lot of pressure here on his shoulders to be able to deliver. He's going to be walled off immediately. Grapples up here to the high ground with a follow-up shot, but will go wide. Doesn't want to repeat from the same angle, so we'll tuck back down. As Rail not quite going to get the confirmed kill there. The Shed taken low. There's Alfie. Pushed out of position. Has to go into the ice block. Can anybody come to the rescue here for him? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Bernard just goes piling in, but Finn does get eliminated. Proper able to find one. He was across there on a Flora. Violet hovering low on HP as well. More cut out for them, but not really any way to try to self-sustain yourself there with that Juno. So it does end up falling. Cleanup will come through, but that's the first hurdle jump. Many more to go.
There are no great counters to the Widow in the Pharah right now. So what ZETA wants to do is they want to win on the ground, and they want to do that kind of rush composition. The fact that they weren't able to kill the Diva on the other side was kind of the end of that fight for them. They put a lot of resources into being able to brawl on the ground, and once they lose that, they're just going to get out-damaged and outranged.
Barrage at the ready here from Proper. Nano nearly up for Fielder. Violet now does have that orbital line. It's going to send it. Happy immediately jumping back, seeing the Diva coming his way. There's going to be some space bot. Hanbin sends out that self-destruct. Be able to safely get back into the mech, but it's one fewer ultimate here. Nano's going to be invested. Oh boy, goes over to Proper. He's going to be slept out of the sky. Does get woken up, but now can't use that Nano to try to survive through the barrage channel. Not much more at risk when he decides to pull the trigger on that. Nice eat though. Hanbin able to take away the Blizzard. Proper going to be taken down, still able to find one with a barrage before falling. That's going to be Violet dead. Pin now gone as Hanbin collects two. That should just about be the push coming through here into A. Some minor cleanup going to be necessary as Bernard delay a little. Oh, okay. My feed froze for a moment. Delay a little bit more. And ultimately will be okay. The time bank, I mean, it's already just so much lower.
I mean, Han been wrecking through that, though. Outside of Graviton, the best ult to eat is Blizzard, and to be able to take that away from Alpha E is absolutely brutal. That probably wins them the fight if they get Blizzard off there. Not going to be the case, and this is just so tempo-based. This is the... I guess this is the new Circuit Royale.
I mean, we'll have to... I'll let Crazy Raccoons decide that, but
fair enough.
We'll lean on them to see what the actual meta is going to be, but I'm pretty sure whatever they decide to do, people will have to kind of step to them. For now, 3:28 remaining in the time bank here for Falcons. Just sets up the struct built back up for Hanbin. Overclock and the Nano at the ready.
Being able to play defense is, you know, so beneficial. Just knowing that what you did on offense, and like, you don't even have to win fights anymore. You just need to like die in the card and stall.
I've been just zipping in, trying to keep Happy protected in that back line, but Bernard not going to be dissuaded. Rushes forward, finds his pound of flesh, takes him down. Falcons once more going to be held at bay. Little beam nearly built up here from Majed. Violet just a huge percentage ahead of him. You might just see dueling Juno beams here. Minor backpedal, LPE just keeping himself safe here for the moment. Wants to hold that ice block cooldown for a rainy day. Team going to be coming out. Dueling on the ramp. This Violet seeking some targets here with the torpedoes, but has to tuck back so the self-destruct comes in. No one going to get caught by that one, but LPE able to collect here as the Blizzard was invested. Violet gets the better here of Majed. Blow up on the Hanbin. This mech is going to be broken. His proper will die. It's going to be more critical time bought off the time bank.
Well, it's so nice for ZETA, too, to be able to win that. I mean, you trade out Juno ultimates, totally fine, but then you win it just with the Blizzard. So as bad as Alpha E's first Blizzard was, the second one, totally good. Hanbin was toying with the Zarya. Not a whole lot of Zarya in the region been played.
But yeah,
ZETA Division
quick swap, but I would love to see it.
Yeah, ZETA Division able to win that with keeping their economy intact is huge. Team Falcons has like 2 fights to go. Maybe you're trying to Hail Mary this, maybe you nano proper and hope that something happens, but against the comp that ZETA has, I just don't see the barrage getting anything done.
Clock popped here from Flora. He's backpedaling and now putting damage down on a proper, and he will fall. Alfie able to find that kill, gets into the ice block to keep himself safe. Self-destruct. Oh, the remech kill onto Hanbin, getting rid of the Baby Diva. Disgusting here from Bernard. As once again, Falcons is going to be held at bay, and now they're saying, like, okay, I guess we have to try to match this, so proper will swap over to the May himself. They are significantly further behind as far as the ults are concerned.
It's just to supplement the tank play so that you can like get in some sort of reasonable capacity so that not everyone's half health when you're supposed to be starting the fight. So the May is gonna wall off near the carts, and then you're gonna come around this corner and then hope that Happy just goes off.
Certainly is going to need to. Even if they capped right now, they'd be starting damn near to 2 minutes down from where ZETA Division finished the map, and they can still have to make it all the way to the end. Overclock is going to be popped. Happy getting jumped on. He'll stream through, but you can see that ZETA Division not really bothered by this at all. They just continue to push forward, continue to hold back the ranks of Falcons. We will expire though. Majed with the torpedoes able to find one as Violet will fall. Alfie let the Blizzard go, but cannot play off the back of it. Happy with a rail shot, does manage to take him down. Fighting chance now here for Falcons. Hanbin tries to hold on to the mech. Rail looking for the kill, slides forward, gets a decent amount of damage there on the floor, but cannot quite confirm it. Bernard right there for the rescue, has the D-Matrix up, and Happy finds another one. Finn going to be taken down. Cycles him out, push coming through. Contest comes in, exactly 1 meter left to go. Bernard will find one as Happy will fall. Self-destruct is available, but he will opt to save it. Falcons get a second lease on life, but it's a minute and a half to start the final stretch compared to the 3:56 finish.
I think ZETA Division actually got a silver lining there, because I think if Finn lives a little longer, then they end up shooting in the Nano, and I don't think they win that fight regardless. So now they're going to be on top as far as some of these ultimates.
It's a good spot to be in. mean, at this point, you're anticipating that if Falcons can finish the map, it's going to be in overtime, which means that you have nearly 5 minutes for your own attack if it goes to extra innings. So we'll have to just wait and see. But for now, Alfie just looks like his sole purpose in life is just zone away Hanbin. Keep this D.Va under wraps, control it as much as humanly possible.
We are going to get down to the DPS ultimates here too.
They are.
That's a good combo.
Yeah. Finds that kill. And trying to hang in there, trying to stay alive. Bernard going to be the mech that's self-destruct now coming into play. Laura wrapping around the side. But going to be taken down. Alfie able to go ahead and collect that one. He's just 29% away from having another Blizzard.
Violet's going to be able to throw this Ray in as well.
The Bionade, Bernard frantically spinning around with the D-Matrix out to try to block anything he possibly can, but now we will enter into overtime. Overclock on Blizzard to try to get across the line. Little Ray coming through here from Violet, opening things up, offering up that healing here for his teammates. Is down to 46, is happy. Glides back over, looks for Bernard, trying to break him out of this mech, but can't quite make it happen. Hanbin going to be dealt with, happy, everybody falling to the wayside. And we knew it was going to happen from the outset, but now it is secured. We are going to a map 5. ZETA Division winning here on their map pick so very dominantly will take us the distance.
In what is widely known as the Widow Sigma map, of course, we had Mei, D.Va, Juno, Sojourn. The Juno Sojourn ultimate combination is actually really cool because like where Sojourn struggles right now is those breakpoints as far as the burst damage. But then if you get that boost from the Ray, you can actually start headshotting people again. So it's kind of really interesting of how those teams are playing together, and it charges so fast.
It really does.
Also, Sojourn with the tighter spread now charges super fast too. So this map just felt like so tempo oriented of how fast you can get into a fight, how fast you can get your ultimates up, and how fast you can utilize them. It seemed like no one was holding ultimates. As soon as that checkmark came online, people were smashing Q, and whether that was Blizzard or that was Barrage or anything else, that it seemed like that was the idea for both of these squads. But you look back and look at that ZETA offense, my God. They just never stop. It was the fastest offense.
It was brutal. I mean, it was like in Snowpiercer in the egg scene where the guy reveals that they have bullets on the train and just starts mowing people down. Like that was just when the gates opened on that attack. They just came out guns blazing, and clearly Falcons were not prepared for what was waiting for them on the other side. But we have a map 5 coming up. We're going to go to one last break before we figure out who's walking away victorious here from this series. So do not go anywhere. Well, we always knew it was going to deliver, and deliver it has. We're going to a map 5 here in our second series of the evening, and our final map to round it all out is going to be Paraíso.
Okay, is it Old Ocean picking the maps? This is Old Ocean's go-to map, Paraíso. I was expecting actually King's Row. Both these teams have played a ton of Kings before, and that's a little more standard of the map, but Paraíso has been played a ton, mostly because of Old Ocean. They picked it 7 out of 7 times they've had a map pick. And it's very, well, I said Circuit Royale was already figured out, but who knows? Juno's thrown a wrench in a lot of things here. But Paraíso, the meta is pretty standard on both sides. You run like Ana, Winston, Tracer, Dive, and then if you want to throw in an Echo or Pharah, that's your prerogative, and then a Brig is always in there. Like these metas and this composition on Paraíso has been almost 100% those heroes, but as we saw in Circuit Royale, I said, like, you know, it's Widow and Sigma, of course, and then we saw none of that. So I'm willing to be surprised by it. Maybe Echo or maybe Juno throws a wrench in it.
It certainly could happen. I mean, anything could happen from here. Any picks could come through, but we do have Bernard stepping out once again as HeeSung is going to be back in, and similarly for the ZETA Falcons, everybody got swapped in on the previous map is going to be swapping back out. So Proper, oh wait, I didn't see that one coming. Proper's going out and Stalker's coming in, so I'm guessing that this is going to just be Stalker on Tracer and then Happy staying in to play the Ashe. And then
Tracer Ashe.
Yeah, and then Hanbin's out. Smurf coming in to play Winston in all likelihood, and then Chio coming back through to play whatever they land on.
It does kind of limit you as far as if you want to run an Echo or a Pharah. You would think maybe Happy switches to Trace. I don't know. I'm done trying to guess what these teams are going to do. The Circuit Royale just broke my brain last map. I was like, oh, I totally understand what plays here. Yeah, so it is weird. They are taking out their most flexible play. I don't think Proper has been subbed out all year, by the way. I think
sure this is
as far as this stage, yeah, we have not seen the Happy Stalker damage lineup for Team Falcons. So it's a little bit interesting, a little bit of a wrinkle.
Maybe,
I don't think you take Stalker off a Tracer ever. Stalker's Tracer has been crushing.
Yeah, just given the way that he's been performing, I think that absolutely need to have him there for that Tracer if you're going to be running a Tracer at all. So that's my guesstimation. We'll see if I'm going to be correct or just, you know, have egg on my face at the end of this one once we see the heroes get locked in as the barriers get ready to drop.
Right.
Because the series, yeah, I mean, the series is going the way that we expected, just not in the fashion that we expected.
Yeah. So I'm guessing Tracer, Ashe, Winston, Ana, Brig, which means that we'll see Juno and, you know, Lucio, Echo, you know, Moira, something. Who knows? But that's how this map is played out. That is the comp that people run on this map.
It very well be the case. Looks like some final words here. Getting ready to load up for this one. Finalizing what the game plan is going to be here as we get ready to go into this. I mean, Falcons looking for that revenge after the previous loss to ZETA's hands. They managed to go further in the series this time around, but anything other than the victory is definitely going to be bittersweet.
Beyond just the comp being set too, this is one of the most like flowchart Overwatch maps that we've seen, especially first point offense. Is like the Winston tries to get to bridge, right? And then Coach Gun comes out, Whip Shot comes out. And then Winston tries to get to the back stairs, and then Coach Gun comes out, and Whip Shot comes out. And then they try to rotate to the secondary stairs. Like it's very much like played out, scripted playbook for how you attack on the offense here and how you defend on the defense.
Very War Games-ish.
Yeah.
As far as the
want to play a game.
Standard setup here, the standard setup battle. But, I mean, the last map was anything but standard, so I'm excited to see if there's going to be some more new stuff coming our way here for this final map, because no reason to really leave anything out on the table. And I suppose maybe you'd want to hide some stuff for the playoffs themselves, but being in a very good position for the playoffs is just as important. So,
right. I think you'd rather not play the first game of the playoffs
yes,
if you
exactly.
had your option.
Skip that first round, get that bye, be able to sit back, watch your opponent, and, you know, if you're able to get yourself into that first seed and dethrone Crazy Raccoon, get the opponent selection as well.
Yeah, it's some huge stuff that these teams are playing for, but this one's living up to the bookings. Like, we all thought that Falcons and ZETA were really close together. I think we kind of knew there was a gap between Crazy Raccoon and Poker Face. But I mean, we'll see tomorrow too, as Crazy Raccoon is what the great thing is about this seeder is Crazy Raccoon's going to have to play Falcons, and they're going to have to play ZETA as well. So we are going to be treated to the top tier of Overwatch. And we'll see like how the Juno really comes into play. I mean, the tempo play that Juno allows is really, I mean, it's opening my eyes. I didn't realize that Juno was going to be as impactful as they've been, but some of the combos that are opening up have been really interesting to see.
I would love if this Juno play here from Zeta Division is just, we feel confident in it, we know that we're good on this, and we really want to bait prep from Crazy Raccoon if we can win this one into
Right,
trying to,
and they just never
yeah,
run
just try to
Juno.
counter strat it, and then they just don't do it ever again. I think,
and then they're just running like on a brig. This is the most boring backline ever.
Yeah. Having those kinds of mind games always fun to see when teams try to pull stuff like that off, but I don't know. It does seem like Zeta very much have a lot of faith in it, and we've seen, you know, from a couple times where the comp, it definitely does have legs, but on other maps, on different map types, does seem to be considerably lacking. So I think that there's still a lot more iterations to go through. A minor delay on the stage, though, just to go ahead and keep you all updated. So we're waiting for that to be fixed. Something to do with LEDs. I don't know what that means exactly, but obviously we're just waiting for the go-ahead to be able to get in the game.
It means light-emitting diode. That's what it means.
Okay, thank you for that one, Mr. Pedant.
Yeah, sorry.
Boo this man.
Yeah. Boo him. Boo this man. Oh, no, I think the orbital ray is, like, seeing it on circuit was kind of interesting, too, because there's not really places that you can not fight, right? There's like kind of long sight lines, and you have to fight that, or you just like kind of peel away. It's like this moving Kitsune rush, and it's kind of a linear map where there's not an issue of being able to fight within your orbital ray. I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out what heroes work best with Juno, and it looks like Sojourn looks good for the breakpoints. Mei looks good to be able to get that fire rate up. Like that, there's some cool stuff happening that I don't think we've fully figured out.
One of the ones, I mean, it seems unlikely just because all other synergies don't necessarily exist, but I'm picturing in my head, like, steading up the beam, guiding that path forward, and then when the beam is getting ready to expire, dropping a Life Weaver ult at the end of it and just maximize your healing through. But either way, whatever issue we were having, it's been taken care of, and it's time to get into the fifth and final match. So can I use to go ahead and decide which one of these teams is going to be victorious?
The diodes are now emitting the proper lights. So Zeta Division is running the right comp for now. Violet might have to go back to Brig Jail here momentarily, but Alari's okay-ish.
Ooh. Is this surely isn't where we're going. It's just going to be an opening shot attempt here from Stalker.
Yeah.
But this
the grapple shot. I believe they actually,
Genji, though.
Matt Morello actually predicted a grapple shot earlier today, and I hate giving Matt credit for anything he ever does, but it was actually pretty bold. He looked into the future. There was a grapple shot hidden NA earlier today.
Well, I think that for Zeta Division, this one, it's pretty easy to predict. They might have expected that it was going to be Happy who was going to be taking that shot rather than Stalker, but all the same, certainly we're ready for it to come through. Happy, yep, will be moving over on to that Ashe. It's going to be Stalker. Digging into the skies here with the Echo, so not the traces that I was anticipating, but Violet is already going to take it down. A Smurf will play off the back of a nice anti-setup from Fielder, clipped on the two, and both of them end up falling.
So, I mean, the utility that gives you is just not as good as a whip shot, right? Because you know you're going to get jumped on. That's why you run the brig here. to have another peel, to have another disengage. And so Violet just gets jumped on immediately, and Alari doesn't really have anything. I mean, there's enough to protect Alari, but not to protect everyone else.
Well, it's a very pacey cap here. Falcons looking to replicate the same success that we saw ZETA have on Circuit Royale on their attack. As for eating a bit of damage, we'll just go ahead, jump over the side. Anti comes down, the arrival of the full team, but Smurf's still able to trade one out. So Flora does fall. And obviously, respawn advantage will be a bit more in the hands here of Smurf. Cart will start moving through the choke as Heesung drops down to the low ground, not wanting them to get any kind of free distance. We'll just let the hold of bay here for the moment.
This is the era of the map where you essentially just wait for who gets a better nano value. Like, it's just Winston's jumping past each other and getting nanoed and seeing if they can disrupt backlines. That's it.
Right now, it's going to be Fielder. And then Finn's still 21% away, and he's going to be taken down to power that Echo. Doesn't have a leap. Just get the stickies out, beam across. HP bar absolutely evaporates. Nano now going to be invested as Smurf goes diving into the back line. Looking to build up that primal. Should just about be able to do so here on this fight. Now just 4% away as the cart already rounding the final corner here. One of the high ground there on Nano now in play. Whip shot not really dissuading too much. The rally comes through. Shield bash goes across. Pulse bomb going to be going wide. Alfie unable to find that stick. Would have been a juicy setup for him as there was 3 people crowding into that side room, but can't find any of them. Rally will expire. Bob is at the ready. Smurf getting tagged up a bit, but has the primal now, has it popped. Sitting around the back, jumping in, gets the cleave down, Violet again, Anthony it out, taken down before he can even get the Captive Sun online. Or sent on the bomb to try to keep things contested, but Finn is now gone. They're supportless, and well, that is just going to be the cleanup coming through here. Stalker with the dupe. Just go ahead, build up a nano, and sends it right over to Happy. He's going to be taking pot shots here, looking to just snipe down Heesung.
Well, that was always going to be the question with this Team Falcons DPS lineup, is who is going to flex if they have to. And so far, Stalker's Echoes looked fine. It's nothing to write home about right away, but it's been serviceable. I think we all know that Happy is a very limited pool. Ashe being one of Happy's better heroes, but Team Falcons has invested a ton in that, and so far ZETA Division holding it.
Holding it for the time being. I thought for sure after that last fight that they were going to be able to get the push in, but
It
that
looked
word
like
found
it,
was
yeah.
enough, so Bob as well helping to delay. But now another nano going to be cycled in. Violet once more the target, kind of getting the Jae-Hong treatment, even though he's not even in this one. Violet's not playing the Ana. It's just going to get punished. Stalker will get traded out. He's able to find one, but now once again, Finn dead. Supportless are ZETA Division. Pulse bomb from Alpha once more is not going to be finding value. And now, after some minor delay, the cap on B will come through, and it's still a very healthy time bank for the Falcons.
Well, Violet finally gives up the ghost and is going to go to Brig. The issue is, it's not necessarily that you die all the time, it's that when you die on support as Alari, you can't help Finn, and then Finn dies immediately too. Like, your life is worth 2 lives when you're playing support, and you have to always take that into consideration. They got no value out of the Alari. The ultimate is not very good. I mean, I can count on one hand the amount of times we've seen Alari get like super ult value. So if you don't have the pylon up and you're not able to peel, then you're just putting your team in a really bad spot.
The pace is still being maintained here from Falcons. Drop down onto the low ground there from Stalker, just backpedaling away from Alphys. He tries to go for the chase, just not giving them any free kills whatsoever. Zaps across, Heesung desperately trying to confirm this one here against Fielder, but the rally healing starts coming through. And he's able to stay alive. Happy will get taken down. It's a little bit of a slow up here for him. Beam across as Stalker wants this kill eventually. Okay, buys enough attention away, so it will be the primal forced out. So they at least get that out of the way. Smurf pops his own, but now Fielder going to be picked off before the nano can come in through. Looks like Wiley though still kills being counted for Falcons as Heesung will get dropped.
I mean, the thing is you can't really keep pushing forward because you only have 3 up on the cart. So, yeah, you can and maybe get a couple of meters, but then those 3 people are going to be out in no man's land, and you're all going to die. So you have to reset here, 238. Falcons have the opportunity to initiate. Again, the question always is, who are you nanoing here? Nanoing Smurf is fine. It's the default. It's
Happy at 5 HP and still not dying.
Yeah.
Nancy on the Violet. Taken down, Stalker with a headshot, able to find him. Sleep, but quickly woken up. Stalker now going for the copy. Puts another Ashe into the mix since they want to have 2 Bobs out onto the playing field, but he will get broken out, but not before being on the fine floor with that final headshot. Called pop from Alpha E. He is out of the fray here for now. Violet, the rally, nearly online, but desperately needs this one. Trying to get this contest going. Alpha E touches in, managing to keep this one extended here for the time being. Rally comes through, gets a shield bash, and Smurf will fall. There's just 2 meters left to go here. They'll chase forward, look for some additional staggers, but ZETA Division very much need to get dug in.
Violet finally able to live for longer than 20 seconds. He's been abused this whole map. It's been pretty brutal, but ZETA Division now are going to have ultimates up, and Team Falcons has nothing to really look forward to. I guess Smurf can go in. Oh,
nice from Alfie. Yeah, just camping that side. Was able to just naturally take up to the pulse bomb. As soon as
Falcons they need to fight on the ground. They need to get Smurf in, and they need to get this rally in from Geo. So the dive has to come in, but you have to get Chio in position too. You need both of them probably to finish this map.
Well, the time being drained down to below a minute. Dynamite across, smattering of damage going to be found, but Ult's still a little ways away from some of these players on the side of Falcons. Primal will be in play. Support advantage though for them as Violet still just at 38%. Jump up over the top of the back of the Yancy, looking for Happy, looking for Fielder, but Kill's not going to be found. Chio pops the rally, however, forcing that one out. Smurf at the same time, though. Primal has come through, and he's looking to try to juggle down Bin, but kind of gets bogged on the wall. Dives back in, still looking to try to confirm this kill, and eventually will be able to get Bin that final smack of the Primal. And are now expiring. HaeJeokDan rejoining, dives forward. Smurf going to fall. Both supports now gone to the side of ZETA Division. HaeJeokDan tries to hold this line, but he's just not going to be able to stay alive. Bin swaps over onto that Kitty Code to try to get back a little bit faster, but it's just 1.91 meters now left to go. They look to try to take this one down into overtime. Can they extend it? No, they cannot. With 3 seconds to spare, Falcons make it to the end of Paraíso.
It's a sick rally from Chio, because they get antied and everyone is in a really bad spot, but the Brig ultimate kind of ignores that anti, gives everyone the overheal. Really nice there. Falcons will pull it off in the end. I just been watching Stalker just play things that aren't Tracer and just trying to realize what the power level really is for this team.
I mean, it's not as often that we get to see his Echo, but his Echo is still pretty decently close to world class.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, it just tells me a lot about what this team thinks about Stalker's Tracer. That's they're like, okay, your Echo is fine enough that we're going to take out Proper. Because Stalker's Tracer is it just that much better than Proper's? I mean, Proper has been known to be a very good Tracer, but Stalker has been looking so good on Tracer that, yeah, I mean, it's just trying to get a glimpse into the mentality of what the Team Falcons thinks about their players.
I mean, I think we all know how Krusty cooks up his stuff, but right now it's looking good for him. We get to the end of the map, so an opportunity to just get a solid defense and bring this series to a conclusion. ZETA Division, at this point, though, just need to make it to the end. Doesn't matter if it's with time or without. They will be able to go to some overtime rounds as long as they can get to C.
Hard map to finish. Also being on the defense here, you know, we talked about it on Circuit Royale, where you're not necessarily fighting the other team. You're fighting the clock. As long as you can stall out, you're in a great spot. And this is a map that, like, we've seen people not even cap first point on this map.
Oh, for sure. Full hold, definitely possible. Smurf, though, getting whittled away at. HP bar continuing to plummet. To that breaking point, they're so close to tipping the balance here into their favor. That might just do it. Trade out here on the Winston's been out. Violet falling. Chio dead. It's just going to be mirrored kills coming through here as Flora desperately tries to find a little bit more. Dynamite across on the fielder. Alfie, you will be able to pursue forward, finding that elimination. Point potentially opened up now. They will step forward and at least be able to gain a tick. But Happy down on the back end. That's a big stagger to be found.
They're definitely going to come in and touch her because HaeJeokDan went down really early.
Second tick going to be grabbed. still held back here for the moment, and
Are
now
they not even gonna?
they will. They're just gonna disengage for it. So it's just as healthy of a time bank to start. But Happy, let's find that opening kill. That's not gonna slow things up too much. Hard sauce to make its way through the archway.
This is a part of the map where you see a lot of teams get bogged down, is right here. Generally, you see the Ana and the Brig just kind of sit back in this archway, and pretty much Winstons are just going to always dive into it. But early kills.
Pulse Bomb committed just to go ahead and confirm that kill on the Smurf. And this gives HaeJeokDan a monstrous lead towards the Primal, which he's about to have online. Smurf just now about to crest past 60%. Primal's online here for ZETA Division. Gotta go along with it, but a couple other players still playing catch-up. As Violet nearly with the rally, which, speaking of which, Gio's going to be using his immediately. Alfie, the first to fall. Sung trying to create some space here, find some value. Flora is able to deal with Stalker, winning out in that exchange.
Does Violet pop this?
Holding it for now.
You know the other Brig just used.
Might have to pop it in response to the Nano coming through, but for now it's going to be Bob out. Sleep Dart immediately greets it, puts it down on the floor, but Bob's going to be awoken right back into the fight as Primal starts rolling here from Smurf. Rally is out there for Violet, so Smurf's going to have to make his exit, jumps back out to safety, get some heals. Does that one shield bash in the wrong position, and he's going to be stranded and dead. New power coming through. Stalker dives in forward, Dynamite down at their feet, and Violet blown to pieces as, oh, it'll be Finn taken down. Fight very much going the way of Falcons now, as he will find some very solid stability here. Celebrating with some Dynamite, blowing himself up.
Why not? I mean, there's still 3.5 minutes. The tempo on this map has been absolutely insane.
Breakneck on both sides. I don't think so, but that's a lot of what Falcons had expended in the meantime. ZETA Division, I mean, they used that last fight to just really start cycling up their next stuff. They used the rally, they used the Bob, but they nearly have a next Nano. They already have the Primal for HaeJeokDan, and Alfie is about to have a Pulse Bomb as well. In a good position here are ZETA Division. As long as they can make these ults find value. Walker trying to harass forward here alongside Smurf, just jumping up, contesting this high ground. Anti not going to connect. Gets that heal boost across here on a Violet. He's now going to be antied out, and Stalker wraps around from the backhand side, and he's able to find both supports. Smurf will fall, but it might not matter too much. Now the rally's going to be rolling from Gio. Just go ahead and ensure that they do have some staying power. As Primal is just not going to be enough. It expires before they can try to find that kill. Sung now in a bad spot, has to try to make his exit, which he will be able to do.
The downside of having the Ana Brig, which they're always together and they're always peeling for each other, is that if you can hit something on them, you get both. Like, it's very rare that against an Ana Brig comp that you won't kill both of the supports on your way in. And they hit an anti, they get a beam, and that is just it. You can't win a fight against, you know, a team that just wiped both your supports.
ZETA Division now very much contained back over here towards point A. Pulse Bomb attempted to lob him, but the shield was even raised, so Gio, even if he had gotten the connection, it just wasn't going to lead to the elimination. One of the critical tools now out of ZETA's hands. Nano sent here from Falcons. Smurf, the recipient, is waiting for an opportunity to go jumping forward, but looks like, I mean, he really doesn't need to. He can just go ahead and play out the passive Nano route. As Alfie just tries to go on a flank, and Gio shuts him down.
They might be banking here. One last good shot, but the Falcons have been totally fine. ZETA Division have support ultimates. Falcons do not. That is as simple as it is. If Falcons, or if ZETA does not win this next fight, they are in a world of hurt. They have every advantage that you want.
Up and over the top, there's the Duke. Copy onto the Ana. Anti lobbed in, Finn at risk. Shot takes him down to his sliver, but he is able to survive. But even then, Smurf finds Flora, gets slept for a brief little moment. Now going to be woken up. Nano's rolling here on the Winston. Finn eventually will fall. Violet now going to be cleaned up, and then we're under a minute remaining. They still have to get into B. They still have to get an extra minute and a half and then go to the end of the map. Things right now not looking good for ZETA Division.
Just completely cut in half. Just really, really smart positional awareness from Falcons to be able to cut the entire ZETA Division in half. That you have supports on one side, everyone else on the other, and they were just able to take whatever fight they wanted. Oh my god, almost got that kill, and there it is.
Yep, Flora taken down, just sending out the Bob. Right now, Team Falcons, they're playing the tempo incredibly well, and they're dictating the pace at every twist and turn. Chia, however, going to be taken down. He's stuck with the Primal, able to climb one. Looks for the juggle there onto Happy. Does die, but Alfie finds the follow-up. So in the end, it's a bit of a trade-up as the Stickies nearly do manage to take out this Tracer. He stays alive, but run back. Very quick for Gio and Smurf. The cart now starting to inch forward. Stickies into the back line. Stalker looking for the assassination. Rally rolling. Smurf going to be anti, but has the Primal. Pops it. Some peel off the sleep dart. Finn able to keep himself alive. Bob goes through. Contest is there for the time being. Gio back out. Making his way forward. Rally at the ready. Stalker just taking these pot shots. Managing to find that kill. And so far, it's only Smurf dead. Alfie now gone. No DPS available here for the side of ZETA Division. Finn desperately trying to get that nano online. 4% away, but he's going to be broken out of the mech before he can make it happen. Anti on the 2, but there's just no one for the follow-up. And that will bring it to a conclusion. A successful hold just a few meters in front of B. And Team Falcons will find their revenge over ZETA, taking them down 3-2.
A 3-2 Falcons win. Somewhat expected. I thought the support line for the Falcons really understood the assignment there on Paraíso, but also Stalker. I did not know you had that in your game. I knew Stalker was a great tracer. I did not expect the echo play, and clearly this team understands Stalker's echo play. He was getting nanoed towards the end. Yeah, I just think that this is the next chapter of Falcons that we've kind of been looking at the last week, maybe 2 weeks or so, where they understand the roster that they have and are really figuring out when to put people in, where their best plays are for this squad, rather than being really locked into 5 people, you know? This is the first time we've seen this Falcons DPS line, and it looked solid as hell.
It did. And while we submitted this a eternity ago, we ended up hitting the nail on the head. Stalker is our player of the match. No robbery to happen here. This guy was just hounding throughout the series. And, you know, the one kind of blunderous loss that you could say, he wasn't there for. So Stalker overall, damn near perfect on the day. But yeah, I like the flexibility here that we're seeing from Falcons. The Circuit Royale, I think, widely was them getting caught off guard and not being able to adapt nearly as quickly as they needed to for what was coming at them. But I think that, you know, with a little bit more fine-tuning in that regard, then they can shore up that map and the weaknesses that were on display there. But yeah, I like the pivots coming through. Stalker not only proves that he's still incredibly adept at both the Tracer and the Echo, but also the Ashe, because he was just regularly going for the dupe onto the enemy Ashe, and he was putting up just highlight reel performances.
Yeah, a very good duped Ana as well. The dupe Ana I always find really fascinating, because like, you're looking at the Ana, right? Then you dupe her and you hit her with an anti, and it's like, aha! Like, you pretty much just win that fight immediately. But I voted for Stalker really early on. I'm like, oh, he's the best tracer in the server. Like, pretty clearly was the best tracer in the server. But then to round out the hero pool, and, you know, Echo is a critical hero that I think you have to have, because otherwise teams are just going to Pharah abuse you. It's the really only like pure counter, I think, to Pharah. And yeah, Stalker's Tracer is, everyone always knows it's very good, but the fact that it took them Falcons so long to figure out that Stalker's a good player, I think part of it too is I don't really think that they overlooked Stalker. I think a lot of it was like, hey, Happy hasn't played in a while. I think we can win these games just acclimating Happy to our roster. Wasn't always the case, but I don't think it was really any sort of Stalker slander. We've seen just what kind of high highs he can hit.
Well, we'll get ready to go ahead and hear from him and see what he has to say about winning player of the match. So we'll go ahead and pass things over to Quest.
Thank you very much, Achilles. Of course, Team Falcons taking the 3-2 victory over ZETA Division. And we have the man of the hour himself, Stalker, on stage. But before we get into it, introductions. Of course, Stalker representing the DPS lineup for Team Falcons. Of course, Team Falcons got their revenge today with taking the map 1, 3, and 5 wins. So thoughts on the victory? So I personally never lost to ZETA, so I was confident that we won't lose.
질 줄을 몰랐다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데 자 스테이지 2 초반의 팔콘이 아닙니다.
Of course, the team does not look like how they were in the beginning of the stage. So, what was the momentum of the match like?
주관했던 맵은 약간 그 결과가 그대로 나온 것 같고 그 외에는 저희가 준비한 대로 잘 간 것 같습니다.
I think that, of course, the maps we lost, it was unfortunate, but the maps we won, I think the game plan, we stuck to the game plan and it worked out.
왜냐면 제가 쉐다가 했을 때 그냥 나머지 딸피 무시하고 전문적
Is there a player that you want to compliment for today's match? And he says fielder, because he always had my back.
우리 스토커 선수가 아닐까 싶습니다. 그리고 또 오늘 관전 포인트가 있었죠. 준호가
Of course, we have to talk about Juno.
경기기도 했어요.
She made her first appearance today. So what was it like playing against her?
스크림에서 이미 봐가지고 이미 아는 그 결과긴 했는데.
Of course, it was an expected result because we played against her against scrims.
자, 그렇다면 마지드의 준호는 어땠나요?
So how do you rate Surmajet's Juno?
마제드는 제가 사실 안 봐가지고 평가할 수가 없습니다.
I actually didn't watch Surmajet's Juno, so I can't really say much about it.
말씀을 해주셨으니까 그런 걸로 알겠습니다. 자, 5세트 팀원들을 위기에서 구출해낸 스토커 선수입니다.
Of course, he's the hero that saved his team in map 5 and received the unanimous votes for POTM. So what was the highlight moments for you?
수면총을 트레이서 재운 게 좀 잘 가지 않았나.
네, 자, 네 것도 내 것처럼 이렇게 자유자재로
Sorry, I missed that answer, but he mentioned something about Anna shutting down the enemy Anna.
너프 체감하시나요?
Can you really fix the hotfix nerfs? And he says yes, it's actually pretty big.
이런 마음이 있을까요?
저는 당연히 그러면 좋습니다.
Of course, he would be happy if they revert the nerfs.
자, 스토커 선수
Maybe Hex is right. After 6 months, she'll be buffed again.
펼치게 됩니다. 오늘
Of course, your next opponents are Crazy Raccoon.
어떤 그 결과를 다시 뒤바꿀 만큼 오늘 이겼던 만큼 크레이지 라쿤도
Can you carry today's momentum into tomorrow's match tomorrow and beat them and end their streak?
쉽게는 안 질 것 같습니다.
I would like to say that at least we won't go down without a fight.
이렇게 들어봐도 될까요?
네.
그렇다면 크레이지 라쿤에게도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
Can you please say a few words to Crazy Raccoon?
이번엔 저희가 이기겠습니다.
This time we'll win.
자, 내일 과연 무실 세트를 깰 수 있을지 그것도
Of course, can they end their undefeated match streak? You'll have to tune in tomorrow. And lastly, please say a few words to the fans.
항상 감사하고 앞으로도 좋은 모습만 보여드리겠습니다.
Thank you always for supporting us, and we will make sure to
이렇게
perform
팬분들께
at a very high
하는
level.
말이 가장 깁니다. 저와의 인터뷰에서는 항상 단답을 해주시는데 팬분들에 대한 사랑이 엄청난 것 같습니다.
And that was the end of the interview with Stalker. And before we head into match 3 between Fnatic and HaeJeokDan, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and Hex.
Fnatic과 해적단의 경기가 기다리고 있습니다. LCQ 많은 기대 부탁드리면서.
All right, thank you very much, Quest, for the translation as always. And yes, and well, I've not lost to ZETA, so I like the words there from Stalker. But we are not done yet. We have one last series, Fnatic versus HaeJeokDan. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with that action.
안녕하세요. 푸나틱에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 나이프입니다.
푸나틱에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 이재곤입니다.
푸나틱 탱커 동학입니다.
푸나틱에서 서브 딜러 맡고 있는 체크메이트입니다.
푸나틱에서 서블러를 맡고 있는 이재키입니다.
사실 저는 한국이랑 외국이랑 크게 차이는 없다고 생각해서 늘 하던 대로 열심히 하지만 그래도 관객분들이 한국 분들이다 보니까 좀 더 파이팅을 잘 받아서 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
한국에서 대화할 수 있는 계기로 한국 팬들을 만날 수 있으니까 그거를 이제 목표 삼아서 제가 더 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
좀 늙었고요. 좀 못해진 것 같고요. 저도 포함이고 이제 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보였기 때문에 이제 앞으로 이제 남은 길은 더 열심히 해서 유종의 미를 좀 거둬야지 않나.
저는 저를 눈여겨보면 좋을 것 같습니다. 제가 히트 스캔을 주로 안 했다가 이번 연도부터 하기 시작했는데 다른 메인딜 선수보다도 더 잘 할 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 눈여겨보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 전 제가 1등이라 생각합니다. 이번에는 더 열심히 해서 더 높은 곳으로 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
저는 이번이 좀 마지막 대회일 수도 있다는 생각이 들어서 마지막까지 좀 후회 없이 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
우승 아니면 의미가 없다 생각해서 우승하겠습니다.
재밌게 잘 해보겠습니다.
항상 팬분들이 있기에 선수가 존재한다고 생각을 해요. 만약에 팬분들이 없었다면 이 직업이나 선수들 자체도 없지 않나. 그래서 항상 찾아오고 응원해주시는 팬분들한테 너무 리스펙하고 너무 감사하다는 말 전하고 싶습니다.
매번 찾아와 주시고 이제 부시는 팬분들한테 항상 감사하고 응원을 빌미로 다시 일어날 수 있게 해주셔서 감사하고 진짜 마지막으로 생각하고 열심히 하겠습니다.
We are very thank you for fans who always supporting us. I really want to say thanks.
Cheer up, Fnatic. Thank you. 안녕하세요. 해적단에서 서브 힐러를 맡고 있는 이수민이라고 합니다.
해적단에서 서브 딜러를 맡고 있는 선준이라고 합니다.
해적단에서 메인 딜러를 맡고 있는 프로펫이라고 합니다.
해적단에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 매그라고 합니다.
해적단에서 서브 딜러를 맡고 있는 제스트라고 합니다.
해적단에서 메인 힐러를 맡고 있는 빈다임이라고 합니다.
대회가 떨어지고 나서 쉬는 기간에 이제 바로 연습팀을 꾸렸는데 자연스럽게 연습하다가 강팀도 잡고 하다 보니까 이렇게 어쩌다 보니까 서울 멤버로 모이게 됐어요. 영훈아, 임페른 할 때 문제는 고쳤니? 아직 안 고쳐졌을 것 같은데.
평소처럼 대회 때 바들바들 떠면서 긴장하면서 하고 임페리얼 할 때처럼 하자.
태형, 아직도 얼굴 믿고 게임 대충 하는 거 아니지?
저희가 팀명에 대해 많은 얘기를 나눴는데 좀 많은 후보들이 있었는데 수민이가 해적단을 강력하게 원해서 이제 투표를 진행하는 결과 해적단으로 하게 되었습니다.
그냥 컨셉이 확실한 것 같아서 재밌어서 한 것 같습니다. 이 자리를 빌려 죄송합니다. 일단 태성이 형이 맏형이니까 태성이 형이 선장하고 내가 행동대장 할게.
네, 선장 매그입니다. 저는 빈다임 선수가 요리사를 맡아줬으면 좋겠네요. 뭔가 잘 어울리는데요, 그냥?
네, 안녕하세요. 해적단의 요리사가 되게 된 빈다임이라 하고 제스트를 칼잡이로, 왜냐면 겐지를 잘하기 때문에 칼잡이로 추천하겠습니다.
해적단에서 칼잡이를 맡게 된 제스이고요. 그 프로페 선수를 평소에도 이제 뒤통수를 잘 치기 때문에 한번 해적단의 배신자로 둬보겠습니다.
저를 배신자라 했는데 저는 그냥 평범한 선원 1이고 선준이를 총잡이가 어울리는 것 같아서 총잡이로 하겠습니다.
총잡이 된 게 제일 나은 것 같네요.
이번에 처음 맞춰보는 거긴 하지만 그래도 티오필더보다는 잘할 수 있을 것 같아요. 너무 거품이 많이 낀 것 같거든요, 거기는.
스크림에서 라쿤 빼고는 다 두드럽 해본 적이 있어서 한 2등까지는 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
무조건 스톡홀름 가는 걸로.
저희가 후회 없는 경기력이 나오는 게 목표고 OWCS에서 좀 최고의 탱커로 마무리하는 게 개인적인 목표입니다.
저번 시즌은 좀 후회가 많은 경기들이 있었어서 이번엔 후회 없는 경기 많이 할 수 있도록 하는 게 저희 각오입니다.
처음에 조금 휘청거릴 수도 있는데 그래도 다 잘하는 선수들이니까 끝까지 믿고 응원해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
여러분들의 마음을 약탈하겠습니다.
저를 응원해주신 팬분들이 아직 제가 우승하는 모습을 못 보셨을 텐데 이번에 꼭 우승하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 저희 해적단 많은 응원 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
너네 동료가 되라.
Alrighty, we are back, and it's now time for the final series of the evening. We've already gotten to see Crazy Raccoon, then Team Falcons take their wins. Now we go into one final bout for this day with Fnatic going up against HaeJeokDan. So I will admit, I'm not the most familiar with HaeJeokDan's game. I haven't gotten to cast them yet, and casting makes me retain things in my brain. So while I've watched their games, I haven't quite had that hands-on familiarity. So I'm really not too certain how this one's going to go, because it was what we were kind of touching on in the lead up to the start of the first series. Fnatic have had a very up and down year overall.
Yeah, I mean, HaeJeokDan has only won 2 matches, and they beat Old Ocean and they beat Vec. Like, it's kind of what you expect, but 0-3 against ZETA, 0-3 against PokerFace, 1-3 against Fnatic previously, very recently actually, 0-3 Crazy Raccoon, 1-3 versus Falcons. So this team has struggled. So they are rightly in the 6th spot. Fnatic, I think people are still struggling to wrap their heads around what is going on with Fnatic, because on paper, they should be beating teams, and it's just been a downward trajectory since EWC, like this kind of a retooled roster, and really a lot of the ire comes at the expense of the support line. And these are two legends, almost, like Izayaki and HaeJeokDan, but it's just been... they're not playing the same way that their previous supports did, and their previous supports have been somewhat successful as well. So that's a lot of things. Here's the thing, though. I think Checkmate's the best Pharah in this entire region. Okay. So maybe that could just carry.
It very well could. We'll have to just wait and see. But for now, it's time to get the teams out onto the stage, starting with Fnatic. And we will see them make their way out, and then also get a glimpse into full starting lineups and whatnot.
Yeah, well, that's the Fnatic starting lineup.
Well, yeah,
they only have 5.
I just meant like, I meant that we'll have the graphics, you know. We'll get it all nice and fancy and flashy up on your screens. But yeah, just the 5, so no substitutions to be made. But you're right. I mean, there has been some ire drawn at the support lineup of HaeJeokDan as well as Izayaki, 2 players that have had an immense amount of experience playing together. But it just feels like it hasn't fully come together quite just yet. We'll see, though. Kind of challenge HaeJeokDan can put up on the other side of the stage, as I do like the logo. We'll pair it with a pirate hat. Maybe we got the pirate cap here from Egg.
Yeah, there we go. Yes, this team, 6 players on the roster. They have Sonjun. Often will come in as the tracer player for this team, but Prophet and Zest have been starting on the DPS line.
Alrighty, well, we'll see how they do fare as we take a closer little look. I mean, you're talking them up in a big way. I mean, we've been seeing strong performances from Checkmate. Has been maybe the brightest spot on the team for them here alongside Knife.
Yeah.
But, you know, there of course are other concerns aside from HaeJeokDan and Izayaki. Donghak fairly limited in the hero pool. Granted, yeah, we did get to see some really nice Doomfist play earlier today from Junbin, but that's not going to be able to carry you through an entire series. Donghak, of course, that is going to be his favorite. But for HaeJeokDan, just the 1 sub available to them, and it's going to be Zest on the bench to start.
Yeah, makes sense. You would expect that Seonjun is going to come in and play the Tracer. I mean, there's just consistency questions with this team. I mean, there's a reason that some of these guys aren't on a higher level roster. I think Vindime has rightfully been, dragged a little bit for some of their play on support. Lee Soo-min is a fine flex support, but never really feels like it's that level of Shu or something like that where they're making plays. Mag a little bit limited in the hero pool, so they're all like seasoned players, just has not come together for this one.
It could be a very bloody battle, but let's go ahead and hear from the team reps first.
Thank you very much, Achilles. We are here with the final team rep interview of the day. Of course, this is the LCQ. We have Fnatic facing off against HaeJeokDan, and on Fnatic's side, we have Checkmate representing his team. And as for HaeJeokDan,
안녕하세요. 해적단 힐러 이수민입니다.
we have Lee Soo-min.
네, 수민 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 승리하는 팀은
The winners of this match qualifies for the playoffs, while the losers have to play one more match. So, of course, a lot of analysis being done. So, how did you prepare for today's match?
저희 잘하는데 집중했기 때문에.
We focus on our own strengths rather than the other team's analysis for today's match. And as for HaeJeokDan,
저희도 딱히 분석은 안 하고 하던 대로 하면은 쉽게 이길 거라 생각하고 있습니다.
same for us. I thought that as long as we played the way we did, and we would win, so didn't focus too much on the analysis part. And of course, this is the first LCQ match for both teams, so how do you, any secrets? on how to shed the nerves.
딱히 저희만의 방법은 없는 것 같아요.
I don't think we have
자, 우리는
a particular
긴장이라는 걸
way
해본 적이 없다.
to
이렇게 들리는데요.
shed those
그렇다면
nerves, but
해적단 팀은
again,
있을까요?
we don't really get
저희도
nervous.
딱히 긴장은 안 하는데
Uh,
레그 선수 머리 보면은 마음이 풀리더라고요.
왜죠?
시원시원해가지고.
So they said we don't really get nervous,
선수의 머리를 보면
but
긴장이
looking at
풀리기
Mag's
때문에
hair
우리 팀의 사기 진작에 도움이 된다라고 말을 들어봤습니다.
helps the team's morale,
그렇다면
to
마지막으로
boost team's
응원해주신
morale
팬분들께도
because it's
한마디씩
kind of funny.
들어볼게요.
And lastly, a few words to the
똑같은
fans.
말이지만 응원해주셔서 감사합니다.
I'm really grateful for the support,
자,
and please continue to
해적단
support
팀도
us.
들어볼까요?
지금까지 아쉬운 모습 많이 보여드렸는데.
Of course, we put on disappointing performances so far, so we'll make sure to step up. And thank you for supporting us. So which team will be the ones to secure the first playoffs tickets from the LCQ? And before we head into the match, Raccoon and Hex, take it away.
Don't mind if we do. It looks like we're going to go 3 for 3 on Lijiang Tower here today. Not doing the world tour, not seeing anything different. So we'll just be keeping it down to the basics here. So every single team just looking to favor this map, I do suppose, for the control start. So we'll see how this one fares. But like they were talking about, like Quest had said during that translation, you win this one, get through to the playoffs. You lose this one, you still have to fight.
Yeah, that is the stakes on the line. Lijiang Tower, not the biggest surprise here. Teams have been favoring this one. Well, I mean, I guess they're not been picking the map, but it seems like teams are liking the dive compositions where you can play ball, you can play Winston. Lijiang Tower generally favors that until you get to Control Center, which can be a little bit different. That's kind of a Sim-Mei specialty, but teams like the Lijiang Tower, one of the old classic standbys, and you know, it's the Lijiang Tower.
That is true. It hasn't really been that for a decent amount of time, though, but perhaps today could be the day.
Like 3 years.
Yeah, but I mean, it's all about how you perform in the moment. So if Lijiang wants to hit that stride and start sending people up the side of the map, start racking up those environmental kills again, then I, for one, would be all for it because it's always entertaining. But I guess what's more entertaining, at least from the words of his teammate there, is Mag's hair being their inspiration and their motivation for the series.
The interesting thing too about Lijiang Tower is, are we going to see Lucio kind of replaced with Juno? It seemed like that was the idea early on, especially on Gardens. But I don't know if that's just team dependent or if that's just a Violet thing, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think it maybe is just a Violet thing. I mean, obviously we got to see Crazy Raccoon on this map. They didn't lean into it at all. So it's hard to really say until we get a little bit more tape, but I would be curious to see if either of these squads are going to be pulling that one out off the rip. But if you do, what does the composition look like? Because obviously at the start we were seeing, you know, Finn on the Ana with Violet playing that. Do you want to run double move speed? Because ultimately, if you're not interested in double move speed, which maybe seems like a bit of overkill, then you probably do just want Lijiang playing the Lucio to have that maximum comfort. So I'd be curious to see if Fnatic is going to be tooling around with that one at all. But we'll have to just wait and see. I believe we have a slight little tech hang up on the stage. So right now the admins are getting that taken care of. So for now, we can go ahead and appreciate the good old fan signs.
I think we're checking Izyaki's PC. Check him PC.
Whose seat was that in the last series? They're on the ZETA side, so I guess it would be Finn or Violet. One of them broke something. We're gonna have to fine them. Pay for the repairs. It looks like.
Well, I think the one thing that
see what the hell's going on.
I think the one thing we have realized, though, is that Juno does not work great with Ana. It did feel like Ana was just super exposed.
Yes.
So we'll see what teams try to run here, if it's even viable. It looks super viable on Circuit, if you just want to run like up-tempo. But that up-tempo does rely on you winning fights, and then setting yourself up in a better position.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the Kiriko iteration of it, though, that actually seemed very strong.
Yeah,
Seems like that kind of comp has a lot of legs. And I guess in some ways you do kind of get that double mobility going through, but only when the Kitsune rushes up. But I think that there's a decent amount of synergy between the Kitsune rush as well as the orbital beam. So I think that maybe we see some more of that in the future compared to people trying to run the Ana, because unless you have, like, maybe with a Diva that becomes a bit more viable, because you can have a little bit more peel for that back line, but you really have to be on the money with that back and forth, just dipping into the front line, putting out damage and trying to find picks as well as keeping the back line protected. So
sure,
it's a fine line to tread.
I think it's always going to be good on maps where a team can't really kite away, like in the same maps there, like Kitsune is really good, right? And if they do kite away, it's still beneficial for the offense. So like, yeah, if you don't want to fight, great, we'll still take this 100 meters or whatever, which is why it works so well in Circuit. We're still waiting on the PC stuff. We've been pretty lucky as far as tech has been going lately.
Yeah, I mean, the career broadcasts have been a bit smoother. Of course, had our hiccups when it comes down to some of the other regions, just given that they are taking place online, and there's always random instabilities and whatnot that you can encounter. But this one, not exactly 100% clear on exactly what the issue is, but if we get any update and any kind of ETA, then we will, of course, relay that to you guys. So for now, Hex and I just get to chill out, hang back, and
drawings.
Yeah,
I have no idea what either of those say, but I enjoy the animation style of it.
Tracer. Oh, I guess they want to see Zest play Tracer. Is kind of what I'm gathering from it. Like
it's kind of just got like Adult Swim or like early MTV animation vibes,
Oh, I'm looking at the dude crying on the right. That one, yeah, this one looks like home movies.
Yeah. It's Brandon Small right there.
Pulse. God, I didn't get to read it. As we're going to be coming on to us on camera, which is always a good sign. So, looks like this may take a little while. I'm not sure if we're going to be going to a break or anything like that, or if you're just going to be looking at our lovely faces for the next little bit. But, did like the signs. It was reminding me, the one on the right was reminding me, for anybody who knows, Mark M Cartoons. I won't say the full name of his YouTube channel to out myself, but if anyone knows, then they know. But reminded me of Mark M. So that I appreciate that art style quite a bit. But yeah, that one, wanting to see some zest on Tracer. They will have to wait a little bit to potentially witness that, but we'll see if the sub-in comes through. I think that if we go to push, that's especially where I'd want to see Zest. The guy is just, I mean, he basically invented the steal the bot play, so wouldn't mind seeing that again, as well as I think we had one for anybody who didn't see it. It was Who Are You in Pacific the other night. Just, he stole a bot for like 60 meters. And it was just completely uncontested, and he was just running this bot all the way towards the final push, and like no one had realized because everyone was so scrambled fighting, and he just sat there and he gained 60 meters by himself just backcapping this thing. It was pretty ridiculous.
It's kind of crazy that even at the highest levels of play, people just don't see the progress bar, and like it can happen at any level. So if anyone's getting salty about their plat game where they get backhapped, it's like, well, it happens everywhere. You get C9s at the highest levels.
You certainly do. I mean, there's just, a game like Overwatch, you got a lot going on your screen. There's a lot to pay attention to. You're trying to track ultimates. You're trying to see, who's got what cooldowns, even just for their basic util kits. So sometimes it gets a little bit mixed up. But in the meantime, this is what you guys can get while you're watching. So the longer the tech delay, the more odds you have of being able to finalize these, because they're only available.
That's a silver lining.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's a quick little turnaround on these ones. So a nice little 2-day incentive gain to be able to get potentially that Ramatra home skin for yourself, the OWCS version, and but of course the Taste of Glory spray, as well as the Summer Games torch icon. I think, let me check mine and see if I have it. I think I should be eligible now. Yeah, we're good. All right, got that. But we are going to go to a quick little break. I'm being told it's going to be about 2 minutes. So hopefully when we return, we'll have everything taken care of and we can get this final series underway, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back and we should be moments away from jumping into the game. Minor issue. Looks like the players are getting loaded up into the lobby. We're going to go ahead and get this Lijiang Tower underway. Get this final series of the day started. Just a reminder of the stakes. You win this, you go to the playoffs. You lose this, you play another game.
Yeah, a knockout game, which would be tomorrow. Tomorrow we start eliminating teams. Not ideal for those teams. But also, I mean, both of these squads, but I think really like Fnatic, as far as like the veterans that they have on their squad, the top 4 teams don't want to play against Fnatic. Like, you're really fighting for that bye so that you don't end up having to play Fnatic, which is a team that could just end up doing something weird to you because they have that talent. They've not hit their ceiling. They've just been playing poorly over the last couple of months, but you do know what this peak team can have.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's one of those squads that, you know, they have their struggles, they have that like that kind of back and forth inconsistency, but if they click on a given day, then you're at risk, and suddenly you could be screwed. You could get eliminated. You could get taken down. So that's something that you do desperately want to avoid. So being able to separate yourself away from Fnatic, not have to play against them, even getting yourself, of course, you know, the opponent selection. Looking at Crazy Raccoon right now for that one, then that's like the perfect position to be in. Make sure that you are getting the best possible odds to be able to close out a series as humanly possible.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's overused. Scary team, spooky team, but I think everyone does know that at their peak, Fnatic can compete with, well, almost everyone. And I do feel like we still need to put Crazy Raccoon in their own echelon.
Yeah, I mean, there's a very large tier break at the moment, and we've said it ad nauseum. I mean, you mentioned it before. Like we are kind of running out of things to talk about when it comes down to Crazy Raccoon because there's only so many good words in the English dictionary, and I feel like we've been going through all of them. We've been draining the thesaurus of all of its resources to find synonyms for perfection, but there is a massive tier break until somebody does manage to take them down, and even then, it's probably just going to be a little bit of an off day for them. So it's really easy to even just write off potential future losses for the squad. But you see some fans here excited to see some more Juno potentially, as I'm being told that the ready checks are coming through, so we should be getting ready soon.
But if you remember all the way back into week 1, this Fnatic team went 2-3 with ZETA. Like, it went the distance, and it was super close. So this Fnatic team is capable of beating second, third place, or at least, giving them a fright.
No, they absolutely are, and that's why they're a team to be avoided for the most part. But here we go, the graphics are starting to fly, which means that we should be ready to fly in the map here in just a moment and see what these teams are going to have prepared for us. HaeJeokDan coming in here as the underdogs, as that squad that has been a bit on struggle street, like you mentioned, only the 2 series victories here under their belt. Let's see how they fare versus Fnatic. See what version of Fnatic we get today.
I mean, neither of these squads with a deep enough roster to really divine what they're going to play compositionally. You would imagine that if the tanks had their druthers, Donghak plays some Doomfist, but maybe some dive tanks. Generally going to be Winstons here, Winstons and balls.
Well, for now, it ended up being a Malga mirror as we get ready to jump into this one here on Control Center. Are we on? Wait, were we on Garden? No, we were on Garden. Okay, my bad. Couldn't quite tell from the opening shots. We got there eventually. As Izayaki will swap over to the here to go. Minor little bait, but checkmate taken to the skies. TP forward though. HaeJeokDan going to be sticking with the Symmetra at least for now.
By trying to get control of the points so that they can get their sim set up.
A couple turrets set up. One going to be cleared out. TP wrapping around the side, looking to try to get a catch. Izayaki able to TP away, but not far enough. It would seem as Prophet does come up with a kill. First blood going the way of HaeJeokDan. Mortality field going to be cleared out by HaeJeokDan as HP bars are running a bit low. Donghak very dangerously low, and Sonic came across HaeJeokDan going to be taken down, and that's going to be just the floodgates opened up as HaeJeokDan will very handily win the first fight.
Yeah, very easy as they try to rotate through White Room, and this is where you want to be with this composition for HaeJeokDan. You want to be defensive, you want to be in control of the points, so now you're going to have the fallback options, and it allows Prophet to actually get something done.
Checkmate. Barrage is 20% away. Turrets have to be cleared out here on the entry. Be able to do so. A couple more going to get set up. Fist and Flashbang goes a bit wide, but here's the TP. Wrap around in from behind. Ambition's now going to be set up by Lee Sumin. Coming to the pipe, Donghak the first one to fall. Take on everybody getting tagged up. The barrage coming into play. Prophet going to be the only one to fall. However, Sunjun is able to find that elimination. The overrun gets the knockdown, and Knife will get taken out as well. Izayaki trying to escape. Up over the top. Nowhere to TP to. Will eventually fall to Vinhame's hand. It's going to be 50% now achieved here by HaeJeokDan.
Super aggressive too, just taking the fight right to Fnatic in White Room, not letting Fnatic set up. And now HaeJeokDan is a little bit in position here, able to drop beat defensively, and this Sim is going to be able to shut down any sort of engagement that Fnatic wants to pull off.
Yep. Prophet raining in these headshots here is not going to lead the charge. Deadeye out from Knife, Photon Berry, however, in play, and Prophet just stalks to the other side of it. Takes him down. Deadeye now rolling, seeking a target, and he's going to be able to find two of them as Donghak and HaeJeokDan will both fall. Final shot of the Izayaki. There's the team kill, and that should basically be guarded, done and dusted. Maybe a final touch as Knife is expecting spawn camp, but they see this Widowmaker swap. Clearly, they're hitting tab. They're watching for it, so they don't peek that corner. They don't give them the opportunity.
That's the most value we've seen out of Cass in the entire stage, really. Just crazy good kills, but also the Sim is really enabling that. Fnatic's gonna have to try to dive this, but it looks pretty grim.
Yeah, Immortality Field gonna be cleared out as the cage fight does come through. Prophet will fall. Cage quickly dealt with. Donghak dead. Knife able to answer one back as Lee Sumin and Vinhame will both get picked off, but Knife now is eliminated. Checkmate desperately trying to get that barrage online, but he just does not have the HP for this. Barrage will come through. He will find Mag, but overtime is starting to tick away. Sim here alone on the point, will get taken down, so a chance at the flip will be found. Donghak swapping over to the wall, gets back there in time, I should say. Now, chance to potentially try to pull a rabbit out of the hat.
Gonna be able to flip that just off the back of Checkmate's Pharah. No team really has a giant advantage right now. So this is a lot with the neutral. You can't really peek that.
TP around over to White Room. Rockets just kind of getting pummeled in here. Have to be careful on the approach. Like Concussive Blast is available. Gets somebody off the side of the map here, but for now it's going to be slow moving as they're widely contained back. And okay, well, pot shots will just be rewarded with kills as Checkmate collects 2. Looking for a little bit more. Comes up with the side. Suzu Cleanse comes in, making sure that he's not going to be bled down. And they'll get... I thought maybe they're going to go for an added stagger onto Vinheim, but they do go ahead and finish him off. So 43% built up here. Another barrage nearly online, as this is the 3rd one for Checkmate in this sub-map.
Well, HaeJeokDan is probably going to try to initiate with the Symmetra ultimate to be able to cut them in half and make sure that that Pharah doesn't find purchase. This is the ball tech.
Looking for the interrupt on the TP. Vinheim going to be taken down. That's now the sound barrier out of their hands. Fnatic dangerously close to running this one back, and Checkmate able to find Lee Min. Their own Kitsune Rush coming through and playing it to perfection. The side of Fnatic just cleaning them up, trying to chase in. Mag will be able to make it back to safety, but this is now 80% crested here for Fnatic. Final fight territory for both teams on Gardens.
Yeah, it gets so brutal when you try to roll through White Room with the Kitsune, but there's going to be Kitsune and Barrier.
Oh, and the barrage comes through and Prophet gets taken down. Checkmate gets out with a sliver of HP, managing to survive. Building will now expire here on both sides. TP, they get themselves forward onto the point. The flip is in. HaeJeokDan for now in control. Prophet's going to be swapping over onto the Tracer to try to rejoin a little bit faster. Guns blazing, Donghak swinging through. Minefield now at the ready, immediately placed here on the point, trying to open up some space here for the squad. Really crashing into this one though. As overtime will continue to be reset, but Mag eventually finds a spark. Knife going to be taken out. HaeJeokDan going to be bled down, and Vinheim with a right click will finish him off. HaeJeokDan will be able to secure this cap at the end.
Didn't even have to use Cage Fight, which is always going to be a defensive win for you. Well played from HaeJeokDan. They had the double supports towards the end, and Checkmate unable to get enough done. I was actually pretty impressed with Prophet's pass here, and you'll see the highlights.
Oh yeah, I mean, a big part of why they were able to get such a significant lead to begin with. Granted, a little bit scary on the run back, you know. I think Fnatic getting a hell of a lot closer than we might have anticipated given how things had started, but a lot of that did have to do with Checkmate's Pharah in its own right. Now we move forward here on the night market. That Pharah going to be just as important. Looks like Sunjun still just going to be sticking. No, okay, does swap off of the Sim. And then he's going to swap back.
Is this an Echo? Tracer. Best hero for Sunjun.
Tracer, something like the Wrecking Ball can be difficult, but if you can find backline access, pick off his Ayaki, then values can be found. Now, though, a little bit more slow going on the approach here from Checkmate. And this point captain's ready to come in, looking for the blue ball to center the map there on the Donghak. Looks like it's not going to be found. Lee Min will get taken down, but Checkmate falls. Straight back, however, is HaeJeokDan able to find 2 kills. Both supports, now Mag, all dead by his hand. 3 kills here. Where this Lucio is starting to look alive, Izayaki will also get a piece of the pie as Prophet does fall. And it's going to be looking like a fairly fast flip here in the Fnatic's favor.
Well, that's the trademark of the support line that we expected, right? This support line, HaeJeokDan and Izayaki, they're playmakers. You expect them to be offensive. You expect them to be able to get kills, and they finally do come through with those kills. And now it's going to be so difficult for HaeJeokDan to be able to, well, really, Checkmate oversteps bounds. Never mind.
Donghak nearly falls as well. Headshot accuracy from Prophet is just disgusting. Like 3 dinks in a row. 2 on the Donghak, then 1 on the HaeJeokDan to go ahead and get the finisher. They've already flipped this back into their favor. The lead is reestablished.
Yeah, Prophet putting people on notice that Cass actually legitimate if you just hit 100% your headshots. Yeah, no problem.
I mean, hey.
But take note.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, and take note, Checkmate early means that you don't really have to worry about getting just rocket spammed out, and you're able to deal with the Tracer on the ground as well. So the order of operations is so important for the Cass.
Knife eliminated now. Further stretch lead here for the side of HaeJeokDan. Checkmate tries to get that first barrage online. She's 90% away from it, but needs it to absolutely slap. He's gonna get stunned up. The Nano's gonna be coming through. Takes it to the skies. The Deadeye. Ooh, an attempt pulled, but not quite able to find that little reticle to go ahead and take him out. And Prophet both eliminated now as Knife finds himself another. Cleanup is going to be looking good. There's the team kill. And come back through here for Fnatic, and they have plenty of ultimates to try to utilize.
In minimal investment for Fnatic too. Just hitting the Nano onto the Pharah. I really do believe that Pharah is your best Nano target because Pharah can't live otherwise. It is a fragile hero. And at least the threat of the barrage with a Nano Pharah is actually legitimate, but no one is afraid of a non-Nano Pharah.
Okay, well, I was going to say off to a good start. Nearly had to flip there, and Mag gets checkmate, but minefields come through, and Mag as well as Sunjin just immediately disappear. Solid cleanup here for Fnatic to once again start catching up. Now just 20% separating the two teams. Still tucked away, but should be well aware. Prophet should have been able to spot him out, as he's now going to be on his lonesome. Piledriver will be interrupted as the hinder comes through, but it doesn't matter because there's just enough players piling into that side room to go ahead and pick him off. So right now, Prophet just not being given the opportunity to really play the game. City Rush going to be pulled here from Lee Sin Min. Down barrier dropped in from both sides as well. Bomb gets ready to come up. In danger of being taken out, but it's going to be HaeJeokDan who ends up falling here as the cage fight comes through. Knife now eliminated the flip back into their favor. HaeJeokDan now once again in control and regaining the lead.
I mean, HaeJeokDan's been running that vintage and it's looked really, really great, but it's just not enough. Maybe Izayaki can come back into this. I think you have to nano ball just to get on a point.
One attempt to drop down into the pulse. Connection not going to be found. Prophet on a lurk. Looking, swinging in the corner. Knife going to be eliminated. They needed the touch to come through here pretty damn soon. Checkmate trying to win out this fight is able to do so. Overtime going to be forced out, but Don't Hack going to be taken down as Mag is able to find that kill. Nano here on the Checkmate now expiring, trying to pound down this pesky Lucio on the opposite side, but Vinhame a bit too elusive. Overtime, no, the deny. They can't get the touch. HaeJeokDan tries to inch his way through the window, but they are Johnny on the spot with it. Vinhame denies it away, and HaeJeokDan will go ahead and take our opening map of Lijiang Tower 2-0.
I mean, HaeJeokDan played pretty well.
Oh yeah.
You know, that was a pretty solid, very vintage HaeJeokDan map from them. But man, like, if Fnatic loses to HaeJeokDan, we have to really start rethinking what this Fnatic team is capable of, because that's just, they're a better team overall. Like, I'm surprised that they're in the bottom four. They shouldn't be losing to HaeJeokDan. Like, they just shouldn't.
I do not disagree, but it's a solid start. Granted, it's control. We have to just wait and see how things develop from here on out. But I think it's, at least in the support camp, a positive start for the side of Fnatic. They don't win either of the rounds, but that was a little bit more of that, you know, crisp, classic HaeJeokDan that we, want to be seeing, that we haven't really been seeing too much of lately. But now Fnatic, off to a bit of a rocky start, going to be down 0-1. We'll see where they decide to take us for their map pick when we come back from the break. Alrighty, we are back and about to go into our second map. HaeJeokDan able to find a 2-0 victory on Lijiang Tower. As now, for their map pick, Fnatic are going to take us to New Junk City. Not one that we get to see very often at all.
It is a map that Fnatic likes. They like to run kind of like this Genji Venture Junker Queen thing. So New Junk City is a little more conducive to that, where there's like pits and like places that you have to fight on the point, whereas Cerebos is a little bit different in that regard. So it's not a stunning revelation that Fnatic would pick New Junk City. We'll see if they run out with that combo. I mean, Lijiang Tower felt like it should have gone the other way, but then Prophet just hit every single shot on Cass, which you do not expect and you can't really play around.
Alrighty, well, curious to see how this looks. I mean, Junkertown and New Junk City in the same day in my OWCS Korea.
It's a George Miller feasting out here with his world creation being represented rather well.
Alrighty, well, let's see how this fares though. But I mean, HaeJeokDan in a position to really surprise everybody. If they can get this win here, that might just be all motivation, all momentum out of the sails of Fnatic.
Yeah, both these teams pretty familiar with this map. Both have played it twice, which doesn't sound like a lot, but considering how many teams have been picking Cerebasa as their map pick, so like both of these squads end up playing New Junk City more than most people. Yeah, I'm curious if Fnatic has maybe an extra wrinkle here as well, because when you're running like the Venture Genji Junker Queen, maybe Juno works with that. You know, maybe the speed and the initiation that Juno provides would work with that. So we'll see.
Alrighty, well, in we go. Flashpoint, see if Fnatic's going to be able to catch things up. I mean, already had 1 5-map series. Why not another? Looks like Mag just going to be sticking with this Malga. As for now, Sunjin going to be going for this Pharah. And Izayaki, this time it is for real.
Super tempo from Fnatic.
Double move. Let's see how they fare here with this Juno in play. It's had its ups and downs for sure today. As for now, Prophet still sticking to doing Prophet things, clicking heads. Gonna soften up targets where possible. The Fleck gonna be burned here as they look for the pile in. Getting on top of these players. Flashbang, finding the connection, but Lijiang able to go ahead and swoop in. Finds the kill, takes the cast. Lisa Min, Van Haim both gonna be down to slivers. Checkmate can go ahead and collect that one, and despite how low their HP bars are, it's not gonna be enough to actually close out any of these kills here. So Checkmate will go ahead and paint the kill feed red, and that will be Fnatic getting the first cap.
It'll be interesting to see if HaeJeokDan switches anything here. Fnatic is just on a super engaged comp. It is just dash in, it is just venture in, Maga in, and then if it fails, try to back up and try to disengage, which is what the Juno allows you to do. So it's interesting to see this kind of style that Fnatic has been running on this map, but with a Juno added in, so it is still super cooldown-based.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're getting our third, spot of a comp iteration here with Juno in the mix. Well, Heck being pressured out, but once again, Prophet going to be taken down this time. Knife able to find that kill, but the return fire looking decent. Mag finding one, as Checkmate giving his life to be able to take down Mag. Still going to be a decent target here for him. So you just can't quite confirm the kill here on the knife. He barely survives through that, which means that Fnatic hold the point, which basically means that they get this cap. Touches will come through, but it's just going to be both supports rolling through, trying to keep this one extended, but immediately Van Haim gets absolutely annihilated by Knife.
Yeah, less than ideal. I think if you're HaeJeokDan, really you just want Fnatic to end up using ultimates, but Fnatic, I think, is going to be able to come out of this one without any ultimates used. That's a nice barrage.
Good barrage is good. The follow-up even better. Checkmate going to be taken down, so return fire. The supports, they give their lives, but they buy enough time for the rest of the team to rotate through. They cycle out just the barrage. They don't get anything out of Fnatic, so there's still a really good possibility for Fnatic to turn this and take this first flashpoint, but HaeJeokDan with 4 ults of their own on the way, in a position now to potentially steal this.
So the question for HaeJeokDan is, can they force a fight in a weird spot? That's how the best teams always win. You initiate first. You're kind of playing defense on Flashpoint, especially this first point. usually leads to a loss.
Looking for the torpedoes. Right now they're going to be shoved away from the point. Backup potential is there. Cage fight in play. Blade going to be pulled out, and there's the deflected. Songjin ends up getting taken down, but DongHak, HaeJeokDan both end up falling. The Deadeye finding value once again here for Profit. The point will be held, and now things start looking very dire for Fnatic.
That's 3 ults. 3 ults out from Fnatic and 0 kills. That is brutal. Yes, HaeJeokDan also used ultimates too, so like it's not like as one-sided as it looks like.
It's 3 for 3,
Fnatic,
but
yeah, they don't really have impactful ults.
Okay, well there's the orbital beam coming down. Amp Matrix in play. Flashbang, I think going to be shorted there as Checkmate's able to find one. Next stunned up for a brief little moment, but Mag taken low. Mortality Field will buy some time, and Checkmate has been dealt with. The backpedaling here from Profit looking good. Finds DongHak, Knife eventually able to go ahead and collapse in for that kill. Look is there for Fnatic, but Knife not having any staying power, just gets cut down as Lee Soo-min barely stays alive. HaeJeokDan piles forward, finds that elimination. The flip is back into HaeJeokDan's favor, and the overtime plummets so quickly that they get the first round.
I don't think we can overstate how much Profit is doing. Like, yes, Profit is dying in these fights, but he's taking 2 with him. Like, the trades have been so good for Profits. It being able to 1v1 a Genji of all heroes has been insanity. Like, this is the Profit that I haven't seen in a bit. I haven't been able to mention Profit's name in quite a while, and he is really crushing on this cast.
It's just been looking incredible. I mean, granted, if Mag can play a good Zarya, you can just bring back the Space Cowboy comp, but Profit, well, sing his praises and he shall die. Checkmate gets in there, does manage to go ahead and cut him down to size. Mag and DongHak both under a bit of pressure here, but it's going to be Lee Soo-min the next to fall as Checkmate able to just go ahead, isolate, pick apart. Songjin will be able to get one as a parting gift, but ultimately does fall down. So he's going to be bled out there. Once again, Fnatic. First cap goes their way.
Yeah, a little bit of change of composition. Not so much like super engage and bail composition. They have more consistency now with Knife on the Ashe.
Fnatic looking to just take the fight away from the point here as much as they possibly can. A bit of a flank angle there. Protect Maven. Oh, the barrage so very sneaky is Songjin as he just comes in and just tears apart 3. That's going to be the team kill in an instant. This time, 54%. Can very easily be caught up to. So HaeJeokDan not in a bad spot considering the ults available. Just need to really be able to try to survive the cage fight Blade.
Yeah, they had no idea that was coming up over the top. So Fnatic, as far as engagements go,
love this.
Never mind. Well, we'll talk about it in a little bit.
They're getting engaged upon.
It's what the best teams do. The best teams don't sit back and play defense. The best teams play offense 95% of the time. The best defense is a good offense. Something like that.
Yep. Another old adage. Naito able to find that one. Profit rotating back in, joining with the rest of the squad. Orbital beam available. Bob there as well for some added delay, but no fun for now. Have the lead, and oh, the Deadeye from Profit! Again, just catching people off guard. Knife will fall, but speaking of knives, Checkmate has a big one, and he is just slicing and dicing. Songjin and Ben Haim both going to be taken down. Lee Soo-min going to be cleaned up, so the Deadeye pick doesn't really mean much of anything. Another team kill here, as these have just been very explosive fights from both sides. Really, no one letting anybody survive on the opposing team. It's looking like it's going to be another 99-99 type situation, as now HaeJeokDan have nothing to utilize.
I mean, maybe Bob is the deciding factor here. I don't think HaeJeokDan even gets to an ultimate here. Like, I don't think Mag even gets there.
On.
Profit wins the neutral.
Hey, he just finds another opening kill. Overtime now going to be forced out. Profit gets the flashbang kill on the Checkmate. You don't see that too often these days. Bob is out on the field. So Profit has to tuck back, but eventually that's going to get cleared out. And this might just be another flashpoint getting right out from underneath Fnatic. The flip is in, and they're just losing players. This is over. It's 2-0 right now. Profit is a god.
This is insanity. As bad as Cass kind of is in the meta, it's good at medium range, and if you're just hitting headshots, I don't know how HaeJeokDan is just walking into this cast constantly, and then Profit is actually going insane on this cast.
I mean, look, like, given the way that he's performing, I'm not even going to blame HaeJeokDan, because I think that right now Profit is just that good. Knife trying to open things up, but eventually will fall. Zoom in up onto the high ground, able to find it. The pulse bomb goes out. Checkmate going to be taken down. And I mean, it's just another
2 headshots.
It's another 2 headshots. It's another team kill. How many team kills have we had in this series already, X? It's just insane.
It's actually some of the cleanest Overwatch we've seen, because a lot of times in OWCS Korea, there'll be like 1 or 2 players, especially at Flashpoint, who get out and are fine and like they'll save. But wow, the team kill horn is coming up. We need the graphics.
Yeah, we need from the Japanese broadcast. Well, there's another headshot. Suzu going to be used, and this time Profit has overstepped, so a bit overzealous is leeching on Mizuaki. We'll find one apiece, and eventually Mag will fall. So fairly fast flip here for Fnatic. It's going to be 44% built up for HaeJeokDan. Do have some ultimates for the retake, but Beat can be matched on the opposite side, and that cage fight crucially is there from Donghak.
Yeah, very decent. If they want to go for like a full team wipe, you wait for the Blade to come in for cage fight. Like cage fight and Blade is a full team wipe.
Surely he can't get more value off of that eye, can he? Has to wait up for the sound barriers. He sends him for the kill on the Donghak. Parches the Immortality field cleared out. His knife offering up the ultimate, will be able to take out Lee Soo-min and checkmate with the Blade. Gets rid of Vinhame. Back cap has happened though in the meantime, so this is still HaeJeokDan getting free percentage. They do get wiped. The lead can be regained. Sun Chun just gonna look to give up his life, go for a reset here to get those few little extra bits of percentage.
It's such a strange point to try to figure out where your best Kitsune rush is going to be because of the verticality, because of the multi-tiered stages here.
Looks like it's going to be right here, right now, but here's the turnaround. Ult comes through, but immediately HaeJeokDan just answered back with kills. 3 players disappear as soon as the rush comes through. Now it's just Donghak and HaeJeokDan left alive. This point going right back into HaeJeokDan's hands.
I mean, I like the idea of it, of like, we can't really use this defensively because it is in that weird spot, but just trying to initiate with it, they get completely wrecked. Fnatic has nothing going forward, but HaeJeokDan doesn't have much either. If Mag can stay alive, you can cage fight and win this.
They're going to be...
And it wins the map.
They have the lead here for themselves, just 5% separating now. Touches in, overtime, forced out, but Profit, I mean, he's just sat up here, completely unhindered, unthreatened at the moment. How do you try to get on top of him? Well, he's going to drop down, so maybe giving them an opportunity, but he's going for the chase, he's looking for the kill, and he is found at checkmate. Absolutely obliterated. The cleanup looking swift, and this map is over. This pick not holding water whatsoever. It's a 3-0 on New Junk City to put HaeJeokDan up 2-0, now at match point.
A lot of good things to say about this Pirate squad, but I think most people don't expect Cass to get the value that Cass got in that map. We've seen it time and again throughout this night, throughout previous weeks. Cass is okay-ish at some of the things that they do, but to have the Cass be the impact player that it was, that's ridiculous. And it wasn't just like the kills, which were awesome, but even towards that, like that final fight, just hitting like a couple headshots, like, oh, now you have to leave.
Yeah,
like I think that's one of the underrated things about Cass is if you're hitting a couple shots, you're completely changing the other team's positioning. They have to leave. They can't hang out, otherwise they get domed again. So wow, Profit just putting on a master class on the Cowboy.
Yeah, I mean, front runner right now for player of the match, no doubt. If anybody goes for anyone else, I'm accusing them of something. I don't know what it is, but I'm accusing them of a crime because
treason.
Treason, insanity, needing to be checked into a psychiatric facility. I don't know what it will be, but it has to be Profit. This guy is looking so nuts right now on this cast. But Fnatic, woof, what a position to be in. They are down 0-2 and now need to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to avoid that elimination game, which could cost them the playoffs. We'll see what happens when we come back from the break. Alrighty, we are back, and in surprising fashion, maybe going into the third and final map of this series, because right now, HaeJeokDan are on a different plane of existence. They have ascended, and they are crushing Fnatic, strangling them out of this series. Now looking to finish them off and deliver that final blow. It's going to be Dorado here, the last map pick for the side of Fnatic. See if they can start to turn things around, but they need a reverse sweep.
Fnatic loves picking Dorado. It is one of their favorite maps to pick, and they're 0-3 on it. It's just but I mean, they've been pretty close. It's not like they've been like kind of blown out on Dorado, but it's just weird that they keep picking Dorado. They never won it. So yeah, I mean, I guess back to the old drawing board. It does allow Checkmate to run the Pharah. They've pretty much run Pharah on defense on Dorado 100% of the time. Checkmate also ends up getting the Nano, because they'll run like probably... They'll definitely run Ana. They might run Brig, maybe Zen. A lot of people have been running Zen on Dorado defense. But yeah, it allows them to play some of their best heroes. Donghak can play the Winston, and kind of just do that jump up, jump down, and charge up the Nano. So yeah, this is one of their favorite maps. They haven't won it yet, so 4th time's the charm. We'll see.
Well, not to speak anything into existence, but how apt would it be to come to this map and watch a classic Youngjin-esque Shang 9 decide it all?
I mean, sure.
There's a deep cut for you all watching.
Yeah, just jump off the cart at first point, you know, at second point, yeah.
Alrighty, well, here we go. It's going to be first on the defense here for Fnatic. HaeJeokDan on the attack. Now Prophet thinking about Widowmaker, but okay, Teleporter immediately going to be destroyed, so it will just be a jump shot attempt instead. And my god, if he had hit that, I would have just driven to the studio and given him a high five. I would have left the broadcast, gotten in my car, and driven across the city in a heartbeat. Jin gonna be under a little bit of fire. Looks like Prophet's gonna stick around with this Widow for a while.
It's not bad if you can take like right rooftops, but the problem is trying to deal with like the tank on the other side, because tank's always gonna have like this roof. But you would love to get a Widow like to the right of where this bar is.
You know, we have
and set up a long sight line.
I've been so focused on what HaeJeokDan is doing. Didn't notice Legion is playing Life Weaver.
Yeah, just your typical Life Weaver Zenyatta composition.
All right. Well, for now, it's going to be slow going on the push. Starting to bring it around the corner here to start entry into the market in the underpass. Is Yaki at risk? Dead. Is just out into the open. No protection realistically for him. And now Legion is going to suffer the same fate. Bionade will keep Sunjin alive for a little bit longer, but he dies on his own terms. Yeah. Get himself out there as Prophet's able to find Donghak. Hart can now start breezily pushing forward.
So Zen's been played pretty often defensively on this map, but teams are usually more aggressive with it. Far rotations, forcing the team to come back to like where the major health pack is. And that's just going to be first points.
Yep, 4.5 minutes now. The second stretch, ult still coming up for the side of HaeJeokDan. Haven't needed to invest anything yet. Have the in for sight. As Prophet seeking target, but a little tough back. HaeJeokDan keeps himself protected for the moment. But I mean, as soon as he comes out of the ball, it's a headshot. Not sure what Prophet's been eating, but keep going. Keep on that diet.
Yeah. It's the Wheaties or something. It's an old reference. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Oh my god.
Yep. As Yaki eliminated, further delaying that Transcendence that they would really love to have. Well, Rocket's going to be coming over towards Prophet's way. Checkmate Widely is going to have to try to tuck back and stay safe. Any moment that he's out in the open, it's going to be a prime target here for Prophet, who's just been on a tear. He's been getting jumped on somewhere. You see him right there inside of the bank. A little bit of pack action out from Benham to try to keep him alive. Still being harassed. Meanwhile, Donghak just trying to do what he can. We'll drop the minefield down. Looking to get the power driver here onto the Widowmaker, but cannot do so. Headshot comes through. Barrage in on top. Checkmate finds the punish, but that's going to be a tank for a DPS. You kind of take that any day of the week, especially as Checkmate will also fall. Rally now rolling for a little bit of additional longevity. HaeJeokDan taken low. Izayaki going to be stunned up here. So try the pedal up to the top. Life has been forced out. Pulse bomb going to be going wide, but Knife still able to collect a kill here on Lee Soo-min. Him going to be manned up here for the moment. A little bit of additional safety for him as Mag swooping through, trying to come to the rescue and escort him out to safety.
Next kill's going to be critical. Can HaeJeokDan continue to push and get the second points?
Having the sight here for the moment. Pile Driver is going to deliver a kill here on a Prophet. Might force the swap now that the ult is out of the equation. Fierce if he just goes over to something like the Asher. Even back to the cast, honestly. Plays decently well into this Wrecking Ball. And there you have it.
It's just a matter of, of just not being able to force high ground. Fnatic is kind of going all in on this Pharah composition of just Pharah gets ball, Pharah gets orb, rather, and Pharah gets poles. They're all in on Checkmates being their carry.
She is the person that you would want as Knife getting life gripped over to safety. Just absolutely one shot. But for now, we have a bit of a lull in the action. Donghak just swinging around, using that third person, going for a peek. Barrage at the ready. Checkmate looking for an assassination attempt, but now they know that he's in behind. Tracking this, know the barrage is going to be available. A couple rockets across, but it's dropping down low on HP, but it's quickly going to be stabilized. And Sunjin and Lee Soo-min both also hovering low. Over on the side, I mean, see right now, this is just them hunting. Lee Soo-min narrowly escapes death once again, but now Checkmate going to be taken down. Mag using the self-destruct as Izayaki gets picked there by that pulse bomb. Things starting to spiral now here for Fnatic. It's been decent time buying 3 minutes, drained off the clock, but once again the cart now advancing forward, getting closer to B.
Raid boss dead, but they don't have any high ground. They're still just gonna have to play on card, but now it's 5v2. You're fine.
Yeah, this should just be the cap coming in. I think there's a brief touch there from Knife to try to interrupt, but the call comes in to just go ahead and go for a reset, try to get corralled back together. So 240 on this final stretch as Checkmate's gonna be swapping off that Pharah. Now that we're indoors, goes over to May.
I mean, it's a tough last point for Pharah. The roof is a little bit low.
Okay, minefield.
So, the interesting interaction I want to see is the Transcendence versus anti-heals.
Oh boy.
Can Lee Soo-min just time it?
I mean, Trance has to be forced here. Knew that he was one tap, but there's the Deadeye up onto the high ground. Knife nowhere to go, ends up falling down. Heddle going to be taken, just trying to deny it away from him. We'll clear it out. He's antied, he's dead. Lee Soo-min collecting that kill. Meanwhile, side room still goes the way of HaeJeokDan as this cart starts rolling forward. It's 40 seconds burnt there. They're already halfway. HaeJeokDan finally going to be
Nano
swapping.
in the interim. You'd have to imagine it's Nano break, the brawl potential on the ground.
But here's the thing: can you even get the Nano in time? The cart's still moving. Knife is dead. Sunjin just dipped him. Crash across here from the side of Donghak, trying to create some space, trying to slow things up, but has to exit as quickly as he arrived. And now it's going to be Electric Cowboys. Prophet really feeling it. Was pushing forward here alongside Mag. So far, those shots going to be denied away. Can't quite get that line of sight that he needs to really have that full impact. Doesn't find full value. It's going to be forced back away for the time being. When Benheim Shield Bash goes across, Knife going to be taken down. They're just pocket healing Prophet, knowing what the win condition is. Sleep Dart connects. Donghak slept for a brief little moment there. It's just the spam across here on the high ground, desperately trying to keep Benheim in the fight, but they're unable to do so. But it's a double Bionade kill from Lee Soo-min. Both supports corralled together, both taken down. Blizzard creates a little bit of space that freezes there on a Mag, but he's got the self-destruct trying to get back into the mix. Sunjin pops the recall, is going to be safe for the time being. It's a bit of damage, but also still collects one as the May will fall. Goes back around the corner, just trying to play elusively, but the chase should come through and the kill will be found. Mag now broken out. 1.2 meters left to go. It's going to be a final push here as HaeJeokDan finally does get forced to reset.
They will reset. Prophet Ed switched over to the Sombra to try to get back into it. Lee Soo-min was just living his best life for a quality 90 seconds.
Yeah, he was just chilling
hanging
up
out.
there.
Yeah, just hanging out on the high ground. Being totally fine. Prophet's going to switch over to
Gas again.
I guess.
That call comes through, just stick with it.
I mean, this one's going to come down to nano value, really. Like, who are you going to give it to? Maybe Mag to initiate.
Oh.
I don't think you can
Give it
electric
the Prophet.
Cowboy again.
Just give it the Prophet. To be perfectly honest. Seems like he's going to be the prime target as he is the main character right now. As Izayaki taken down, the cart contested. Checkmate gone. It's looking like this is a surefire push to the end as LeeJaeGan will fall. Donghak just doesn't have enough HP, and Knife has no hope in hell. Prophet will take care of him. And that is a push to completion here on Dorado in overtime.
Why would you waste a nano on Prophet when he can just do it by himself? He doesn't need the extra help. Throw down your Winston so that your Winston creates space. I have not seen a cast game like this in a bit. I mean, it has been really nice.
Again, I mean, not really since Stage 1 fucking, oh my god, heckin' Space Cowboy was the last time that we kind of saw that one. Hopefully that didn't go on the broadcast. Anyway,
I didn't hear nothing.
All right, let's move on. That went through. That's the first time that's ever happened. Literally in my career, 12 years. Yeah, it went.
That cast is that good. So fair enough. Yeah, it's just Prophet has been doing so much work. Even it's not even like it's kind of you know, I mentioned earlier when we were watching the other teams, like it's not even so much the Flora pocket, right? It's just Prophet just hitting shots. It is just the mechanical difference. It is just hitting the headshots alone, not necessarily getting pocketed, not necessarily getting healed. It's kind of nuts what Prophet is able to pull off on this. You know, Prophet looking like Prophet. Just really, really stout. I don't know if we've really set this up correctly either. Like, HaeJeokDan should not be beating Fnatic. This would be their third win of the stage, and they look very poised to do so.
Oh, look at the tech here. Prophet just sat back using the emote, getting that third person. Doesn't find any shots on the back end of it, though. As for now, Fnatic, I mean, it's go big or go home. They have to have a hell of a push here.
You see where Sonjin set up? It's to deny the Ashe from taking that far route.
Oh, well, this is going to be a little bit of a rockier start. Sonjin will fall. Donghak able to push forward. Other players a little bit corralled away from him, given the double ante that had come through from Izayaki. Distracted, but be able to respawn. In the meantime, Donghak really trying to up the pace here. Bring that bubble down, just ushering these supports around. Ensure that they don't find any real stability. LeeJaeGan trying to duke it out here down on the card, but they'll take him low, but cannot confirm the kill. Knife going to be collecting 2 here on the back end as Sonjin re-arrives, but is instantly going to die. Only finds 1. Team kill is found, and this is exactly the kind of pacey push that Fnatic need.
They got cut in half, and you kind of saw the desperation of the Yena's got to go in. Maybe you hit a 3-man anti. But it was never going to look great after just losing. What is going on, bro?
I don't know. The man's just something else. Another headshot. Donghak going to be pressured out. Prophet able to collect that one as well. As I know exactly where the recall is going to be coming through, so Checkmate is dealt with. And that's a 0.83 meter defense here. And as HaeJeokDan not allowing for Fnatic to get anything for free.
So as long as they're smart about this, they should be able to at least crush another minute off of this. Worst case scenario, you nano Mag and Mag hangs out on the cart, and then Mag primals. Like, that's a minute off the clock easy. Best case scenario, you use those back to back, and you don't have to use them at the same time, and you just kill off the last 2 minutes.
Playing forward here once again, jump over the side, maybe just force the primal out of Donghak would still be a victory in and of itself here for HaeJeokDan. As Prophet with the infrasight, scouting, waiting for the opportunity, but shield is raised, so for now LeeJaeGan going to be safe. Rally's about to be up here on both sides. Donghak going on the chase, grapple over the side, and oh my god, the primal for the deep pursuit. Miro-esque, swats him. And now looks to just go ahead and dive in on top of the supports. Multiple now, but oh my god, the shield gets raised and Checkmate ends up dying. Very nicely played there by the side of Vinham. LeeJaeGan still going to be caught up though, taken out by Knife. Vinham falling low, but Izayaki going to be traded. Back and forth brawls, the juggle is in, but LeeJaeGan with the help of Donghak will be able to take out Mag, so can't quite cleave him down. So back over to the cart we go. And this should just about be the push coming through now for Fnatic.
They should be able to grab it. And HaeJeokDan ended up using absolutely everything. But that's how you know Prophet's been a problem, as you get soloed like that.
Nicely done. Some added time, but it's under 3.5 minutes now for this push. And I mean, heck, how many times have we seen teams get gummed up on this B stretch?
It's tough, and Knife is actually going to go to the Widowmaker because you have to be able to do something about the Widow is going to be natural high ground.
Looking for the punish here on the Mag. Still in a bad spot. Does have that healing boost coming through. Leaps back up onto the high ground to keep himself safe. Knife watching to see if Prophet's going to go for a peek out on that bank side, but we know that Prophet is over here. Playing on coast side. Looking for the headshot, and yeah, you dash away, checkmate.
Yeah, I think Fnatic's playing around getting Donghak up to Primal, and then Primal just completely wins you the high ground, and you start knocking people into sight lines.
Mag just looking to be a bit of a nuisance. Playing up here onto the archway, consistently zapping, consistently keeping their attention eyed away from that card that needs to start moving forward. About a minute going to be gone as Donghak gets taken down. Lundgren just able to push forward. Pistol him out.
They were playing for though too. They were playing for that on the offense.
Checkmate gets away with his life crucially.
Yeah, it's going to buy them a solid 15 seconds. They were playing for this Primal to get up, and Donghak dying is going to mean that they have to wait on it.
This is so critical here. HaeJeokDan, I mean, with every second that passes, they gain advantages. Pulse bomb out. Izayaki dead. Jun just so on point with these here. As the Widowmaker gets forced back up over onto the archway. He's even got the Winston bubble still there to go ahead and keep him protected. And Mag even is just diving forward to keep him occupied even further.
I mean, killing Diana, and now you don't feel great going in as Winston because that's your critical heals, your long distance main source of heals.
And now you have a trade on the Widowmakers. Prophet's going to be able to come back in. He's going to have that in for sight. Knife still just 10% away from it. Sleep comes down. Donghak taking a quick little nap. Going to be woken up, and the Primal has to be used. Minute and 10 seconds now remaining as he tries to get this juggle here onto Vinaim. Sights over to Luciman for a brief little moment with HaeJeokDan tagging in. They're able to go ahead and take them both down. Support's now eliminated. Still some staying power though as Mag leaps up onto the high ground. Primal still in the back pocket. Prophet just holding the infosight for now, but he's going to be in a bit of a risky position. And Mag comes over to try to keep him protected. Keep up the grapple. Where have I seen this before? This time the zap will do enough to take him out.
Some nice shots. 41 seconds left. Fnatic with all the tools in the bank to be able to do this again, and they're just going to nano Donghak right in.
Okay, that works the treat. Lisa Min going to be eliminated. Vinham just trying to keep things going with just the rally rolling. Still low on health though. Mag shield bash drops down, looking for the stomp damage. Try to get elimination on Izayaki, but just cannot make it happen. He ends up falling. Prophet gone. The push into B ends up coming through. 1 minute and 47 seconds here for Fnatic. They have to get to the end of the map.
All the support ultimates come out from both sides, so this one is about equal. 90 seconds left, as you mentioned. I mean, both these Tracers have a chance to be the heroes right now. Pulse bombs ready for both of them.
Prophet flopping over, instantly dealt with, but there's the pulse bomb stick, and Izayaki again is the target. Checkmate, however, able to equalize on the opposite side as Lisa Min does fall. So far, it's going to be Ana for Ashe on both sides here. HaeJeokDan, however, falling low, and we'll just go ahead and keep the parity rolling, it would seem. As the chase comes in, and Mag, I don't think he's going to be able to survive this one. No, okay, Lisa Min on the respawn, does get that bio-nade across. That's fast-tracking his next nano. He's now just 20% away.
This is tight, but HaeJeokDan with the nano advantage. And with only 40 seconds left, that might be the ultimate that wins this match.
Very well be, but Primal online here for Donghak. Rally still a world away for Vinaim. Around the corner, just gonna get a tiny bit of damage. Only clips onto the Winston, so not really going to be one of the prime targets. There's a contest onto the high ground. The Tracer joining in as well as they just backpedal. Desperately trying to keep Prophet alive. Nano now having to be dumped, but he goes over to Prophet. Not exactly the ideal target here for that one. See if he can try to put it to any kind of use, but he's just being juggled away from all of the action, isolated and picked out of the sky. Knife finds the kill. Jun able to find one, but goes with the pulse bomb. They cannot utilize it. Vinaim now falling suit. That is going to be the cart starting to glide forward once again, but Mag able to put that Primal to decent use. Comes up with 2 kills. 75 HP for him. The cart still moving forward. Grabs the Mega Pack. himself back into the fray, and the pulse bomb out from checkmate ends up going wide. Songjin as well, similarly, unable to find a stick this time around. Heart still gliding. His knife under some fire. The Bob invested, but Mag claiming the kill. 0.8 meters left to go. Overtime, gonna start bleeding down rapidly here. As the drop down, the retouch comes through, but Donghak taken so very low. The nano has to be expended. Izayaki sends it. The rally gonna be rolling. Lee Jae-gon under fire, trying to stay alive. They're just dancing around him though, and he's gonna be taken down. Or for support, Sumin though with a much faster run back. The overtime starting to bleed out. Checkmate is able to find one. Prophet going to be eliminated. Is that straw that breaks the camel's back? Rally rolling here from Benheim. Donghak down to a sliver. Tail dealt with. The Songjin finds the kill. Leaves him in with a quick swap. Goes for the Hideko here to just TP right back into the action. Drop down, trying to find him here in transit. Eventually the Sombra, as he hits the floor, they will get the kill. And my good God, they have done it. HaeJeokDan have taken down Fnatic in 3-0 fashion, not wanting anything to do with extra innings there on Dorado. They avoid the overtime, they avoid the double 1 minute time bank, and they close it out.
I'm both super surprised and not surprised at all. If that makes any sense.
It does. It really does.
Look, we know the talents on this roster of HaeJeokDan, so let's give them all the credit in the world. This is a team that can play super well. They've got super big peaks, but Fnatic was a team that we expected to be top 3, top 4, and to go down 0-3? Like, it's not like it was close. To go down 0-3?
Yeah.
That's troubling, and it worries me about their future. They're not eliminated, right? But HaeJeokDan qualifies for playoffs now. HaeJeokDan looks pretty solid. If you get this profit, I mean, into the playoffs, like, you got to be a little bit worried.
Yeah, no, I mean, this was a disgusting performance from him. Like I said, if anybody hadn't voted for it, if he didn't get player of the match here, you would have had to have been checked into a psychiatric facility because there would have been something wrong in your brain. This guy, the whole way throughout, was the win condition. He was the one shutting them down time and time again. It's, you know, a couple stumbles here and there, some nice chase and punish from Donghak. They're on Dorado, just being able to try to mitigate his output, but he was still just so impactful. Starts with the Widowmaker, sticks through with it on that attack for quite some time, then goes back over to the cast and just continues to dominate. It's a gorgeous performance.
But that's one of those things, is when you're doing that well that the other team has to deal with you, that you've become a problem and become a priority, it opens things up for the rest of your squad. If they're going to send 2 people after you, if they're going to nano a Winston just to mess with your game, then it opens things up for everybody else. Like, that is how good Prophet was playing. Yeah, I mean, I've been a little bit down on Cass. I think there's certain stages works really well, but Jesus, this Cass play was ridiculous. I don't think Cass should be able to beat Pharah. I've said this all night, and then Cass was just beating Pharah. And beyond that, just wrecking the Tracer. And, you know, we look at it like, especially at Flashpoint, I think, where, yes, the kills were impressive, and these are all very impressive, but just hitting the shots on the team coming in. And everyone's having to fight at half health because everyone's taking headshot from Cass on the way in.
It's just so clean. I mean, you can see just how chaotic the action is in some of these shots. And Prophet, it's like he's able to just slow things down. He's like utilizing whatever it's called from the Dread 3D movie. He's got the slow-mo. And he can just go ahead and take his time and line up these shots. It's just so great. And now we get to hear from him and hear his thoughts on the victory. So we'll go ahead and pass it back over to Quest.
Thank you very much, Achilles. We are here with the final POTM interview of the day. HaeJeokDan taking the 3-0 victory over Fnatic. And we have the man of the hour himself, Prophet, on stage. And before we get into the interview, please introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. 해적단에서 딜러를 맡고 있는.
Of course, we have the man of the hour, Prophet, from HaeJeokDan.
프로페 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 해적단
Of course,
승리를
with this victory, they have now qualified for the playoffs.
지금까지 힘을 숨겼었나?
So, were you kind of hiding your strength? So, and can you tell us about today's victory?
이번 시즌 이번 주 경기 준비하면서
되게 느낌이 좋았었는데
We had a good feeling about
그림대로 잘
preparing
된 것
for
같아서
this week's matches.
네,
So,
느낌이
and
좋았던 만큼
I'm really
오늘
glad
경기
that
결과도
the way
굉장히
the
느낌이
things that
좋게
went
이렇게
the way
승리를 따내게 되셨어요.
they
그런데
went
오늘 경기
according to scrims.
엄청난 난전들이 많이 펼쳐졌었거든요. 오늘 경기 전반적으로
Of course, today's game
어땠나요?
tempo was very fast. So can you
그렇게
tell
막
us about the momentum of the
난잡하지는
victory
않았던 것 같아요. 저희 팀
and
분위기는.
just the overall?
오, 자, 이 난전
And
속에서도
he
우리
says,
팀 분위기는
I think
침착하게 흘러갔다라고
it was
말씀을
pretty calm
해주셨어요.
for the most part.
뉴저크 시티 때 저희는
And
또
it went according
보는데
to plan.
눈이 굉장히 화려했거든요. 케이지 용검, 케이지 펄스, 또 케이지 석양까지
Of course, we saw a lot of
어지러운 상황
combos
속에서
with
팀들은
was
좀
Cage,
어떤
with
콜을
the
나눴을지
Dragon Blade, the
궁금해요.
Pulse, and the Dead Eye.
저희가 뭔가 항상 이기다가 아쉽게 지는 경우가 많았어서 좀 안정화 콜을
So,
많이 하고
can you talk to us about the in-game
대처를
calls?
다 잘해서
So, I think the key point was to
네,
remain
자,
calm
오늘
in the
매그
in-game calls
선수의 그
because
삭발
we
머리가 좀
got a little
침착하셨나요?
too ahead of ourselves
네, 자,
in
효과가 있었습니다.
such
자,
clutch
그리고
scenarios.
또 오늘 POTM 프로페 선수가 차지하게 됐죠. 정말 화려하고 환상적인 에임을 보여줬는데
Of course, his aim was on point
헤드를
today.
다 때려잡더라고요.
On
이렇게
Cassidy,
어지러운 상황
especially.
속에서도 침착함을 잃지 않는 이유가 있을까요?
What's the secret behind remaining calm in
그냥
such clutch
많이
scenarios?
써봐서 그런 것 같습니다.
And he says, I think
자,
it's
우리는 많이
just
싸도
because
그렇게까지는 못 쏘겠던데요.
I've practiced a lot
그리고
and
또
I've played this game a
겐지에게
lot.
앞구르기를 하는 모습이 포착이 됐어요. 어떻게 된 건가요?
Can you tell us about how you
물리기
rolled
전에
in
먼저 가서 잡는다는 생각으로
in towards Genji? And he says,
자,
well,
앞으로는 저도 그럼
I'm
먼저
gonna
물어보도록
kill him first
하겠습니다.
before he gets me.
네, 그렇군요. 자, 그리고 또 오늘 위도우 메이커를 꺼내셨을 때 상대 팀에서 위버가 나왔어요.
Of course, when you played the
압박감이
Widowmaker,
있었나요?
the enemy
더
played
편했던 것
the
같아요.
Life Weaver.
아,
Did you feel
위도우
pressured?
메이커를
And he
꺼냈을 때
says,
위버
I think it
오히려
made things
더
easier.
편했다라고 말씀을 해주셨어요. 자, 그리고 또 오늘 승리까지 함께 뛰어준 팀원분들이 있을 거란 말이죠. 팀원분들에게도 한마디
Can you please say a
부탁드립니다.
few words to your teammates?
지금 연습도 잘 되고 있으니까 이 느낌
Our
그대로
practice is going well,
플레이오프도
so let's
잘해보자.
ride the momentum into the playoffs
네,
and
자, 이 느낌
do well
그대로 쭉
during the playoffs.
가보자라고 말씀을 해주셨고요. 그렇다면 마지막으로 팬분들께도 한마디
And lastly,
부탁드립니다.
please say a few words to the
정규
fans.
시즌 좋은 모습 많이 못 보여드려서
Of course,
죄송하고
I'm really
앞으로
sorry
남은
that we
경기에서도
couldn't
좋은
perform
경기로 보여드릴 수
throughout most of the
있게
stage,
노력하겠습니다.
and we
감사합니다.
will make sure to do better
네.
moving forward.
그리고 프로페 선수 스테이지 2 때 굉장히 오랜만에 뵙기 때문에 팬분들도 굉장히 오랜만에 뵙는단
Of course,
말이죠.
it's
어떻게 좀
been a while since
하트
we
한번
saw
써주시겠어요? 앞에서 팬분들이
Prophet on
하트
stage
계속 써주시는데.
for these POTM interviews. So please give a little heart to the fans.
자, 이렇게 오늘 승리팀 해적단의 프로페
And that was the
선수까지
POTM
만나봤습니다.
interview
승리
with
다시 한번
Prophet from
축하드립니다.
HaeJeokDan. Congratulations on the victory. And to close us off for the day,
네,
take
자,
it away,
이렇게 오늘 마지막 경기까지
Achilles and Hex.
마무리가 됐습니다. 승리한 팀이 다시 패배하기도 하고.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I mean, if Prophet's going to keep playing like that, I think that we will be seeing him back on that stage more and more. Now, in the playoffs, I mean, what an achievement this is here for HaeJeokDan. I mean, it's insane to think about. We've had a crazy day today, Hex.
Mm-hmm. It's been odd. It's been a very interesting. You know, obviously, like 6 hours ago, Crazy Raccoon beating Poker Face. We're like, okay, that tracks. Even ZETA Division Falcons were like, okay, this one's gonna go bits. I did not see an 0-3 Fnatic HaeJeokDan finishing out the day. This one blew my mind. And here's the thing: is I'm very curious about Fnatic's mental. I don't like to get too deep into it, but they gotta sit for a day. They don't get to play tomorrow. They have to play a day from now after the 7th and 8th match happens, and they have to play 7 and 8 for their lives.
Yeah.
They're playing for their lives.
Oh, they really are. At risk of being eliminated, taken out of the playoffs completely. And it is very crazy to think about. I mean, coming into this day, I kind of had the, like you said, we had the first 2 matches kind of pegged. We knew roughly how things were going to go, expecting a back and forth series between ZETA and Team Falcons. I thought this last series was going to be scrappy because Fnatic have had their, instabilities. So I was expecting, a 3-1 scoreline, maybe even another 3-2
like
to cap things off.
Yeah.
But the 3-0 for this squad, coming into this tournament, it only had 2 match wins. I did not have that one marked down on my chart. So congratulations, HaeJeokDan. Well-deserved spot in the playoffs, and I'm super excited to see what the ceiling of this team is going to look like, because right now Everybody's playing super crisply. Obviously, we're singing the praises of Prophet over and over again, but the support lineup, his fellow DPS player, and Sunjin, like Mag, flipping back and forth between different things. I mean, Mag played Diva and was looking really good at certain points here in this set. You know, a round of applause to all of them for their efforts. But, of course, the action, it does not stop. Coming up tomorrow, more banger games. Right off the rip, you've got Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons, ZETA versus Poker Face, and then HaeJeokDan versus Old Ocean.
And loser goes home there. So that's our 7 and 8 match. The winner will play Fnatic to see who moves on. And I mean, this HaeJeokDan team, they've only beat 2 teams, and it was the 7 and 8 team. It was back, and it was Old Ocean. So the fact that they beat Fnatic was crazy. Fnatic started off playing really well and taking good teams to 5, and now it has just not been the case. It is a weird conundrum, I guess would be the best way to say it, of what this Fnatic team is. I'm just flabbergasted by it. But hey, good for HaeJeokDan. This is like, everyone's keeps saying how good HaeJeokDan is. Like, everyone's like, oh, in scrims they're this good, and then like, I guess we just saw it. I guess we saw their power level.
We really did. I mean, it's been a weird day. Had some tech issues. Got through those. It's been a long one. I've got 2 hours of sleep. I'm working from home. We broke a streak that was going for 12 years, but I won't say anything else about it. But yeah, it's crazy. But I am super happy to have been here for these matches because they were bangers all the way throughout. We got to see just the dominance on display, the perseverance there from Crazy Raccoon being just unfettered, even when kind of getting pushed in that opening series into the 5-mapper, into this huge meteoric rise from HaeJeokDan that I hope continues, because seeing the squads that don't have the sponsors behind them and everything like that, that coming out wearing their t-shirts and everything like that, seeing them have success is always super awesome to see, because it does really feel like we are very much back in that grassroots kind of era of Overwatch.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing about that matchup, particularly HaeJeokDan and Fnatic, is you look at both those rosters and you say like, oh, their peak could be great. Like, you look at both of them and you look at it on paper and it's just like, which one was going to peak first? Who was going to peak first? And apparently it was HaeJeokDan. Apparently it was Prophet, and all the other four guys too. So like, everybody peaked there, but you looked at it and you're like, one of these teams has the potential to be really good, and it was just HaeJeokDan who found it first.
They certainly did. Well, that does it for us here this evening. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. As per usual, I won't see you guys for a little while. I'm going to go on a nice little vacation that is much needed, but I'm sure that Hex, Wolf, G-Clef, as well as Min Sung will guide you guys through all of the remaining action here, all 3 regions in Asia while I'm gone. I'll see you guys next time.
네.